stop by for the Nintenbyte. You got the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing peaches until the sun lights. Summer shoots her beam so bright. Master Hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, episode 31. Sorry for those watching live, they had a little bit of a delay here. We already knew RogersBase was going to be a smidge late today, but then we didn't know about tech issues. We didn't know about Paul Gale also being a little late. Didn't know about our other co-host is sick, so just throws a wrench into all of our problems. But you know what? We're here, and that's what matters.
I also got to say, I love your little intro song. I was jamming out to that. I'm like, Charizard shoots fire blast, the Nintenbyte Podcast. I'm like, all right.
I was trying to get as many references as I could. There's only one franchise that got two references. Of course, my favorite, Zelda.
Fair enough.
I just had to throw it to. I couldn't help it. I wrote the lyrics, and I'm like, I can't help it. I got to get to it. All right, everyone. Well, we got a jam-packed show for today. Obviously, we have a special guest here. We'll get to that in a moment. We got some banger topics. Remember, if you're watching live, our top super chatters, whoever does the biggest super chat, not the most amount, but the largest individual super chat gets to choose our final topic on the stream. So we'll see what happens. Also, you can always submit questions for the Q&A section as well. You don't have to, you did $2 and just be like, hey, RogersBase, how does your hair look like that? Okay, cool. That's a topic for the Q&A.
You want to know what kind of shampoo I use?
Yeah, right.
Shampoo.
He wakes up looking that good. All right, so let's go first around the room and introduce everyone. We'll start with our guests as always. First off, Paul Gale just can't help it. Every time you're on, you got to let people know you're the creator of the world's first Zelda pool.
And the world's first Mario pool.
Yeah.
That's true.
But it no longer exists. I mean, you still created it, though.
Oh, no, it exists.
In your mind?
No, they both exist.
What, you have both?
Yeah.
That's pretty. You got two pools?
Yeah.
What,
man's living life.
Wait, are you serious? You have two pools?
Wait, you think I took Mario out?
Yes.
No. They're different.
Whoa.
Who has two swimming pools? What are you on?
I'm like, what the heck?
What? Okay, if I next time I come out there, I'm clearly not going to Nintendo World. We have a pool party.
I'm going to Paul's house.
Double pool party. What is
two pools in California? That's insane, man. That's insane.
And I mean, I have another project. Well, we're not on me yet, or are we on me?
We are on you. Yeah, I brought up you. Yeah.
So I have another project. So I made the Pokeball pool pump.
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
So my pool pump, or I should say the pool filter. For years, it was just plain white, and it was boring. And I always wanted to either make it green to look like a Mario pipe, and paint the other things, or make it into a Pokeball, which would be really easy. Top part red, middle line black, and bottom part white. So I finally did it this past summer. Yeah, it's not that fancy, but it looks pretty cool. Now when you walk in the backyard, there's this big old Pokeball, or a Voltorb, I guess.
I thought you were going to be like, hey, I got another project. It's a hot tub. And we're gonna make the hot tub theme.
Xenoblade. That's right. I was like, give me the Xenoblade hot tub with Pyra literally inside the hot tub. You have a fully built out model of Pyra just sitting there drinking tea in the hot tub. Keeping it warm.
I'll tell you the next one, which is a tease, because I haven't said what it is yet. I just said I have another thing planned. But I don't know. It's going to be one of a few things. So you could see my chimney from the backyard.
Sure.
And it's just plain red brick that sticks up off the top of the house. And I'm like
a normal chimney, yes.
It's so boring. So I'm actually going to replaster over the chimney, and I'm going to use my tile mosaic skills that now I'm pretty good at, and I'm going to make a Nintendo scene.
Oh,
and
that would be
it'll
nice.
either be out of Metroid to be something new, or maybe Mario, repeat the Mario 8-bit versus Bowser face-off from the end of the level with a fireball going through. But it's going to be something done to the chimney in the backyard. So from the front and from the side, it looks normal. But the backyard, when people are hanging out, barbecue and stuff like that, they look up the chimney like, oh, snap. And, yeah. So that's the next tease. Yeah,
that's cool.
Everything Nintendo in the backyard, around the house. I know. And this today, I got the Proplica Master Sword, which is Pretty sweet.
I'll join you. Give me a second.
Oh boy, do you both have it? Oh,
Roger could get his. I think I know what Roger's
I got
getting.
my Aegis, of course, naturally.
Roger has the
I got my
Monado
Aegis
blade.
at the ready.
Oh no.
So
Hold on. I got one. Hold on. It's not as impressive. Hold
There
on.
we go. Get all our swords. I love it.
oh, sword battle.
I got one here too. Oh wait, that might get us banned from YouTube.
Whoa! Poke an eye out with that thing.
Monado, activate.
I mean, with Pyra and Mithra
Very
around,
nice.
not that hard.
Very
to do.
nice.
I thought you were gonna grab your wooden dagger.
I thought about it.
Dig it.
This takes batteries too, but I haven't put them in yet. Like literally, it came in the
Is
mail
that-
today.
Is that the one from the Nintendo store? Like the new one they just recently made?
Yes,
It's beautiful. Yeah.
it's. I have an unboxing video that is actually uploading now. So if you're
Nice.
watching the Nintendo Prime podcast, you're seeing this before my own video goes up.
The
Nintenbyte.
Nintenbyte Podcast. Excuse me.
Get it right.
I was gonna say, come on now.
The Nintenbyte podcast. But
Yeah, we take a Nintenbyte out of crime.
Nintenbyte out of crime.
Nice.
See, I have to carefully show that like this side because my kids.
Oh no, they drew on it.
I can't
At
even
least
get
they
it
didn't
anymore. I
do
got
What
this.
that.
kind
At,
of gloom powers do your kids have? That's
I
amazing.
got this at Game
They
GameStop.
perma
Like
stained the
$10
Master
full.
Sword.
Nice
It's whatever.
Maker.
Yeah, it's a little foam. You can beat people and not feel bad about it.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Well, that's Paul Gale Network, of course, getting
That's
us
who I
onto
am.
all the nerdy Zelda, Nintendo goodness, doing things. He's gonna do something to his chimney. Yeah.
What's the next one? You saw the
Next
backyard
thing
chairs,
you know,
right?
next thing you know, it's a Charizard head with the smoke coming out of the mouth.
That'd be
Anyways.
sick. Could you imagine if you have a Charizard chimney
You
blowing
know,
the fire and smoke? That'd be cool, actually.
Oh, I could do that. I have a fire pit in the backyard, and over the summer, I also painted over all of the old metallic chairs that were just blue. I made them the
Okay.
Super Nintendo controller colors.
Oh boy.
Oh,
So I've got a
cool,
red,
cool.
a blue, a yellow, a green, and I got new cushions that are red, yellow, blue, green.
I was gonna say, if I look at
Nice.
it from space, Paul Gale Network's like a little Nintendo playground.
like, am I
There you go.
Nintendo? Am I Super Nintendo World? Well, you're at one of them.
We're at the knockoff version.
There you go. You're at the Santa's Village of Super Nintendo World.
There
That's
we
right.
go.
Yeah.
All right, then we got RogersBase back on.
Yes.
How's it going, man?
It's going great, man. Thank you very much for having me. I also am like feeling incredibly grateful today because I woke up and hit 400,000 subscribers on
Oh,
YouTube. I just
congratulations, man!
passed the
Nice.
400,000.
Congrats.
So you guys are the first video I'm doing after hitting the 400K, so which is pretty awesome. So
Oh,
thank you
damn,
very,
man.
very much.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's huge.
well,
I know
I'm
there's
honored,
a lot of crossover and stuff, so appreciate you guys having me. Yeah, it's awesome.
dude. That is insane, man.
I know.
Oh
I
my
know.
god,
I've been at this for a minute now. I've
dude,
been
how's it feel, man?
feels good. It
I'd
feels
like
good.
to get there in like the next decade.
I think I really lucked out because this past month, One Piece was on break, and One Piece is kind of like my bread and butter. That's not Nintendo. I feel like Nintendo and One Piece are kind of like my two big things. Everything else is, whatever I feel like getting excited about. And what happened was One Piece, the manga, went on break because Oda was sick. And so normally my recommended, like my videos get fed predominantly to kind of like anime channels that also like gaming. But because of Arcane coming out and doing the reviews for Arcane, it started recommending me to like League of Legends YouTube channels. And all of my gaming videos I did earlier this year, like the Nintendo Museum vlog and a lot of that stuff, ended up getting like a bunch more traction on the back end. So I'm like, I better start cranking out more gaming videos. So I did like the Game Awards predictions. I did just a whole bunch of other like gaming related content and tried to crank out as much as I could while I was still kind of riding that wave. And then on top of all of that, I was very fortunate because the Kind of Funny guys shouted me out on one of their podcasts recently. So they did like a live show, and Tim Geddes was like, by the way, I love RogersBase's Smash reactions. His reactions are the most fun. I love it. And he like was talking about me for a long time on this random episode. And then I got all these Kind of Funny people who didn't know who I was suddenly watching me too. So it was very cool. I was very, very, very happy that they did that. And now I'm with you guys. I'm getting another audience. It's like, it's great, man. I did a collab podcast with M Swizzle last week too. I was in the Mario Matter podcast talking about like all the Nintendo games this year. So it's been really awesome. So yeah, once again, I'm very thankful. A lot to be thankful for this Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you got your name in my podcast today.
So that's what I'm saying, man. I'm getting a new audience.
He's going to be 500K by the end of this bad boy.
Easy.
It might drop, to be fair.
Oh no! I could take a screenshot of my analytics right now on the back end, and then take a screenshot after the show is over and see how it's feeling.
Oh, that would be
you want to test the water?
Like, wait, you're at 400K? Are you sure you're going to be there at the end?
That's so funny.
That's great.
But thank you again for having me. Appreciate it.
glad to have you on as always. Eric.
Hell.
It's the Green Bay Packers. They play tomorrow.
Yes, they do.
Should I change into a Bears sweater? I have one in my closet. I could wear a Bears
sweater. If you want to look like a loser, I understand.
I have a Rams jersey.
There you go. See, we should all put on football stuff. That would have been awesome.
Oh, well.
I just own sports stuff. That's it.
Yeah, if he's not wearing a Nintendo Prime shirt, it's sports.
Pretty much
all sports.
So you're telling me I got to get you some more merch. We need a lot more merch in Eric's life. It's all right. There'll be some Nintenbyte merch at some point, folks. Just stay tuned. We're working on some things. Then we got Thunder Stash Gaming wearing the gobble.
I love it.
I tried to find the most ridiculous shirt last year. Most obnoxious Thanksgiving shirt. Found this online. Came in. I'm like, this is actually pretty decent quality.
I love it.
It looks sleek.
It does. I thought it was fire on the bottom at first. I thought it was like fire wings or something, but it's a turkey.
Yeah, it's like an old school, like probably 80s, late 80s, early 90s illustration of a turkey.
I love it.
Yeah. I love farm in the background.
You got the autumn leaves too on the sleeves.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. I appreciate
10 out of 10.
So he went for the ugly, and instead he got the, you know what? I could wear this daily. This is sick.
Right?
Oh, man. And then you guys got me. What's up, everyone? Welcome. I don't really have anything to say about what I'm wearing. I mean, these are new today. They were on sale. I actually went to buy a Packer sweatshirt, and it was at Shields All Sports because I had a $50 gift card. Well, they were $150 and not on sale. I don't know if anyone else has ever shopped at Shields, but they just don't do discounts on Packer gear. So I grabbed this. This they wanted $50 for on their own.
For that hat?
For just the hat.
They're ripping you off. Buddy.
Yeah, no doubt. They don't even charge that at the damn pro shop.
You can get a RogersBase Japan Time hat for $29.99 on SpaceBase.com.
That's a good plug.
You can get a Nintendo Prime hat, by the way. We did sell some on my last live stream. Anyways, no. Anyways, it all ended up being on sale. So I got the whole get up for like $70, but I only paid $20 because I had a $50 gift card. So sales. Also, Shields, you're overpriced. Have a good day. That's why I don't shop there very much. All right. Well, we can go ahead and get our topic roulette going. Let's see. You know what, Eric? Let's have you go first.
Let me get it open.
You're leading the way.
Nice.
See, you don't even have the notes open? What kind of podcast host are you?
One that was having tech trouble.
Did you just have to open a tab?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I had to sign. I have complex passwords for everything. I had to sign into everything.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know. I think my login was saved on there. You probably could have just used my account.
Yeah, whatever. Oh gosh. Well, what
are we doing?
I mean,
Eric, this isn't a hard decision. There's only 3.
I realize that. I guess should we just start it off festive and go top 5 Nintendo games we're most thankful for?
Love that.
Hell yeah. That's a Thunderstash special, baby. He came up with that topic.
Yeah, thank you.
See, we collab sometimes. I really should be asking for topic ideas before the day of, but
It's okay.
It's okay. I thought we were going to be
ready.
good. Yeah. You always have something. You gave her a couple, and I was like, oh, those are all right. And all of a sudden, I walk away from my computer for 5 minutes and come back, and I'm like, oh my God, we got like 30 topic ideas. This is sick. All right. Stash, let's have you go.
I will actually take the next topic because, it's tradition. that we leave the Switch 2 rumors for you as the last topic. And I do like this Game Award topic. Our general thoughts about the Game Awards. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, we went through all the stuff last week, but this week now we didn't really give thoughts in general on the Game Awards last week. We just who are we gonna vote for? Blah blah blah. All right. I guess that leaves me with the Switch 2 topic, guys. Do I even need to tell you what it is? Like, there's been rumors about this thing being revealed and released, like, real quick. So we'll dive into that, I guess. I shouldn't even need to read the notes for that. I mean,
has OJ looked over these? Are these are these solid topics? What does OJ think of these? Do you think are these fake or are these real? How's he feeling?
I'd rather.
Whoa.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. And if RGT was here, like he was reading it on one of his videos from like Gamer Ranks or whatever, and he's like, what was it? So they complimented me. They said like well-regarded YouTuber, Nintendo Prime, and then he just stared into the camera. I'm like, it's gonna be one of these videos. I'm not the source for these rumors, just to let you guys know. I don't know shit. All right. I don't have any contacts at Nintendo. I have a PR contact at Golan Harris who only responds to like 1 out of 7 emails. So, all right. And
1 out
it's
of
usually
7 is better than nothing, though, to be fair.
It's usually a no.
Good.
It's like, hey, I'm going to this event. Can I like interview? So no. Huh?
Well, you gotta start small. You can't go to like Nintendo Live and be like, hey, you know what? I
can't even get into Nintendo Live. We're just talking about like, hey, can I skip the line to play Mario Kart at PAX East?
Impossible to play Mario Kart.
Nintendo got a picture
of it since 2014. Why can't I skip the line?
Nintendo got a picture of Nate up on its wall. Don't list this guy anywhere near us.
Not. He said he puts up too many Switch rumor videos.
Right? Yeah, they hate me. They hate me. To be fair, I didn't put up any of the rumors that Furukawa said were untrue last year.
There you go.
That was actually some websites that misreported on those rumors that Furukawa was not happy with, because there were some websites that claimed Switch 2 dev kits were at Gamescom, and that is not true. That is actually not.
There were websites that reported Star Fox Grand Prix as well, and we all know the true story behind that now. So I feel like let's shout out to Did You Know Gaming. There you go. It was so funny. They reached out to me. This was when they were making that video, and they were like, they thought I was gonna be like coy about it, that I did the logo for that video, and I was like, no, I made that. They were like, wait, what? I was like, yeah, like I made it and I sent it to my friends. I thought it was funny, and they're like, oh, so you did this? Like you didn't actually play it? I was like, no, the game doesn't exist. And they're like, are you sure? Like you didn't actually see anything? I'm like, would I risk my relationship with Nintendo to leak out a Star Fox game? Not even like a good sounding Star Fox game. I'm like, of course not. What are you talking about? No, it's not real. And there were still people who think that it's real because it got reported by so many people. I'm like, it was a logo for my thumbnail. I'm like, the Grand Prix name came because my dad likes the movie Grand Prix. I'm like, what sounds like a racing game? I'm like, Grand Prix. It's crazy. And to this day, people still think it's real.
Dude, it's absolutely wild. It'd be like people taking some of the fake game logos that Nintendo Land has made for his thumbnails and being like,
right,
legit.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Real.
The amount of Nintendo Land 2 thumbnail logos are like, what are some other ones? Like Mario Galaxy 3. That always makes the rounds, right? That one guy's logo of Galaxy 3. So yeah. I'm sorry. Where were we? We were talking. Oh, your credibility. That's right. That's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, there's a reason we struggled to crack 120 live to start this show. It's all the internet's coming down on old Prime over here. All right, goddamn this damn Switch 2 topic. All right, we got it. We got to actually get into something. Eric, save me please with a wholesome topic.
Okay, I mean
it is wholesome.
Yeah, no, I know.
What do you mean? I mean, no, you're making fun of me. I have no friends.
Duh.
No, but see, this is what OJ was saying though. See, because I see where you're coming from. With both of you being friends of mine, I see what he's saying. See, we're playfully jesting, and you were like, "No, I have no friends." No. It's not that we have no friends. We're just making fun of you. Friends are making fun of you because we're your friends.
Yeah, but the problem is...
But you fall for the bait. You can't fall for the bait. You got to stop taking the bait when we throw it at you.
Rogers, I was gonna throw it back at you with the Star Fox Grand Prix, but then you self-deprecated.
Of course.
So then I couldn't do it. You pulled a B Rabbit.
That's it.
You pulled the B Rabbit move from 8 Mile. And left me with no material.
I left you with no material. That's it. What are you going to do? That's how it is.
I'm going to drop the mic. I lost. All right. Eric,
you're already doing enough harm to Roger by lowering his viewers by him being on
that's what I'm saying. You're dropping my
you already got him back
by me being here. This is insane, man.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
All right. We're going to start with the top 5 Nintendo games we're most thankful for. And it is pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, yeah, pretty much is.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you get us started, Eric?
No.
Did you even get 5 written now?
I got 4.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I got 4. I mean, are we talking Nintendo published or just we've played on Nintendo systems?
It's your topic. You tell me the rules.
Oh.
That would change my answers. I did Nintendo, but like if it is Nintendo related, it's going to be tough. I have to change them up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, 2 of mine aren't technically Nintendo published, so I'm going to open it up a little bit more.
All right, he's opening it up.
It's
appeared on a Nintendo system.
Games
That's really
that
broad.
you
Let's go.
associate most with your time with Nintendo.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
So then you could get Banjo-Kazooie on there.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Although technically Nintendo published that back in the day.
I mean,
it's kind of crazy you said Banjo as I literally was writing Banjo.
Yep.
It's one of my 5.
Right?
That's crazy.
And I'm not even writing a list. I'm just going to top of the dome this.
And the sad part
Sorry
is
that it's all Zelda. No,
and the sad part is 4 of my 5 are on the 64.
Hey, childhood, baby.
That was
Nothing wrong with that. You're
all right,
let's
get this list going. What we got?
Okay.
What we got?
Starting out with Mario Kart 64. Nice. One of my first games that I have, major memories of playing. We got a 64, or we rented a 64 from Blockbuster. And then we ended up getting one for Christmas. And my sister and I played the ever living crap out of that game. So that was, my biggest, I had an NES. I played a bunch of that too, but that was one of my core memories of gaming was getting that 64, and hence why 4 of my 5 games are on the 64. My second one is Snowboard Kids and Snowboard Kids 2.
Nice.
Because my sister and I, again, just played the ever living crap out of that. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Because
wow. Okay.
A bunch of my friends and I, that's all we did was play the multiplayer, and then Microsoft had to ruin it. But we're not going there. And then obviously Banjo-Kazooie, Nate said it. I mean, I love that game so much. I really want to go back and play it. I should just pull it up on the online and play it again. But plenty of days playing that game. And then Breath of the Wild, because that was a game that kind of lit the fire in me again, to get back into gaming. Not that I wasn't gaming, but it put more passion back into me for gaming than what I had for a long time. So, I mean, and Nate has said it on the podcast. I mean, he just saw me when we played the demo. It changed my life. I mean, that demo was so much fun, and I was just sitting there sniping things with the bow and laughing my ass off because it was funny. And yeah, so those are my top 5, and yeah.
All right,
I like them.
Solid lineup, very solid. Like to hear Snowboard Kids in there.
Mm.
It deserves more respect.
It does. There was a whole conversation recently on NSO. I think it was on Bracetera or on Fama boards. One of them had like a listing talking about like other NSO games that might show up on N64 because there've already been so many that have been added. And one of the things that kept coming up was like Snowboard Kids, because technically that's Hudson, right? That makes Snowboard Kids. Was it Hudson or Sunsoft? One of the two.
It's Atlas.
Atlas.
So okay, yeah. So they work with Sega. They would totally throw those on there then.
Totally.
Great. Yeah. So Snowboard Kids, I think, would be a an eventuality, honestly, for N64 NSO. So I think fingers crossed that ends up coming true.
All right, Paul Gale, what are your top 5 Nintendo games or Nintendo related games
that I'm most thankful for? So I'll make a little aside if we allow third parties, and that might make me swap out one of them. But the first one, Super Mario Brothers. Not necessarily the very first game I played, but the very first mega game that made me an absolute Nintendo lunatic fan, video game fan for life. The first game where music took over, characters took over, villains took over, everything in my mind was Mario all the time, made me into lifelong Nintendo fan. And one of the earlier games that I did play in life in general, but maybe not necessarily the first, but the first, true love of gaming, kind of like first true love of cartoons would probably be Ninja Turtles. Maybe not the very first cartoon I've ever seen, but that's like the first true love of that. So Super Mario 64, or that's Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario 64 is the next one. Being 12, turning 13 during that time, I played the Japanese N64 first with Super Mario 64. I was already a massive Nintendo fan, but seeing this evolution, that jump, you had to be there. I think everyone here was in that transition period at some point, turning into, preteen, teenager. And like, what a leap in technology. I obsessed over what the controller was going to be like, what this analog stick was going to be like. And I got it just after launch in, first week of October, the US version. And Mario 64, it changed the game. I loved it so much. It's still one of my top games of all time. It also introduced me on a personal note. So some of these have personal connections, but that's what gaming is. It introduced me to the voice of Charles Martinet, whom I became a big fan of his through that game. The first time hearing his voice in a big setting. I heard him technically before because my school had Mario Teaches Typing, and Charles' voice was in that game in like 91 in the computer lab at school, but I didn't know it at the time. I was a little bit too young and his voice wasn't plastered in it. But that led to me really wanting to meet him at E3, and then now friends of 22 years, like a great person. And so that connected me game-wise and to somebody who I admire, respect. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It held my spot as the number one best game, my number one favorite game of all time for 20 years. Just past 19 years, because even though Breath of the Wild came out 19 years later, I passed the throne to BOTW in that 2018. It took me a year to really say this game rivals it, but does it beat it? But Ocarina was all of it. I loved Zelda beforehand, but this catapulted my Zelda fandom into another level. I'll actually tell you a little bit of an Easter egg if you want. I haven't told anyone this online. Only a few people that have been in my backyard know about the Zelda pool. So if you want to hear it.
Of course.
A fun Easter egg that you wouldn't know otherwise. Part of me even like, should I even say it? But yeah, now I cannot not say it. So if you watch the video of me making the Zelda pool and me telling you about it, I left this detail out. So actually, this is the first right here. I told you why I picked the 8-bit tile blue mosaic, because it's Nairu, it's the goddess of wisdom, it's Zelda's color blue. The link in the pool is the Ocarina of Time link, but done in the 16-bit style. Mm-hmm. So I custom made the colors of Ocarina Link, and the white coping, because I was really a big fan of the Temple of Time, which is primarily white, gray as a secondary color, because that was a Temple of Time's secondary color, and the Triforce. And all that's fine and dandy. I said all that online. You're like, okay, cool, the mosaic and stuff like that. But there's an interesting thing. If you look at the link, he's slightly off-centered, facing 20 degrees northeast. For a reason, because it was my favorite game for 20 years, favorite game of all time.
Oh, cute.
I could have picked it to be true north. I could have picked it to be true east, but I went slightly 20 degrees off north because it's no longer my favorite game of all time, but I had to pay tribute to it. So if you ever come into the backyard, which I hope you all come over one of these days for my Paulapalooza, you'll see, Link is slightly off because it's 20 degrees for that 20th anniversary. Which brings me to my next game, Breath of the Wild. This game came out along with Nintendo Switch on March 3rd. My daughter was born March 17th, so I have a really good connection of playing Breath of the Wild while my daughter's being born. My daughter's middle name is Zelda.
That's cool.
my son's one of my son's first games that he really got into, our big family game. It was that it recaptured that experience of Mario Brothers, Super Mario World, these games from my youth when you're in a younger, more impressionable age and everything is hitting you harder and you have nostalgia. You don't really get nostalgia anymore as an adult because you're living in the adult life. Maybe we will in 20 years when we're 60 or something, like, oh yeah, I remember my late 30s. That was a good time. But like, Breath of the Wild was so impactful, became a new favorite. And it was around daughter being born, son being a little guy playing with me, him starting his own file. It was awesome. And then my last one could go one of three ways. I originally wrote down Super Mario 3D World because after my wife and I got married, that was the first game we played together as a married couple.
Nice.
Well, like the first big game, and we 100% of that with every character, every night, playing, cussing at the TV. It was frustrating to get everything. But if I could replace Super Mario 3D World with like a non-Nintendo game, but a game that really was Nintendo for me, Street Fighter 2. As you know, my other non-video game background is in martial arts. These are the two things I've done in my life profession. And even though I was doing martial arts before,
these are lethal weapons. They're registered instead of California.
That's what I thought he was going to say when he put his hands on
that's true too. But Street Fighter 2 was such an impactful game. I mean, EGM had me in the magazine back in the day interview. Nintendo Power did, several other places of like, how did games inspire you to do good in so much negative publicity of like, oh, games and GTA is causing this and that. It's like, what are some cases and studies out there where games motivated you? And like some people like, oh, Tony Hawk inspired me to, skateboard and stuff. And like Street Fighter was even though I was already practicing martial arts at the time, that one honestly helped elevate me where I saw myself as Ryu. I was training, and then from there, like, thanks to Street Fighter 2, I got put in the Street Fighter comic book. I was made into a character, an NPC in Street Fighter 4. And it all comes back to 2 being that really Super NES game. I put just hours and hours and hours into it. So you could put in Street Fighter 2 and maybe take out Super Mario 3D World. And then another one of cheating right here, putting a little asterisk. It's not necessarily even one of my favorite games of all time, but I have to be thankful for it for a different reason. And it's a good game, and that's Luigi's Mansion. But not so much with my gameplay experience with it, but because where was I and how did I play that game for the first time? If I'm taking too long, by the way, tell me to move on. But
good.
This is great. No, I'm loving this.
I'm enjoying it.
The backstory I know you're good. You're taking me on a roller coaster. I'm finding out about your kids and your martial arts background. This is great.
This is an origin story of, how I got into the video game industry at large. Technically, I had a way to get into E3 in 1999 as a 15-year-old because I submitted a request and I found my way to get in through Konami to be somebody who could talk about the show as a youth representative. But something happened behind the scenes, unrelated, but ended up not working out. So I didn't go that year. But in 2000, I went as under Konami for my first time as a 16-year-old, and then which is crazy. It was Nintendo and PlayStation and Sega. Wow, what a different time! What a different time. And in 2001, though, this is where the story's coming around. I'm still 17, still pretty young, but I was at the Luigi's Mansion booth within Nintendo's booth, ready to play Luigi's Mansion. I'm 17. It's my second show. I'm really excited. I'm getting ready to play it. And the Nintendo person, monitoring the booth says, oh, sorry, Paul, looking at my name tag. I'm going to have to ask you to step aside for a moment. We have, journalists coming in to play each of our games. They need their time for their game of the show. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. And it was Mark McDonald and Dan Shu from Electronic Gaming Monthly. Oh, I'm a huge fan of these guys. Cool. I love their magazine. I know who they are. And they looked and said, oh, sorry, Paul, we'll be really quick and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, no, take your time. And here's like my attitude in life. Be patient, be kind, stick around, smile. Don't be, I've seen people at the same thing that happened to me, scoffing and stuff like that. No, instead I was like, I am sticking around and waiting for these two to be done with their turn. And I'm going to Paul Gale network it up, you know? And they got out and like, oh, you're still here. And I'm like, actually, I'm a big fan. I loved your review on this. I like the way you talk about this. And we're just talking and talking. And like, man, you're a cool guy. And like, how did you get in here? And talking and talking. I was like, can I take a picture, by the way? I took the picture with Mark and Dan, and like Mark is pinching Dan's nipples in the picture, and I'm in the middle, like not ready for it. So it's kind of a funny photo. And then, that was in May when E3 used to be earlier in the year. Yeah. And then like fast forward 5 months later, EGM starts up gamers.com, and I contact them like, hey, do you guys remember me from the show? I sent our picture in the mail because you could send it to their Chicago, Illinois office. They're like, yeah, we actually do. We remember you. And we didn't throw away the picture. It's on our desk. And they showed me a picture. Like they got my photo that I sent them in the mail, put it in a little frame. They actually had it on their desk.
That's cute.
And then from there, I was in the forums talking with them for a few months. And then March of 2002, hey, do you want a job? And then that's when I worked for gamers.com and oneup.com and bitmob.com. So all of that goes back to Luigi's Mansion. And that's a very thankful thing to be a part of. Yeah, I like the game, but the game led to something awesome. Now, would I have still been a part of the industry the way I have been and made the connections had I not done that? I don't know. I was already going to E3s by then, but that gave me that, hey, do you want to work for us? And so becoming a moderator, becoming an administrator, going to E3s in the future on behalf of Ziff Davis Publishing, Gamers, OneUp, BitMob, covering the show, bringing that back to the forums and the community and sharing my pieces, my perspective, doing Q&As. I could all go back to Luigi's Mansion. So that was a pivotal mark. So that's a lot of talking. So I kind of cheated. I gave you like 6 or 7 games, but some of them are purely gameplay and some of them a little bit more like life varied, Yeah.
Right
that's
on.
it. Those are the ones.
All right. Thunderstash.
Okay.
When did you put the Phoenix Suns jacket on, by the way?
I was going to comment earlier, and I was like, let him cook.
Game time.
I'm not going to mention it. That's
It's
good.
game time. It's game
The
time.
whole top level. You got the Bucks, you got the Packers, and you got the Suns up there.
Yeah.
And you have Paul and me on the bottom in green, just completely unrelated.
Yeah, I got the game on right now.
There you
Another
go.
monitor.
All right.
All right. So I got a handful of things here. I'm going to try to hit them quick here. The first would be the original Legend of Zelda on NES. This was the first game that I ever got to buy with my own so-called money, right? I don't have a bank account, but I'm 5 years old. It's my birthday. And this was the first time that my mom asked me, not my 2 older brothers. She asked me, what game do you want? So I'm like, oh, okay. Finally, it's my turn. And immediately, I knew I didn't even have to look. I said, Mom, I already know what I want. I want Zelda, obviously. Love the game. But I never got to really play it when we would rent it because my brothers would try and play it. My oldest brother was with us, Richard. He tells my mom, he pulls her to the side as if like I can't hear him. Don't let Steven buy Legend of Zelda. He's going to hate it. It's too hard. We can't even beat it. If we're older than him and, more experienced at Nintendo and we can't even get far, he's not going to be able to get far. And he's going to be mad. He's not going to play it. And he's going to ask you to return it. Like, what? I was so mad. But, even at 5, like, I'm just trying to keep my composure because it's more or less like, hey, this is a special opportunity to finally get my first game, right? And I don't want to like throw a fit or anything, especially in the store. You don't want to do that, even at that age. And so my mom went with what he said. I had to pick a different game. I picked Adventure Island.
Oh, no.
It's not a horrible game, but
it's not Zelda.
It's not Zelda, yeah.
No.
So we get home. I play it for probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours. My brother goes to school, both of them. My mom comes in. She's like, so what do you think about the game? Do you like it? It's like, I didn't want to be like, no, mom, it sucks, because again, I was just thankful to be able to get a game, but I was honest. I was like, it's okay. It's not Zelda. It's not what I wanted. And she comes in the room like a few minutes later. She says, get your shoes on. I'm like, where are we going? She's like, pack the game up. We're going to go try and return it. I'm like, but it's opened. Like that, you guys all know back in the day.
Yeah.
If the game's opened, like your odds of being able to return it are slim to none, right? It's going to take some real negotiating, some real sweet talking. But we went back. We went to Target. That's where we got it. Long story short, was able to return it.
Beautiful.
Got Zelda. I still have my original copy from when I bought it. It was 1990.
That's cool.
So it was a very long time, 34 years ago, almost 35 years ago. Good Lord. So
literally your story is older than me. That's crazy.
I believe it.
I think Roger, you're the youngest one here, 33.
I am 34. Yeah. So but I was born March 1990. So literally you're like, if you were Christmas going into 1990 getting Zelda.
Oh yeah. I was we picked up Zelda May of 1990.
Wow. So okay. So I was 2 months old at that point.
You were almost around for it.
When your brothers tried to sell you out, you couldn't get Zelda. I was but a wee lad.
Yep. You were still there for it.
Yeah, I was there.
All right.
The wee lad.
My next one is Super Mario Brothers 3. And the reason, there's so many reasons why, right? We all love the game, but seeing Mario 3 for the first time in the Wizard movie with, Fred Savage.
Sure.
Christian Slater. Not even knowing, because again, I'm like 4 or 5 years old. So it's like, we see it, like you guys remember seeing Big.
Of course.
You remember the computer game?
Of course.
And I don't know if you guys have looked it up. That game's not real. It's not a real game. It's a game that they made just for that movie. It's supposed to look like a game that looks familiar, but it's not a real game. So ever since I found out when I was a kid that game is not real, we all questioned it as kids because there's no internet. We don't know. The only way you know when new games are out is when you go to rent them and there's a new game, or you get lucky and you get to go to Toys R Us and you get to just look. We're not buying anything, but you're allowed to look. And so seeing Mario 3 at the end of the movie was just like, holy shit, are you kidding me? What is this? Mario can fly? What? It was just the craziest thing ever. And, I included some scenes from The Wizard recently in a video that I did. And so I'm rewatching it on the, with the internet database.
Oh yeah.
I'm rewatching on my computer. Yeah. And I'm just like, God, this is still so good. I have it on Blu-ray, but that was the easiest way to get a clip, right? But I'm just like, man, this is so good. Like, I still feel the same watching this today at nearly 40 years old as I did when I was a kid. And so seeing Mario 3 like that for the first time was extremely special because never have we had a movie reveal a new game.
Sure.
That was the reveal. So it was very special. Third game. Paul, this is a game on your list. You probably heard me tell this story, but Super Mario 64.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to Gamers, the video game store that we rent games from since the early 90s.
Is this still around?
No, it's not, unfortunately.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I wish it
my
was.
old store's not around anymore either.
I wish
up
it
like 4
was.
years ago, finally.
Sadly.
Yeah.
But there's a guy there that worked there. He knew, obviously, my parents, my brothers, my cousins who lived nearby. They rented games from there. We told everybody we knew, don't go to Blockbuster. They rip you off, Go to Gamers, even though I'd still go to Blockbuster if Gamers didn't have the game I needed. Right? I think we all did that. But I go to Gamers. Jimbo's working. It is the weekend before the 4th of July weekend. So we're talking June 1996, the end of June. And he tells us, hey, he's like, I got to tell you guys something. We're like, well, what? He's like, we just got a new system in. And again, this is when we called video game consoles, we called them systems. This is why I still call it systems.
They are
sure.
systems.
I still say system.
Old people call them systems. You know,
I call them systems.
I think the young kids call them consoles.
Yeah.
Platforms, I guess you could say now too. I don't know.
They're systems.
They're systems to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're entertainment systems.
Yeah.
So he says that we got the new Nintendo 64 in. And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean? He's like, you know, the new 3D Nintendo system. And I was like, no, I mean, like I had heard about Project Reality, but very little. Whatever Nintendo Power published, because, you know, I'm not like surfing the web. This is 96. I'd seen AOL a little bit of my cousins, but you know, he was using his 20 free hours that he got in a magazine for free. So there's not much that we knew, and there wasn't a lot of websites back then. So he says that we haven't advertised that we have it yet. We literally just got it in right before you guys got here. Do you want to take it home for the weekend? Be the first one to play it. I'm like, what? And it was Mario 64, and it was a game called Human Grand Prix.
Interesting. Okay.
It's a F1 racing game.
Oh, okay.
And so, of course, it's the Japanese 64, so the text is in Japanese. And he asked us, he's like, you know, do you have a TV that at least has the RCA inputs? And I was like 99% sure we did. My dad's like, yeah, we do. He's like, okay, you're good then. You can hook it up. He said, just bring it back Monday before we close. So this was a Friday. So I had it for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Got to play it. Played Mario 64. Trying to figure out how it works. Jumping through paintings. And I'm like, oh my God. Wait, so you jump into here. And then this opens up this whole world. And experiencing that for the first time before it came out was, to me, it's like an experience. I just don't know if that can ever be topped as a kid, right? When it comes to gaming, it was just like, holy shit, I'm so lucky. This is so cool. And, you know, we probably would have rented the system, but we didn't have to, because I got to play it for the weekend, and then it came out shortly thereafter in September. So that is a very near and dear experience with Nintendo. Next one would be Ocarina of Time. So, of course, growing up, huge Zelda fan, played all the Zelda games up until that point. Had played and beat Zelda 1, Zelda 2, obviously Link's Awakening, and Link to the Past. And as we all know, the wait from A Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time was very long. And I've mentioned this before on this podcast, is that as Zelda fans, we eat so good now versus back in the day when, you know, Link to the Past came out in 91. We didn't get Ocarina of Time until November 98.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that was a long wait, but boy, was it worth it. And so the story goes, I was sick the entire week of school in 8th grade. I faked sick. I stayed home. My mom would take the controllers when she go to work, because, you know, I'm sick, so I need to rest.
Sure.
So you don't mind, obviously, that I come in here and take these, because you need to rest. Like, you need to get better. I'm like, yeah, you know, like, totally, I get it. So when I wrapped up the controllers, you know, the cord, you take that mental image, so you know exactly what it looks like.
Sure.
When your mom last saw the controller, to take it into her bedroom and hide it. So then I would go in there and, you know, I don't want to dig through my mom's drawers, but I need to find this, because the whole game plan is to play Zelda all week, right? So otherwise, what am I doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather actually be at school and not get behind.
Sure.
So I need to make sure this happens. And so I found it, of course. I played all day. I turn off the 64 about an hour before, knowing when my mom comes home, because my mom is clever enough that she would put her hand over the 64 to see if it's hot.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like, she don't play.
Sure. She's not playing games. Yeah.
She does not play. Like, if I have to clean the room and dust, she will take her hand and take her fingers
Smart
across.
lady.
Yeah, of course.
My parents never figured that one out.
Yeah, very strict. And so, anyways, I would turn it off at about an hour before, rolled up exactly how I took that mental image, put it back. And then mom would say, hey, you know, I know you've been resting all day. Do you want to play some Zelda now that I'm home?
Be like, heck yeah,
I'd love to. Yeah, I really would love to. I've just been sleeping all day. My mom knows this now too, obviously.
Oh man, I love
and she thinks it's really funny. And I'm like, you know, Mom, I always said that as long as I get good grades, if I get in trouble, or if I miss days of school, or if I do stuff that I shouldn't do, like, you know, start a food fight at school or do the different pranks that I used to do back in the day, say, hey, as long as I get good grades, I always tell Mom, I don't think they're going to expel me. If I have bad grades, they will. And I know that. So I just need to that was almost my motivation back then, to get good grades, which is kind of sad, but that's how it was. So
that's not sad at all. Literally, my local video store,
amazing.
Family Video, they would do a thing where every quarter, when you would get your report cards for all the local kids, if you bring in your report card, for every A that's on your report card, you would get a free week's rental for a game.
Nice.
And so literally, and it was amazing. And this was like, I lived off of all of those Family Video N64 rentals as a kid. I couldn't wait till report card day. I'm like, I got my A's. I'm playing Chameleon Twist. I'm playing Bomberman Hero. Playing all this stuff I never owned that I always wanted to play. So it is not bad at all. That's like, yeah, I love that.
Awesome.
All right. Awesome. I'm going to give you my last one, but then I have a couple honorable mentions that I'll go through quick. But the last one for Nintendo, because when we opened it up, I had to add a couple. So for Nintendo, I just got to say Earthbound. When I saw that for the first time at Blockbuster, I saw the huge box on the shelf. I was with my cousin Jim. We both looked at each other. We're like, what the heck is this?
Yeah, right.
And we're looking at the back. We're like, we need to rent this. Like, we don't even need to look at anything else. Like, we can look to see if like any new games were released, but we're not renting them today. We got to rent this, whatever this is. It's by Nintendo. We got to try this out. And ever since then, it's just been like extremely special to me. I try not to think about Earthbound a ton though, because you know where we're at as Earthbound fans. We don't know if we're ever going to get another game. So it's a golden memory. I'll leave it there. So a special shout out to an event that my cousin and I went to probably like 5 or 6 times while they held it in downtown Phoenix. That was the Nintendo Cube Club. Did anyone go to that in their city?
Cube Club? The GameCube Club?
Cube Club?
Yeah.
I did it 2001. I know exactly what you're talking about.
What?
Yes. So the Cube Club was sick. So Nintendo had a deal back in the day with Panasonic.
Okay.
With their TVs.
Sure.
And so, and this is obviously GameCube era. The Cube Club was held a few months before the Cube came out, which was in November 2001. So think probably like August, September. The Panasonic TVs were all flat screen, I think plasmas, which was like a huge...
At the time was huge, exactly.
Huge.
Yeah.
And so it was basically an abandoned building in downtown Phoenix. They took it over. They put TVs everywhere with Nintendo GameCubes hooked up. They had games you can play, like obviously Wave Race Blue Storm was there.
Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, I think.
Yeah, Star
Rogue
Wars.
Leader. I was going to say
Rogue Leader.
Yep.
Kobe Bryant and NBA Courtside, which like we played a lot of Courtside back in the day. There was a lot of games, but it was just so much fun to go there, talk with the people who were working with Nintendo. I used to have a really sweet, and I know it's somewhere, but I have a really sweet Nintendo Cube Club GameCube Polo.
Oh, fun.
Like
fun.
You know, the ones that they gave you for working the event.
Yeah.
Because I was networking with them and I wanted,
that's awesome.
I wanted one of those polos. I was talking with them the whole time. Like I was trying to get a job at Nintendo back then as much as I could. There was free Snapples.
Nice.
And I was in
the classic Snapple too, when they had the glass bottles.
Yeah,
back when Snapple was the best, man.
Endless Snapples, and of course I'm in high school, so like I didn't drink. I hadn't drank yet. So I'm like, this is great. Yeah, I'm drinking Snapple. I'm playing GameCube before it comes out. This is awesome. And my cousin, who was 2 years older than me, had like just got a car. And so, this was like the first kind of experience of freedom and going out to these events and doing it. So Cube Club was sick. Paul, you said you worked it?
I went to it.
Okay.
I got invited, so cool. And I was able to go, I think, a couple of days, because I remember I had different hand card invitations. So I think how I got invited to that one, if I'm not mistaken, Nintendo earlier that summer had something called the Nintendo GameCube Street Team.
Yeah, I remember.
And I auditioned for that. I went to this location in Los Angeles, and they had the Nintendo Street Team LA, and you were able to be a Nintendo employee for the summer, in which you'd go to different popular Nintendo locations, or different locations where a lot of people were there, and you'd advertise and talk about Nintendo, like Santa Monica Beach. That's a popular one in Los Angeles. A couple of different parks, like outside the LA Zoo, different things. And I'm like, dude, like in this Los Angeles area back in 2001, nobody knows more than me. Like, come on. They didn't pick me for the team, but they liked my attitude, charisma, and stuff like that. So I think we kept in contact. And then when the show ended up coming out, the GameCube Club, I think that's how I got my tickets for that. Because I remember it was like good quality paper, like paper that wouldn't just bend and flimsy. It was nice tickets. And they're like, yeah, you can give them away. So at the time I was a university student at the same place where I teach nowadays, which is funny. But I think I handed it out there, and yeah, that was a cool event.
It was really fun. And really cool. We kept asking for tickets to go to the next one. And because like we were one of the few people probably that were just like chopping it up with them the whole time, genuinely. They're like, yeah, like here's tickets. Come back every day.
Oh,
and
that's
like,
awesome.
Really? So like we did, of course, because it's like, why not? And this is like, God, I remember like gas was so cheap too back then. It was just like easy to drive around and not spend much money. So it was fun, the Cube Club. So my honorable mention, I got to give it to NBA Jam. And it's because, I played in the 1994 Blockbuster Championship. I won for Arizona. I was in the 18 and under. At the time, I was 9 years old. So the older people were pretty pissed that they got beat by a little kid. I got free rentals for a year, which at Blockbuster was awesome because, as we know, Blockbuster was a little bit more expensive. And then I won the Retro World Series in 2022 for NBA Jam. I participated in that and won that. And cool. I bought the arcade game, like the actual full-size arcade game, when I was living with my brother and my cousin. And I remember I rented a U-Haul with my cousin because I wasn't even going to ask a friend to borrow a truck or anything. Like, I need to just do this right now. It was on Craigslist. It was a good deal. I was going to have to drive far to go to get it. I don't want to like mess up any of my friends' trucks. I want to safely get it into a U-Haul. I don't care if I got to, pay $50 to drive it there and back because it's going to be worth it. And this arcade game went everywhere with me because, I was here in Phoenix managing Islands Restaurant. Then Islands moved me out to San Diego. So it goes to San Diego to Ocean Beach with me. Then it goes to Pacific Beach, then Mission Beach. Then it goes to Monterey, California, Monterey Bay, where I'm managing over there. Comes back to Phoenix, goes out to the desert. Like this arcade game went everywhere with me. And you guys know those arcade games are so heavy, insane, especially a 4-player with a huge monitor.
Oh, yeah.
Insane, like 500 pounds heavy. It's no joke. And so to lift that into a U-Haul or to figure out how to do it, it was not fun, especially going up flights of stairs in California when you're going to like a different apartment. Yeah,
you're going to San Diego and have to walk that thing all the way up. That would be horrendous. Yeah.
But we live by the beach in Ocean Beach, my cousin and I. And, in San Diego, you got the windows open all the time. And on the weekends, we'd have, obviously, Jam was on all the time. We'd play it all the time. We put it into attract mode. and turn it up.
Sure,
People would walk by. I kid you not. They walk by and hear NBA Jam, and they do a double take, and we'd always have our door open because that was just the San Diego vibe.
Sure.
They'd stop in, like poke their head, be like, "Did I just hear NBA Jam?" Be like, "Yeah, like you want to play?
Want to play?"
People would be like, "Fuck yeah, I want to play." I'm like,
That's
"This
awesome.
is so cool." Yeah. So like, honestly, we actually made a lot of friends by having people come over. They're like, "How much is it?" I'm like, "Don't worry, man. It's on free play. It's always on free play over here." So I have a lot of memories with Jam. Of course, I have the arcade one now. My other special shout out, though, I just got to say to GoldenEye 007.
Oh, of course.
And
Classic.
WCW NWO Revenge.
Yes,
the amount of hours put into those games is insane. I absolutely love them. I actually just recently downloaded a handful of mods for No Mercy. I don't know if you guys have seen those wrestling mods that adds new characters.
Oh, no.
Oh my God. It's so cool. Like, this is crazy. Like, I just love that community that works on games for free just to like add characters that they want to add. The modding community, you could say. Huge fan of it. So
what the hell was that, Nintendo Prime?
You guys should
don't worry about
out.
it.
Wait, no. I want to. May I?
RogersBase is being initiated right now.
What are you doing, bro? Okay, I'm listening to Thunderstash. I'm genuinely interested. I'm like, this is so nice. We're talking about GoldenEye, all these old games. Then you hear this classless man burp off camera loudly in the middle of this good story. This is why OJ doesn't mess with you anymore, bro. This is exactly it. Because you're burping loudly into the microphone. I'm listening to this nice nostalgic story, bro. 0 out of 10 burp, bro. Insane that you would do that. Thunderstash, you get another game. You get one extra game for that. That's unbelievable. I can't believe I'm taking over the show. That's absurd. That's classless. Classless Nintendo Prime. Classless. Okay.
If I get one extra game, I will give one more. I will say,
let's hear it.
God, it's between two, but I'm going to keep it Nintendo. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to go with Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Oh,
because that is just legendary for so many reasons that I won't list them. So, RogersBase, I want to hear your top 5 games.
I got it. I actually have a lot of crossover with you guys, I think, for the most part. It's funny because I feel like those of us that are a little older, like I'm the youngest of this group, but I also feel like I am old when it comes to YouTube, which is kind of insane. I feel like the majority of people grew up like GameCube era, right? Whereas for me, GameCube was the first generation that I experienced like the actual jump in. Good Lord, bro. It's insane.
You see
I experienced the jump in real time in terms of like graphical capabilities, right? For me, my first game that I ever saw and was blown away by in stores was something that Eric brought up earlier, which is what I was digging for earlier. My man, Banjo-Kazooie. Bro, Banjo, let me tell you, okay? I had a Sega Pico at the time as a little kid. I had the old Sega Pico with like Tails Music Maker and everything. And that was kind of my first experience with video games, but I didn't actually have like a video game system. Sega Pico, for anybody who doesn't know what that is like an edutainment kind of system that you play with books. It's not real games. So I remember going to Toys R Us as an 8-year-old leading up to the Christmas before 1998, seeing Banjo-Kazooie, having never seen a 3D video game ever, and my mind being like completely blown by this. Like seeing these lush worlds, hearing like the little voice acting like that. Like I thought that was the coolest thing. And I was absolutely obsessed with it. And so Banjo-Kazooie again was like my entry into video games. Like I would not be doing what I am doing today if not for Banjo-Kazooie. So that's like one and done, easy, didn't have to think about it. I just finished playing through TUI and NSO. Yeah. Adore it. So much fun still. And so Banjo-Kazooie, that's number 1. All right. I've ensured Roger will never come on his show.
Look, I couldn't fire back with you at the one thing I could make fun of you for because you 8 Mile my ass.
That's funny. No,
I
really try to 8 Mile you. I didn't try to 8 Mile.
I really hope you did, Roger.
The second burp was intentional. I had to interrupt
I loved it. You had to get it out there.
I hope you did screen grab your your
I did my analytics.
viewers.
I did for sure.
Because we are going to see, did the burp lower the algorithm?
No.
Here's what happened. I lost subscribers and you gained.
There you go. It could be. They said, I'm leaving this classless Nintendo Prime. I'm going to go watch Thunder
Now, my audience, they know what they signed up for. They've been to too many of these.
I know. Okay, so but Banjo is one of mine. Okay,
I've actually gone up 2 subscribers.
There you go. Look at that. Fantastic. Probably because of me. There you go. Anyway. Banjo-Kazooie. All right, that's number one. Number 2, I'm actually going with a modern pick for this one because this is games we're thankful for, right? Not necessarily games that are like our favorite.
Right.
I am genuinely thankful for the fact that new Pokemon Snap exists. That Pokemon Snap I grew up with, absolutely adored. And while I enjoyed new Pokemon Snap, the fact that they actually made a sequel, and that's a sub-series that may continue on in the future, considering how well that game sold, is amazing. Like, I'm genuinely thankful that they actually made a new Pokemon Snap game. It's unbelievable. Absolutely, genuinely unbelievable. I think the game turned out to be pretty good, but I have so much history with the original Pokemon Snap. I think I've actually told this story on Nintendo Prime before. I think I've told the story about how I was sick as a kid. I had the croup. My local firefighters came to take me to potentially go to the hospital. And to calm me down, they put on Pokemon Snap on my N64, and the guy sat with me as I was playing through. So I have a lot of nostalgia for Pokemon Snap. And so again, new Pokemon Snap coming back. Awesome. Huge. Super thankful for it. That's one of them for sure. Third one on here that's on my list is actually a game that I just got another physical copy of today, which is the original right here, Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii. Another one that I'm kind of thankful for. The Definitive Edition, I think, is a better game, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. But I'm thankful for this one because those of you youngins who are, enjoying the Xenoblade franchise, you've got me to thank, all right? You've got the Operation Rainfall to thank for this. Those of us that were in the trenches begging Nintendo, bring over Xenoblade Chronicles, bring over Last Story, bring over Pandora's Tower, saying these games came out late in the Wii's life cycle. There is actually an audience that wants these games. The fact that Nintendo brought it over, took the chance, I'm thankful for. And the fact that then the game obviously was incredible, spawned this whole series now that's one of the critically acclaimed, get nominated for Game of the Year type series for Nintendo. It's huge. Xenoblade is now massive, and it's because Nintendo took the chance bringing over the original Xenoblade Chronicles for Wii. So that's another one that I'm thankful for. All right. Number 4. This is kind of a weird one. Because I don't know necessarily if it was published by Nintendo, but it certainly is a Nintendo game, and I think the fact that you even brought it up, Thunderstash, during the Cube Club thing goes to say, I feel like this is safe. All right. My 4th one is Star Wars. Why are you laughing about Star Wars? I see Nintendo Prime over there chuckling in the corner, drinking his beer. What is this?
I'm out of here. That's it. No,
my man's got the giggles. I see him looking over at Eric. My man's got the giggles. You got to say what you got to say, bro. I can't get through this thankful story. I'm getting nostalgic.
Here, will this help you?
Let's see.
There we go.
What is this?
I'm helping you out.
No, I like your giggles. You got to come back on screen. I just wanted to know what you were giggling about. I thought I missed something. That was funny.
I think you did. I think he wrote it in the chat.
Yeah, the chat wants me and RGT to have a boxing match.
Oh, I'm 110% down for that. You should.
So I said I need a year to train. I got a new medicine I'm starting. And I said, but until then, I fart in his general direction.
See, that's what I thought you were laughing about because you farted on him.
That's right. So does Eric have to smell that is the question, though. Does Eric smell
No, there was no actual fart.
There was no. Clear. Also, I just realized with your camera setups, Eric, you're literally sitting on the side that he burped on.
Yeah.
And you didn't punch him in the face?
I'm used to it.
Bro, this man would be laid out. This is insane. You'd have been laid out. This is insane.
To be clear, so in case RogersBase might not know, again, look, I don't think any episode he's been on, I've ever had a beer.
You've never burped. You could drink. I'll go pour a glass of wine right now, bro.
No. None of our guests are offended by having a drink. No. No one's gonna be offended by having. I'm an adult. Have a drink, right?
Of course.
No. So we have this thing on my channel. If we hit 69 in super chats, exactly 69, I have to chug a beer.
I see.
So then I have to let the belch out, or it doesn't. Now I will be clear. It happened once on a Kit and Krista podcast when they came on.
God, bro.
So I actually politely.
They will
muted.
never work with you ever again.
Well, that's why they have.
In fact, I will tell them. I will tell them after this. I'll say, you know what? I was just on Nintendo Pro. I will call Kit
I muted the burp.
Right
I muted the burp out of respect for them.
I was like, I will call them live on air.
To be clear,
I'm on Nintendo Prime. This man's burping, doing these nostalgic stories.
Since I chugged that beer when they were on, they have stopped responding to me. So I'm pretty sure I'm already on the shit list.
I believe it. That's it. How dare you?
I think they thought I was this family-friendly guy. They literally didn't know my audience is entirely over the age of 25. To be clear,
my audience. You're talking to me. My audience,
90. Dude, the percentage went up.
Literally 30.
It was 92% yesterday. Today it's 94.5% of my audience.
That's crazy.
RogersBase, the best thing to take out of that is he doesn't respect you.
That's fair. It's mutual. To be fair, it's mutual. All right. I think you've done one too many Nintendo Switch rumors, so it's mutual. It's a mutual friendship with no respect whatsoever.
Switch 2 rumors. I wasn't making videos back during those days.
during those days, bro. You mean every day of your entire life? What do you mean during those days? Okay, well, we're getting off topic. All right, anyway.
Let's go.
Let's bring it back in. All right.
What about Tears of the Kingdom last year? What?
What about it? The game was great. Did you not?
I know, but I made other content is what I'm saying. I made Tears of the Kingdom content.
But were you doing like we're not gonna get into this. Were you doing rumor monger videos about Tears of the Kingdom?
So like Star Wars?
Speculation videos, Star Wars. Okay, so anyway, yeah, Star Wars. So what did I already say? I said Banjo-Kazooie already. I said what else? I said I lost my train of thought. Banjo-Kazooie, Xenoblade. I said Xenoblade, and I said, did I say Star Wars?
That's what you're on.
You're on Rogue Squad.
Okay, so the reason why I bring up Rogue Leader, thank you. I see now I'm the old man. See, look at this. I'm forgetting my train of thought. All right, Star Wars Rogue Leader. Listen to this, okay? And I think you guys can attest to this. If you grew up with a Nintendo 64, I genuinely feel like the last time, even speaking to like modern games, right, and new consoles, I genuinely feel like the last time I was actually blown away by a graphical jump at the launch of a system was the jump from N64 to GameCube. And a big reason for that was Star Fox. I said Star Fox. Someone said Star Fox Grand Prix. A huge reason for that is because of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, man. That game genuinely looked real to me as like a 12-year-old, right? When that game came out, it really genuinely looked like the Star Wars movies. And in some aspects looked better than those original Star Wars movies. It was genuinely mind-blowing seeing that as a kid. And I have not really had that experience with another new system leap since. But dude, Rogue Leader, absolute. And the game was amazing too, on top of it. And it was like, obviously we got Rebel Strike afterwards, but it wasn't quite the same. It was like Rogue Leader hit at the right time. I still to this day think it's probably my favorite Star Wars game. And again, I'm thankful for the fact that I got to experience that graphical leap from the N64 to the GameCube live. It was just awesome.
It was huge. I totally agree with you, man.
Yeah. And in that realm, if I wasn't allowed to say Rogue Leader, if Prime would have smacked me in the face and gone, no, that's not Nintendo published, what would you have said? I would have actually said Wave Race. I think Wave Race Blue Storm, right up there with it. The water effects, like everything about
this
the
environment. This is Eric's topic. It's his rules.
Gorgeous. Well, that's true. It's Eric's topic. That's true. So anyway, so Rogue Leader is my number 4. And finally, last but certainly not least, all right, I got a shout out. I'm cheating with this one. The Super Smash Brothers franchise. And here's why I'm saying this. Technically, my answer would be Ultimate, right? My answer would be Ultimate in terms of a game that I am thankful for, because I have a lot of my YouTube success to give to Smash Brothers Ultimate. So many of my giant sub jumps came from reacting to character trailers for Smash Ultimate. And on top of that, too, that game is like a dream come true. The fact that Sakurai actually managed to get all those characters in one game, incredible. But I said this on my live stream during the reaction for Sora, during that last character. I was a sobbing mess, and I was thanking Sakurai and explained why these games mean so much to me. The original Super Smash Brothers, my parents would not let me play. They saw it on like one of those local news lists of like games you should never allow your children to play. And which is crazy because my dad literally bought me GoldenEye. So I was shooting people and bleeding and like odd jobs throwing things. They were fine with GoldenEye. My parents had no issues with GoldenEye, but they saw Smash Brothers because of this Nintendo news story. And they said, you can't play Smash. So you know what I did as a child? My friend, shout out to Eric Wickstrom. My friend Eric Wickstrom in elementary school had Smash Brothers, but his parents wouldn't let him play GoldenEye. So what I did, I went to school, I bought my GoldenEye cartridge, and I changed cartridges with Eric Wickstrom. And he got GoldenEye, and I got Super Smash Brothers. And one night, I was sitting in my room playing Smash Brothers, and my parents walk in, and they're like, "Oh, what is this cute game you're playing?" And I, at that point, fessed up and was like, "Smash Brothers." And as soon as they said, what was that cute game? They were like, "How'd you get Smash Brothers?" I told them the story. I traded my GoldenEye cartridge at school, all this stuff. I figured, why lie, you know?
Yeah.
And then my parents were like, "Oh, but this is totally fine." I said, "I told you the game's fine. It's cute." I told so at that point they were totally cool with it. And then my mom, in fact, was more cool with it because she's like, "Well, you changed the game that I didn't even approve of because I didn't know people were going to get shot and bleed in GoldenEye." So there you go. So that's one of them. Okay, that was the original Smash. Then jump forward to Melee, right? Again, graphical leap. N64 to GameCube. Huge. Was the first GameCube game that I was allowed to purchase on my own after getting the GameCube with Rogue Leader and Wave Race for Christmas, right? Huge deal. Absolutely loved it. Graphical leap, Melee. Then Brawl. Brawl released on my exact 18th birthday. It launched on March 9th, 2008. And so I was allowed to stay home that birthday weekend after, because obviously it came over on Friday, right? It came out on a Friday, and then it was like Saturday and Sunday, or it came out like on a Thursday or something. Regardless of what it was, I had a long 3-day weekend that I was allowed to take. I mean, literally, I just called out sick. My parents were like, "It's fine, take the day off." I played through the entirety of Subspace Emissary during my off day and through the entire weekend, had all my friends over, unlocked all the characters, and absolutely fell in love with it. And those of you that remember Smash Brawl, those of you that remember the lead up to that, the dojo was unlike anything else Nintendo has done to that point and has ever done in the future. Waking up every morning, seeing character reveals, seeing new stages, like fully detailed by Sakurai himself, waking up, going to the playground every morning. I remember going to the bus stop in high school, hanging out with my buddy John, and we'd go to the bus stop and purposely, like, we would, to test each other to see if we like watched the dojo stuff in the morning, I'd be like, "Yo, did you see that the Harvest Moon Farmer got added as a playable character?" And we would just make stuff up for each other. This is probably where Star Fox Grand Prix came from, right? But like we would just make stuff up and then tell each other at the bus stop to test whether or not something was real. And I vividly remember, not being able to check one morning, and that being the morning that Sonic got announced. And it was Sonic at the dojo. And John being like, "Did you see Sonic got announced?" I'm like, yeah, you're full of it. Whatever, sure. And then going to school, checking at the computer lab and seeing that Sonic actually got announced at school, I was losing my mind. So a lot of memories with that as well. And then finally, the one game I didn't bring up of all the major Smash games, Smash 4. Smash 4 came out my first year living on my own in LA. So I graduated college, was, working as a product demonstrator for Nintendo in Chicago, wanted to work for Nintendo proper, wanted to work for the Treehouse, and basically got all the way through the interview process. And Bill Trinin's like, "Look, we love your energy, but in order to actually get hired, you have to move out here." And I was a broke college kid. I didn't have any money. So I applied to all these other companies, got a job at Disney Interactive, which went defunct 2 weeks after I got the job, but it is what it is. That's a story for a different video. Literally got hired by them. Came out to LA, was able to have some moving expenses covered by Disney, so that was great. And then literally first year being in LA, first Christmas, first holiday season, being around on my own in California was the holiday season of both Oris and Super Smash Brothers. Now, the thing is, Oris is a piece of shit, and I could talk about that at a later date. So I don't think about Oris, but I think all the time about that lead up to Smash Wii U and 3DS and how important that was to me. So again, the Smash Brothers franchise, every single one of those games, I'm thankful for. And that's why I'm sort of cheating, saying the franchise itself is my number 5. But there you go. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it.
Seal of approval.
Yes.
Very good.
All right. Is it my turn now?
That's right. I'm gonna go. You were drinking. I'm gonna go get a glass of wine.
Well, you know what? You know what? That's perfect. Hold on. Before you walk away, there's actually a super chat related to that.
Oh, let's hear it. What's the super
Boom
chat?
Indy came in and says RogersBase doesn't list a Zelda game. He drinks a glass of wine.
Ooh. Did I not say a Zelda game? Well, hold on. Banjo-Kazooie, Rogue Leader, Smash Brothers franchise,
Snap.
new Pokemon Snap, and what was the last one?
I don't know. It was your list.
Hold on, no, but what was the 5th game?
It wasn't.
No, there was no.
No, I guess there wasn't a Zelda.
There wasn't a Zelda.
Banjo-Kazooie, Rogue Leader, new Pokemon Snap.
He's like surprising himself that Zelda didn't
I am. I literally have
Xenoblade.
Oh,
Xenoblade.
Xenoblade. That's
Yes.
why.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. Because, well, to be fair, Xenoblade and Zelda are like neck and neck for me. Yeah, you're right. Xenoblade because of Operation Rainfall. You're correct.
There
Correct.
it is.
But Zelda, to be fair, Zelda would be like probably number 6, and it would probably be Breath of the Wild. I'll tell a brief little aside because he burped twice. So here's my brief little aside. All right. The reason why I would say Breath of the Wild as my Zelda game is because that lead up to the launch of the Switch, I was incredibly lucky to have gotten a Switch a month early from Nintendo. Because some of you guys might remember this. I was on a Nintendo Minute episode previewing the Switch like back in that January. And they surprised me at the end of that preview by saying, we're going to send you a Switch. And I was thinking on launch day, I'm thinking this is going to be awesome. I'm going to get a Switch on launch day with Zelda. Awesome. Come to find out, I get delivery at my doorstep on February 1st. And I'm like, what is this? And it was early. And it was the Switch with Breath of the Wild and 1-2 Switch. Bro, when I tell you, I fiended that game for a full month before anybody else was playing it. And the fact that nobody else was playing it, so I couldn't talk. I think the only other person I talked to about this was Andre, because Andre from Game Explained got one early as like a review thing. He was like one of the only other people. I didn't know anybody else that had their Switches early. And so like being able to play through that game and discover everything and there being nothing online about it at the time was genuinely magical, because as a content creator, you guys all know this, right? Like that magic is kind of gone in a sense for those of us that like make videos about the stuff, because we're reporting on the games and we're seeing this stuff early. There was never a situation that I could think of similar to Breath of the Wild. Maybe only Super Mario Odyssey is the only other one I could think of in terms of like I got it really early and was able to play it before and nobody else like, was talking about it. Breath of the Wild, playing that early, discovering that game, seeing Sidon, seeing the Calamity Ganon battle, seeing all these cool little discoveries, discovering the Koroks is just like, and on top of that, being able to have the Switch early, like playing it on the Switch a month before anyone else, like Nintendo doesn't care now. I've told this story publicly, so I could talk about it now. But at the time, there was a very strict embargo. They were like, look, don't take the Switch out in public. Don't like talk about it anywhere. Bro, I still went to my local Starbucks every single day, got my cup of coffee, and was playing my Switch. And every single day, people were like, what is that? What are you playing? I'm like, oh, I can't show you. I'm sorry. And I did it to be a little shit. I did it just because I knew people were going to ask me about it, and it was cool.
And I'm the asshole. I'm the asshole.
Well, you are, to be fair. I would never burp during somebody's thankful stories, right? Unbelievable. Wouldn't do it. But yeah, so that was a huge aspect of it too. It was like the mystique behind the Switch and like being able to have it early and stuff. It was very cool. So I think Breath of the Wild is one that I would probably list if I didn't put Xenoblade. So yeah.
All right.
I think
you gonna get the glass of wine now?
I am gonna get my glass of wine.
There we go.
Piggybacking on off of what Roger said, it's one of those things that like the older you get, the more rare and rare it is to truly find that magical game again.
Yep.
Exactly.
And
there hasn't really been an experience like that. Exactly.
Yeah. Here I am. How old was I 7 years ago? 30, 33, 34-year-old. And as an adult, 34-year-old driving around in Los Angeles playing this game, I was like, man, I wish I could get out of my car and instead of driving home, use a paraglider and soar down the mountain and go to my house. Dang. And when my wife is driving, all I could do is look at the fields and just like, dang, there could be Koroks over there. It got that childlike. I mean, I already had my turn. I know Nate's next, but like, it's just, yeah, Breath of the Wild did it for me. It captured that magic in every element, because all games get better graphics in time, get better writing, because writing is able to be displayed better on screen with text and for every reason, audio, bigger files to have orchestrated music. But yeah, Breath of the Wild, that was magical. And to be fair, I didn't even share this one, but Breath of the Wild is one of the 2 games that I got to play. I didn't quite get a Nintendo Switch a month early like Roger did, but I was a part of that Nintendo Switch in Unexpected Places commercial, so I got to play Breath of the Wild with John Cena and 1-2 Switch with John Cena a month before the system came out. So being a part of that advertisement campaign was pretty sweet, and one more reason for Breath of the Wild being up there. But yeah,
All right. So the problem with everyone going first is Eric went first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Starts off real light, starts off really nice. Then all three of you, rapid fire, have these amazing stories. And they all happen to involve like events and people that make me look small. Because I live in bumfuck Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. There was none of these events here. Didn't even hear about these events here. Not only that, I have met nobody and done nothing with anyone. So when I get into my 5,
I wonder why.
You're hearing that?
And then we got RogersBase, who has officially, now you know why RogersBase is only invited on like once every 6 months.
Because he says no.
Because he somehow is Andres Restart and Jake
I'm doing cool stuff because I get invited because I'm not burping in people's microphones. I'm not sitting over there drinking Michelobes or whatever you're drinking. I got my little glass of wine. I'm classy. Unlike you, classless pig. Nintendo Prime.
Look, I've accepted my lot in life. All right, accepted my lot in life. Dude, I live in bumfuck Wisconsin. The only thing we got here is beer. So you know what?
That's not true, bro. You literally live in the capital of cheese. I mean, you live in the capital. What do you pair with cheese and beer? Wine. That's wrong.
We literally have a thing called beer cheese.
You have a thing called beer cheese, but you literally you're saying this like as if you aren't literally my neighbor to the north. I'm from Chicago. I lived there 26 years of my life. Okay, you go to Wisconsin Dells. You go to Wisconsin Dells. I feel sorry for you, bro. I love being in Chicago. Chicago's got culture. We got class. We got wine. All right, you should know. And again, Wisconsin has culture. It's just you're uncultured. That's all it is. You can go get your cheese. You can go get your wine to pair with it. You just don't know. You get your beer cheese instead. Eric's got more culture than you. He's not burping into people's microphones.
He doesn't drink, to be fair.
Oh, that's fair. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, you got a
Coke. By the way, that's fair. I have heard this motherfucker in the middle of the mall belch so loud it reverberated off the ceiling.
Yeah, I kind of make him look. He thought that burp was big.
There's some stories I could tell.
What'd you link, Paul? Let me see this in the chat. What'd you pull up?
It's one more reason why Breath of the Wild is so good.
Oh man, I forgot about this.
It's the throwback to. We started talking online together like 14, 15, maybe earlier.
I gotta say, this was like the days of me being We Will Rock You on NeoGaf before I did that Professor Layton thing. I mean, that's like, I think I've known you online for like a long time. I can't even remember. Remember NeoGaf? Do you remember that website? Yeah. That's crazy, man.
NeoGaf eventually reset era.
Yeah, exactly.
NeoGaf became irrelevant.
Family boards.
2017 or something.
It literally did. Yeah, literally. Nobody comes to
the owner did some dumb stuff.
It's done. Yeah.
All right.
Throwback. I love this photo.
Since I'm an uncultured swine.
I'm only teasing. You know I love you.
No, it's okay.
Well, love strong. But I greatly like you. No. I like you, of course.
What he's saying is we can hang out and have a good time. It could just never be on camera.
What do you mean? I'm literally on camera with you right now.
No,
I'm literally on camera with you right now drinking a wine.
Yes.
What are you doing? Why are you breaking out Japan Rogers
when you don't get switched too early, a month early, it'll come back on me.
It will.
Exactly.
I'll go. They listen to that Nintendo Prime podcast. I've told this story. I've said this before. I'm gonna tell a fun little story, okay? If I may, if I'm allowed. Okay.
You may. By the way, guys, this is gonna be a buckle the fuck up. We're on topic 1 still.
Topic 1 still. No, I will tell a fun story. When I was at a Nintendo event one time, I'm not gonna tell the full story because it involves a lot of other stuff. But I will say there was a Nintendo representative that came up to me. I had made a joke. And I was like, oh, but you probably didn't know that I said that or whatever. So it's all, water under the bridge, whatever. And this representative put their hand on my shoulder and said to me, plain as day, Roger, Nintendo knows everything. And let me tell you, I have never had the fear of God sent through my spine. The more than that one moment, I was like, oh, okay, the ninjas are real. All right, I watch what I say. So I would not be surprised if randomly I find out at the next Nintendo preview, hey, you were on that Prime podcast with that guy that was burping all the time. They'll probably be like, you know what, though, Roger, you were classy. You were there with your glass of wine. You were telling this. You were letting Thunderstash speak. It is what it is. Thunderstash is cool, man.
Ike, you too, man.
Can't say the same about you, Nintendo Farm.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to show a little respect to the
Let's hear
audience. We have a $50 super chat that's related to this. I want to make sure I get this story. I'm trying to be nice. Thank you for the $50. This comes from Free Metroid Hat. Says, my most important Nintendo games are Pokemon Crystal for getting me into gaming and helping me learn to read. That's a very big one. A lot of people learn to read with video games. Zelda Ocarina of Time for the first game that I completed 100%. And also, my dad, a fan of gaming, Metroid Prime.
Nice.
My favorite.
Nice. Actually, is that where your name comes from? Is it from Metroid Prime?
No.
Where did it come from? I've never asked you this. I'm curious. Where's Nintendo Prime come from?
Look, let's just stick with that's the story, but that's not the story.
Okay.
You're gonna lose more. Like you already have no respect for me.
Oh no.
You already have no respect.
Subscribers are already into the 300s again.
Look, let's just say I really suck at coming up with names. You can ask me. I'm trying to start a Nintendo forum, and I'm asking my fans, and I'm like, I can't come up with shit. So I was starting to think of a name, right? Zelda Informer. Yeah, I knew it got bought out back in 2016, so I kind of knew that was going down. That's where I came from. And I'm like, okay, so that's going to be going down. The guy's going to close it. Fine. So I'm like, all right, I got to start something new. What's this new thing going to be? Couldn't think of anything. I'm so terrible. You got Go Nintendo out there, right? Like, oh, sure. They're sweet.
Shout out to Kevin.
Nintendo Life. Like, hey, breathing life into Nintendo. Beautiful name.
Yep.
Beautiful name. Then you got unique names out there. Unique YouTubers like Arlo and RogersBase.
That's right.
Unique names. All right. So I'm like, you know what?
Paul Gale.
Paul Gale. Totally unique. So
Mom and Dad gave it to me. I just came up with the network.
That's right. To be fair, also my name is Roger. It's not like I'm literally Roger DeLuigi. It's like I'm born to do.
I know.
Yes. By
the way, I didn't know that until I actually Googled you. I was like, I don't actually know. Is that real? Someone told me Roger wasn't your real name. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's part of his name.
People still say that all the time.
Fucking wild if it's not.
Because I do One Piece stuff, right? And the Pirate King in One Piece.
Yeah, the Pirate King's Roger. Yeah.
And so a lot of people think the name is from that. And it's like, no, my name. It just is crazy that like I was born to do this. That literally my name is Roger and Luigi. Like you can't get more One Piece and Nintendo than that. Like,
I Googled it and I'm like, I hope Google's right and that person's wrong because otherwise my
I would
life's
show
a lie.
my driver's license if it wouldn't dox me. I would literally pull it up right now.
Yeah, no. So
get another glass of wine in me. Maybe I'll show my driver's license.
I will turn his camera off. I gotta see. Look, I might have no class, but I ain't no doxer. We're
no. I'd be. Is it doxing if I dox myself? Yeah, I'm like.
But if it happened on my show, because I let you have too much by encouraging you,
you'd be fine.
Well, you mean you can't come after me? It's your own fault. But
yeah, exactly. I would be responsible for it.
That being said. Yeah, but I just feel like I got to protect people. If they get drunk on my show, I got to protect them a little bit.
I'm not drunk. You're the one burping. I'm having a little glass.
I had a beer that's like 3% alcohol. What are we talking about? It's like water.
All right, I'm taking over. Go ahead.
It's like carbonated water. All
Next topic.
This guy hasn't even.
I'm trying to. So look. Here's the thing. Here's the Prime name.
Oh, that's
came
right.
From,
you
all
still got to get his
I'm trying to think about trying to think of names right now. I came from Zelda Informer, right, or Zelda Domain. So I'm like, okay. So it was originally a website. I'm like, okay, Nintendo. What can I do with Nintendo? Because there's Nintendo Life and Go Nintendo. So I'm like, dude, I can't think of shit. And then I made an order on a website called Amazon with a Prime membership.
Is that really where it comes from?
That's where it came from.
Oh my god!
It didn't hit me. By the way, as a huge fan of Metroid, it didn't hit me that I should have just ran with the Metroid Prime thing.
For sure.
But like, I can't lie. It came from Amazon Prime when I made an order one day. And I'm like, Prime, that's a really fucking good name. Nintendo Prime.
I love it.
Interesting. I love it. That's cool.
Yeah, like you come for a prime time. I'm like, dude, this is sweet. And then I'm like, oh, shit. Is this really the founding story of the name? So Amazon Prime, thanks for existing, I guess, or I might have never thought about it.
Have you ever said that story on the podcast?
Yeah, not on the podcast.
I was going to say, because there's people who are like, oh my God, wow, I did not know. I honestly thought it was Metroid in your own live chat.
So. Oh, dude, everyone assumes it's Metroid because that's what makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Not.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, I don't really replay games. So that's why I wasn't thinking about Metroid Prime. I beat Metroid Prime how many years ago?
2002.
Like I was a whole other lifetime. Yeah.
Well, you played through Remastered, right?
No, I did not play through it.
You're uncultured again. Once again, proving.
I heard everything, by the way, but I already knew that story. But Nate still hasn't got over his.
Paul Gale knows things about me you can only dream of. Maybe you don't want to dream of it.
I was like, I don't think I want to know.
And everybody.
And he
Eric's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, the stories Eric has, sorry. I didn't mean to show that again. I don't know what the hell's going on. I clicked on the wrong thing. All right. I'm uncultured.
Top
so
5
I make
games.
mistakes.
No. So your other games, your 5 games.
So my top 5 games that I'm thankful for. I don't even know if I can get stories out of this. I was just saying, that like, hey, I come after you 3 with all these touching stories and these amazing moments and these gaming things. And I'm like, dude, I'm in the middle of Wisconsin. This is where the beer thing came. We only have beer.
That's how we got on the topic of
that's how we got on it. No, that doesn't say there's not culture here. Yeah, we have hunting. Right?
Of course,
we got snowmobiling. There's a lot of fun
Great
stuff.
Wolf Lodge, man.
Oh,
Great Wolf Lodge.
Oh, the Wisconsin Dells is great. I love the Dells. I've been there like 50 times in my life.
Fun.
I love the Dells. Yeah. But look, everywhere I go, we're drinking beer. It just is what it is. That's just what it is in Wisconsin. Fair. And it's cheap beer. It's like $1 beer. You go to like happy hour, $1 beer. It's everywhere. we have more bars per capita than any state in the country. It is what it is. I don't actually know what I was gonna say. Are we proud of that? Yes, actually, Wisconsin's very proud of that.
And I think it's 8 of the top 10 drunkest counties are in Wisconsin.
Yes,
is it really?
Yes,
8 of the top 10.
Yes, we drink a lot in Wisconsin. That being said, Eric's like, I'm gonna fact check. Maybe it's 10 out of 10 now. Maybe it's 10 out of 10 now. Anyways,
oh, sorry. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Sorry,
we're looking to try to fact check it live.
Give me no. It's more than that.
Oh my God, it's more than that. We're 10 out of 10.
Hold on. Out of the top 50, 41 counties are in Wisconsin.
So when you talk about I talk about the beer, this isn't a joke. Everywhere we go, it is drinking.
That's amazing.
That's
we have that one thing in common in Wisconsin. So I know you're like, oh, I'm your neighbor from the South. I'm telling you right now, it's different. You live here. It is different. Anyways, fun to visit, but it's not the full experience. Not the full experience. Anyways, so that's what I was saying. What I just did on the podcast with the burp twice, that would be a compliment in Wisconsin to many people.
There you go. I take that.
Miller Lite probably considers it a big compliment because I burped a light beer. What the fuck? Anyways, no, my 5. So I had a lot of time to think about it. I've been listening to your stories, and I was listening to them intently. I didn't plan for there to be a 69, and I just happened. I didn't plan for that $50 super chat. That was insane. Thank you, Free Metro Tap. That being said, I was hoping it would happen way later in the stream if it did happen. Once we got to topics that weren't so touching. That being said, look, you guys had a lot of really interesting stories, and it made me rethink my top 5 a little bit. One game, I'm not going to go in any order because I'm not really sure which one would be number 1, but for starters, the fact that I'm here doing this today is thanks to Ocarina of Time.
There you go.
Now, famously, Ocarina of Time is not in my top 10 Zelda games. I know, wild. We've had this talk up before. But that doesn't mean it's not important to me. It inspired me so much when I was like 12. Yeah, I think it was 12. Yeah, I was 12 when it came out. It inspired me so much that I literally made a fan website called Zelda Domain on GeoCities. I ran that shit all the way till 2006. Wow. That led to me joining Zelda Informer's editor-in-chief and all that stuff. Eventually going to my first ever E3 in E3 2016, representing Zelda Informer. It was awesome.
You were editor-in-chief for Zelda Informer?
For a decade.
I literally did not know that. How the heck did I not know that?
I didn't know it either when I met Nate. I was like, no way, because
by the way, I was the only.
You guys you wrote stories about me when I did that side on cover.
Yes, we did.
But guess what? What the heck? I had no idea.
I either wrote that story or I copy edited. I can't remember.
That's insane. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So we actually one reason I have so many friends on YouTube in general is because we were one of the only websites in the world covering YouTube content for a long period because we wanted daily content. We're like, dude, the YouTubers are creating all this fucking amazing content. Yeah. Why aren't we covering this? We have almost 1 million follower Facebook. What are we doing? Like, there's these YouTubers, like 100 subscribers that just drop this content that's better than anything we put out in 2 years. What the fuck are we talking about it? So that's what we did. So we did we covered a lot. So yeah, like HMK and a whole bunch of others, Game Over Jesse and stuff. Yeah. They all like started getting
for sure.
Misclick, like a bunch of people started getting followers originally for our coverage back there. That was the decision I made. Wow. So that's why a lot of people are like, oh, we're so appreciative of what you did back then. I'm like, wow, dude, I made money off that too. Come on now. Yeah. We were driving money, over on the Facebook page. But no, seriously, it was just really passionate and fun. So a decade of that. But this all stemmed from Ocarina of Time. I don't know what inspired me, but I wanted to make guides for it. And I don't know why. Maybe because I just couldn't find any damn guides besides the official player guide. That I'm like, dude, no one wants to spend. Dude, I'm a kid. No one's got this kind of fucking money to buy a fucking guide. Mm-hmm. For the few kids that have dial-up internet, let's like put some guides out there for this. So I actually was writing guides and stuff. And anyways, there's a long journey there. I don't really want to get in between, but eventually that led to what I'm doing here. So like really Ocarina of Time is one of the most important games in my life, just for the sheer fact that I wouldn't be here doing this without it. I literally wouldn't. I would have been down a completely different path in life. So Ocarina of Time, really big, important game. And one of the few games from my childhood that I recently beat again, because I don't replay games, but I beat it on a YouTube Shorts live stream earlier this year.
Nice.
And Majora's Mask, which I think is the better game, but that's not in my top 5 here. Yeah. Love Majora's Mask. So there you go, guys. I have a Zelda game on. Are you kidding me? Like I wasn't gonna have Zelda on here. And it wasn't even one of my top 5.
There were 3 of us that had Ocarina, right?
A lot of
Wow.
This is an important game. It's an important game. Then I have to go to other moments in my life, key things. And I got to keep this Nintendo because there's a couple games like that weren't even on Nintendo that like World of Warcraft and stuff that had some pretty big importance to me. But sticking with just Nintendo stuff or tangentially on Nintendo systems, I have to throw on just one more N64 game. And someone else brought this up earlier, GoldenEye.
Oh, awesome!
I just couldn't. Amazing. Like Eric, me, all my friends, nonstop GoldenEye all the time. I just brought people together. Like everyone was like, oh, Smash Bros. And Mario Kart. I mean, no, it was GoldenEye. It was GoldenEye we were playing. Like that's we'd turn those games on just to turn them off in like a half hour to go to GoldenEye. Like it was just dude, Golden Gun. Everyone arguing over who's gonna be Odd Job, and it was so fun. Paintball mode, big heads. Lots. Just
slappers only.
Slappers only. Slappers only. So yeah, it just. It kind of so I already played some shooters at that point. Like I'd PC gamed a little bit, so I played like Duke Nukem, and Doom and stuff, Unreal Tournament. But it just something about that game just really not only is it the game that's widely considered the one that made shooters get more popular on console because it kind of hey, we can actually do this without a mouse and keyboard, even though mouse and keyboard is still the best. It doesn't matter. A console that wasn't an option back then. So they found a way to make that work, which ultimately led to like even Perfect Dark that people think is better. And then, all the rest, Time Splitters and Halo and everything else, Call of Duty. I don't know. It's one of the few shooters I could always just pick up and have a good time, except on Switch where you got to remap everything. But
which I did, to be fair.
Yeah, once you remap, it's fun. Well, once you remap, it's fun. Or just have the N64 controller, which I do not have. I gotta get one. I would have maybe gotten you one for Christmas, but again, the burping was a little much, so it is what it is. I probably could have gotten one. I could have swung that. I could have sent this stream to Nintendo. I could have gone, look, I was on this lovely little Nintendo podcast, but they're going to tune in for 1 second and they'll see how you are and they'll be like, So they don't entirely hate me. They sent me Mario and Luigi. So I mean,
there you go. Well, I don't know. That doesn't prove anything.
For years.
If they sent you Mario and Luigi, they might just hate you. I mean, that's a conversation for a different show. I mean, they said we got to get this out of here. Let's give this to Nintendo.
Nobody's talking about this. We got to give it to the shit.
We got to give it
to Look, we can't hit with the big ones. We're going to hit with the shit tier. They're going to be thankful for the breadcrumb we gave them.
Yeah, right. So GoldenEye and then Ocarina. What are your other?
Yeah. Okay, so they're both N64 era. I could talk about a bunch of N64 games, but those were the two that really stuck out. The other one I'm going to throw on there is it's gonna be one more Zelda. It's the only other Zelda game I'm putting on there. It's Breath of the Wild.
Great.
And like Breath of the Wild, Eric talked about how like it reawoken him as a gamer. Well, I was still playing games the whole time, but I was kind of on autopilot. Didn't really enjoy them that much. If it wasn't Zelda, just didn't care to play it.
Yeah.
Like I played other games. I just played them out of obligation. Like I beat every single Wii U exclusive. Don't remember enjoying. I literally don't even remember enjoying them. Like I just, so it was really weird. And then Breath of the Wild came along and it really was the E3 2016 demo. My mind was so fucking blown that I literally looked Eric in the face and said, "This is the greatest Zelda game I've ever played in my life, and it's a fucking demo."
Mm-hmm.
What is happening right now? This shouldn't be happening for a demo. This is just a starter area. So, like, Tears of the Kingdom is my favorite game of all time, but there is no Tears of the Kingdom without this game. So it's more important to me. It's more impassioned. It's a game I'm extremely thankful for because it made me approach gaming differently by changing up my mind. Because Zelda was like, I always like Zelda the way it is, the dungeons, the linearity. And then all of a sudden, this just shattered everything. It made me realize how much I just fucking love playing video games again. And from that point forward, this entire Switch era has been my favorite era ever because I haven't enjoyed an era like this since the Super Nintendo. It's crazy to me. Like, everything I touch is just awesome. I love it. Like, this is insane to me. So, Princess Peach Showtime, maybe a little overhyped on that one. That one wasn't quite as great this year. You got a little bored after a few hours.
I'd still rather play that than Mario and Luigi, to be completely fair. And I did still kind of like it. It was fun, you know.
Yeah,
it was a cute
fine.
little. It was a cute.
It just got really. The gameplay felt really repetitive after a few hours.
I agree. If the whole game was like,
I love
the thief
with
mode?
the stage and
it was great.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
yeah, I
good.
loved it.
Anyways, so when I think about the other two, there's been some moments in my life where, because again, I don't have these cool little gaming things to attach to it. So I got to go interpersonal here. I got to go with like just moments in my life where I was coming out of the darkness. Because I think a lot of us have seen darkness at one point or another in our life, maybe multiple times. And when my grandfather passed away on Halloween 2018, it was very hard. I was in the room. Now to watch him take his last breath, it was very difficult. Watching my grandmother and everyone else in the room, and one of the toughest things I've had to go through. And I didn't know what to do with myself for a good while. I mean, I was faking it on YouTube and trying to put on a smile. I didn't know what the fuck to do with myself. So I'm like, how am I going to get out of this funk? I tried everything. You know, with my fiance, we have our fun times. When it's done, I'm back right into it. I don't know what to do. Talked to therapists and everything. And the therapist said, well, have you tried games? I'm like, oh, dude, I always play games.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we talking about? No. A game you can lose yourself in and just deal with this. So it wasn't until 2019, and I don't know why it was this game, but it was Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
My man, there you go. There you go.
Is he redeemed?
Well, I'm redeemed anyways.
You're redeemed.
You're redeemed. I don't know what it was about the story.
No, it's good. You're redeemed.
I don't know. It's the story. I don't know what about it, but it just hit the right notes I needed in that moment to kick myself out of this. We got some dogs.
My dog agrees. Yeah,
the dog's agreeing over there. I mentioned Xenoblade 2.
I agree. Yeah,
he's going nuts over
he's
there.
He's like, he's fine. Nintendo Prime's okay now. We're good.
All right, so getting that one emotional way, because I don't think I have an element that's quite as emotional as that. So we're good. We got that out of the way. Yeah, if you played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I don't know if you can relate and figure that out.
It's a great one. It is a great one to lose yourself to. It's funny because I went through a similar thing at the end of 2016 with my grandfather. And it did kind of take me until like this beginning of the Switch era to kind of like lose myself into something. And while it wasn't Xenoblade for me, like I mentioned earlier, it was Breath of the Wild. Xenoblade was in that launch year of the Switch, which made everything so magical. And I feel like Breath of the Wild to ARMS, weirdly enough, to Odyssey, to Xenoblade Chronicles 2, that line of games and like being able to just kind of lose yourself, and it's on this system that then was so different. I'm right there with you. I could see how you could have lost yourself in that. So yeah,
just right.
You're
time
redeemed.
for it.
You're back. You're back. You're fine.
Because I played it originally in 2017, but I just never really got more than a few hours in. So I was like,
yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm looking through the games, like, wow, what game can I lose myself in that I don't know what's going to happen? Hey,
yeah,
it's Xenoblade 2. Let's just dive.
And it really is too, just like such a good story. And I think people forget about 2 because of 3 and because of like the hype and the critical acclaim around 3. But I really do feel like 2's core cast, like that core group of characters in 2, is still my favorite of any of the casts of any of the Xenoblades. I think like I think Definitive Edition is probably the better game to me. I feel like Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition is still kind of like peak. But in terms of like a core cast, even more than 3, which has some really emotional highs, that core squad, dude, of like Rex and Pyra and Mithra, and I mean, it was great. Nia, you know.
Oh yeah.
In the words of Shulk, I'm not Shulk, excuse me. In the words of Rex in that game, Rex is like, "I love you, Pyra and Mithra. I love everyone." You know, it's great.
Yeah.
Great game.
And so this last game is just the game that started it all for me. First video game I ever touched. Pissed my dad off. Told the story before. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Great.
So I don't even remember what age I was. It was one of my earliest gaming memories. My dad loved playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out. He had never gotten to Mike Tyson, but he got to Mike Tyson and paused because he was sweating. Whatever, I gotta go to the bathroom. He goes to the bathroom, and I'm like, I've been watching him for hours. Just get to Mike Tyson. I'm like, all right. He's in the bathroom. I'm like, this looks fun. I think I got this. I grab the controller. I unpause. Immediately get wrecked. I don't even know how to play the fucking game. Okay. I've never touched a controller in my life. Just get fucking wrecked. My dad comes out. He's fucking pissed. He's been playing this game for fucking years to get to Mike Tyson. And the first time he gets there, he doesn't even get to lose himself. I lose. And this is like when we didn't know codes or anything. So you just start all the way back from the beginning. And he was not happy with me. There are no save states. Granted, if you guys know, there are codes you can do to get, to skip to it. But it wasn't really a thing. Like, it wasn't well known. So, he was pissed. I got grounded. My mom came home and said, "What the fuck are you grounding him for ruining your game?" Thanks, Mommy. That's how I think that's the day I became a mommy's boy. So thanks for that. But no, what happened is that happened, and then it was I didn't touch it again until my dad finally stopped playing. I still don't even know to this day if he ever beat Mike Tyson. And I actually am curious if he did after this, because it was like 3 months later when he was no longer playing it and I was freely allowed to touch the NES. I played and I beat him in a week. And I remember my dad was like peeking out from the bedroom, just looking and watching, and I beat it. And he's like, "Son of a bitch." From that moment forward, I was a gamer. That moment forward, I was a gamer. So again, I don't know if he ever beat it, but he did. I know I beat him before he did. That's all I know. And he's like, "How'd you pick it up so quick?" I'm like, I don't know, man. It's 2 buttons. It's not that hard. By the way, after watching Thunderstash put out a video recently on beating Mike Tyson again, I tried to play I couldn't even get to Mike Tyson. I was getting wrecked so bad. So I'm like, you know what? I don't know what the fuck genius I had for my first gaming experience ever, but fuck yeah, all the way to Mike Tyson, took him out. 1 week of practice. Let's go. But you know what? I do realize that as a kid, I was definitely a much better gamer than I am today. I picked things up so quick. Today, I can't even wrap my dude. What turned me off from Xenoblade 2 back in 2017 was like they throw so much at you so quick control wise. I'm like, dude, this is just the fuck is going on? It's like the worst tutorial
you
ever.
have the whole gotcha thing with the blades and everything too. It's just there's a lot that throws at you.
They throw it
especially
at you.
If you've never played the original. Yeah,
they throw all this at me, and I'm like, dude, there's like no real like. Is there a tutorial to this? They're just fucking expecting me to just do shit. What is happening? A little bit better than 3, but
Your Punch-Out story with reaction timing and stuff like that reminds me of, and I think maybe it was you and I that talked about this, Nate, before, but you guys have all played Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Of course, yeah.
You remember the mini game where you're supposed to be really quick with how fast you serve the food, and you have to go like left for the cake, and this is like.
That's also crazy that you said food, and he immediately ran in the room. That is insane. Did he hear you say food? That's crazy.
But that's something like back in the day, the reaction time being a kid was a little bit faster. Like playing Super Duels and Ghosts, jump over here, don't land on that coffin coming out. And as an adult, getting into 30s and 40 now, like it's a little bit different on doing that fast, quick twitch. Like I'll still be able to pull off a Hadouken for life. I'll still have my Street Fighter like grip claws embedded in my memory for life. But yeah, some newer things or some newer games that require that quick twitch reaction, that challenge is there. Not that
fair,
Punch-Out wasn't tough, but
no. I feel like Punch-Out's a weird one because I've never been good at quick twitch kind of games ever. Mm-hmm. I've just never been good at. I don't like platformers. People know this. Like I get crap for this all the time that I'm like a Nintendo brand ambassador that doesn't really like Mario all that much. But like it's true. I love like Fire Emblem and Xenoblade and all stuff that you can take your time with. Yeah. You're taking your turns. But the one thing I will say
is hear that Nintendo.
They know this. They know this. No. They know this.
Fuck.
They know this. They know every.
I got nothing.
Know everything. I literally said
you literally are unable to make fun of.
I know when you join the program, a little bit of inside baseball. When you join the program, they ask you to write up a list of your favorite Nintendo franchises.
Sure.
And Smash was obviously number one for me. Yeah. And then I put Animal Crossing, Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, and Zelda. And then they were like, "Well, what are some other ones?" And I was like, "Okay, well, Pikmin obviously is a huge one for me. Pikmin, I love F-Zero is another one. I love F-Zero. And then beyond that, you have like a list of about 8. And then they were basically like, "Okay, cool. This is great, but like we're shocked that Mario's not on here." And I'm like, "Well, can I put Mario spin-offs? Because like I love Mario Kart and Mario Party, but I don't really like mainline Mario games if they're not 3D. I don't really care about them." Wonder kind of being a weird exception. Like I really ended up loving Wonder because I love Mario World. And I think a big reason for that is like I didn't grow up with Mario in the same way that I think a lot of people did. Like you older gentlemen that are in the call, who grew up with Mario. I didn't grow up with it in the same way. And so my first experience playing a lot of the 2D games was in college on Virtual Console. Was like literally I played Mario 3 and Mario World for the first time on Wii Virtual Console. And
after Banjo-Kazooie.
After Banjo-Kazooie, right? Which is like you can't go back. Right.
You would think after Mario 64 Banjo, but no,
after Mario 64, Banjo. After Mario Sunshine, after Mario Galaxy, like I had played the 2D ones afterwards. So in order for them to like really resonate with me, they had to be really, really good. And Mario World and Mario 3, I feel like are at that pedigree. And I feel like Mario Wonder is probably the first one in a long time that's like a 2D one that I feel like is at that same kind of level. And even then, like I haven't gone back and played Mario Wonder. I loved Mario Wonder when I played it, but like I don't see a world in which I'm like, golly gee, I can't wait to go back and play Mario Wonder again. But you know what? I'm still going to probably play like once a year, Mario World. It's on NSO. I love Mario World. It's a fantastic game. And so, yeah, for me, where we were going with this, sorry to take over the conversation, but like you were mentioning the Twitch kind of like quick platformer kind of gameplay. Yeah. That's a big reason why like Celeste never landed with me. People love Celeste, but like that type of quick action, I'm not a fan of. While at the same time, I love Cuphead. Cuphead's like one of my favorite video games of all time. And that's obviously very twitchy.
Who are you?
Right. But the thing with Cuphead is that Cuphead, it's like the boss battles and not the platforming, like there's platforming levels, but like it's more of learning the pattern of the boss, which brings it all back around to what Paul was saying and how Paul was like, I'll never forget how to do a Hadouken. The part of your brain that I think learns fighting game mechanics and learns fighting game inputs is the same part of your brain, in my opinion, that like learns the Cuphead bosses. So for me, Cuphead and fighting games kind of like land in the same thing for me, where I'm like you, no matter how old I get, I'll always love those types of games. But with platformers, because it's like learning the level as opposed to learning like the opponent, it's a different part of your brain. Yeah. So I mostly said all that to just defend you and be like, you'll be fine. You'll always be able to do Hadouken, even if you're not good at twitchy platformer games.
The Hadouken is actually the movement, the motion I do on every new controller that I hold the first time is how does a Hadouken feel in it?
Nice.
Every
I love
E3
that.
Playing GameCube for the first time, N64 was already out, but like Dreamcast, PS3, PS2, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, 3DS, Wii, holding it sideways out of curiosity, the Wii U gamepad.
Do you remember that E3? Do you remember that E3 with the 3DS? How crazy that E3 was? That I think one of the photos that you posted on Twitter is like that E3. But dude, going to that E3 and like having them rise out of the ground and like all the models with the 3DS attached to them walking down and like having all of them literally attached to the hip so you couldn't run away with it and all the different little demo things for it. That I will say, I mentioned the graphical leap thing in terms of like a system, right? Never having that kind of moment again after the N64 to GameCube. I will say I felt something similar with 3DS. Like seeing the glasses 3D for the first time.
Oh, that was amazing.
Was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, because it was a, and see, this is why, this is going to be a whole other topic. Maybe with the five of us, we'll have to do another, but like,
yeah.
When you count generations, and this is why it bugs me when people say like, oh, Nintendo Switch isn't next gen, it's part of this. Like, a generation is defined by more than the graphical prowess that it 100%. Comes up. It's like, it's the technology behind it. Could it be done on another system? Is it innovation in controls or gameplay? Simply the lineage of a next system, the time in which it comes out. There's all those things involved. So the Nintendo 3DS was the kickstart of that 8th gen. Did 3DS look better than its predecessor, which was Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3? No, the graphics weren't. But what it did to separate it from that generation, in addition to time and Nintendo's own lineage being time, it has stereoscopic 3D gaming, which was brand new, never before done. So it was a next generation system, literally, to the handheld market of DS, but also in these other regards, like, it's more than just the graphical power. And like, yeah, that was a leap forward in WoW tech, even though, and like every new game that I got on 3DS, I always tried it out first in 3D. And to be fair, most of the time I played it in 2D. But every once in a while, I would replay things in 3D. And like, to this day, it's amazing that they were able to do that. Also,
I unironically love the 3DS port of Snake Eater. People would be like, that's crazy that's your favorite thing. And obviously we got the new remake coming out for that. I'm sure that's going to overtake it, right? Because they're being very close to the original game. And Snake Eater is like one of my all-time favorite games. Like, I love Snake Eater. I love Metal Gear. But that 3DS version is so good. I
think it might have the best 3D pop. That pop, like Snake Eater, and ironically, maybe not ironically, but you know what is it called? The puzzle.
Oh, Pushmo. Pushmo.
The Street Pass.
Yes, of course.
Puzzle Fighter.
Yeah.
No, just the puzzles that you unlock, and it gives you a 3D animated object. In Street Pass.
Oh yeah.
I think. Right. Snake Eater, and specifically the R-Wing that you could unlock there, rotating the R-Wing around, are the most pop off the screen 3D. Like, sometimes you get like, it looks like, oh, that could be a quarter of an inch, but something about Snake Eater and the R-Wing in that thing, I'm like, dude, that looks like it's 2 inches off the screen.
Oh, it's so
you can rotate it. So I'm glad that you guys had Snake Eater, because great game, but also
awesome.
A good 3D pop and the R-Wing in that one thing. I was like, dang, this is coming out of it. This is a couple inches. I know it's not, but I will say this, because man, it's too easy to monopolize the conversation when you have a good one going. But you said, will we get another graphical leap because we're reaching that plateau period? I think that maybe not overall for the entire industry, but for Nintendo, I think we're going to get that with Nintendo Switch 2 over Nintendo Switch. Yeah. I think the next 3D Mario is going to be closer to Super Mario Brothers, the movie visuals, than Super Mario Odyssey. I think that the next 3D built from the ground up Zelda is going to look closer to God of War remake on PS4, but with Nintendo's artistic vision, than Breath of the Wild. Like, man, I think, I mean, you just look at the specs that are still kind of rumored, but that are out there, and you're just like, it's such a powerful leap. And Nintendo's teams are so good that I think, like, I always say, let them cook. I want my Mario Kart to look as good as the Rosalina Luma trailer for Super Smash Brothers.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Because when I saw that, I was like, this is how good I want Mario Kart to eventually look. Yes. And we're not there yet. That was, Wii U cinematic on a Wii U console. But look at this. We skipped a whole Mario Kart on Nintendo Switch of what does 4 gigs of RAM give us? We got a game that, had new tracks, but it was made in the tracks of the same engine that was built in 2014 for Mario Kart 8. So the next Mario Kart, it's going to look a little bit better than a little bit better. Oh man, dude, it's just
can't wait.
I think next gen Nintendo system
honestly
games
might be a good transition into the Switch 2 rumor topic. Don't you guys have that as a Switch. No, I'm just saying because we've been going for 2 hours. I'm like,
So
I realize we haven't talked about Switch 2 stuff at all.
So as long as you guys have time, I got time to go for as long as we need. It's vacation.
I'm not like I don't have 4 hours. I mean, I got like you got me for another hour.
All right.
It's 8:35 over here.
Yeah, all right. I haven't eaten dinner yet. Okay, you got to remember, I was at a meet and greet in Frankenson at like 3 p.m. I haven't stopped since 3. I haven't eaten.
That's the way you go.
So I'm chilling, bro. Yeah, I'm chilling. But
chilling.
you got me. All right. So what's the topic then?
So the next topic is Thunder Stash.
Oh yes. Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay, so we're gonna talk about the Game Awards.
Mm-hmm.
And so last week we went through all the nominees, and I actually hadn't logged in to vote yet, so it worked out good because I got to do the voting live on the podcast, and everyone kind of gave their 2 cents on what game they would have picked. I ended up going with the picks that I wanted to pick because we can all vote for it, of course.
Sure.
But specifically, what we'd like to talk about today is with the Game Awards. What do we think about the Game Awards in general? And what, if anything, that we would maybe do differently to improve the show? I guess like what our general thoughts are on the Game Awards. And I'll just kind of kick it off by just saying, for me personally, I do appreciate the Game Awards. I know that around just the gaming sphere, I don't know about a lot, but I know some people's opinions on Keeley, on Jeff, seem to vary greatly on if they like him or they don't like him. And it seems like the people that don't like him really don't like him. Like I get it. We all have opinions. I personally appreciate that he put on this game show. We have it because he did it, right? Nobody else did it. No one else was stepping up to do it. He took it and run with it. I think it's good for the industry. I love all the announcements. I truly do. I think that's really fun. It's almost like getting a little taste of E3 in December. And we all know Keeley was a big fan of E3, like all of us. So I think he actually looks forward to bringing that little bit of E3 into the Game Awards, especially now that E3 is gone. I think he looks forward to that because I think he knows all the old heads probably appreciate that quite a bit. So there's definitely a lot of things I like about it. And as Jeff as a person, I don't know the guy as a person. I know him as a public figure, right? And from what I've seen of him, I have no beef with him whatsoever. I appreciate what he's doing. But to each their own on that. That's how I feel about the Game Awards in general. I do look forward to it. As far as the awards, though, I think there could be some improvements there with some of the categories. Obviously there's been a lot of talk about, we all know what the big thing is this year about the DLC being included in the Game of the Year category, which I do feel like everyone has a pretty strong opinion on where they fall there, whether they think that's a good idea or they think that's crazy. So maybe we kick it off with that, what everyone thinks about that. But then what can we do maybe to improve the show? What would you guys want to improve?
I'm curious, show of hands, who thinks it's okay that Shadow of the Erd Tree is in Game of the Year? 3, 2, 1, go. Interesting. Wow. Interesting. Only the two of us.
Is it a full experience? Is it an entirely new zone, area, music added, story added, characters, elements, costumes, hours worth of gameplay added, years worth to develop, able to be purchased independently? No. Right?
No. I mean, you have to beat Mog to get to the Shadow of the Erd Tree stuff. So at the very least, you have to play through a good chunk of the game. I think. There's
that one little element that makes it questionable, to which I understand. But like as I was trying to process this, and especially going back to, well, what about retroactive things? Xenoblade Chronicles 3 didn't have
and I'm glad
DLC.
And I think that is where a lot of it comes from. Is I've seen online a lot of people saying like, well, Phantom Liberty didn't get nominated that year, Future Redeemed didn't get nominated. You got to remember that year with Future Redeemed and Phantom Liberty was a stacked year. Like if
Yeah.
one of you wants to go back and like look at what was nominated that year, that was like one of the strongest years in the Game Awards history. So the fact that like, yeah, I don't think they wouldn't have
even made it in the first
place. Right.
I don't know.
This rule is not like it was put in place because of Elden Ring. They could have nominated them last year. And obviously Cyberpunk and Jeff, they've had lots of dealings in previous Game Awards. So like if the awards were bought out or whatever, like he would have done Phantom Liberty for Game of the Year, the year that was nominated. However, I think the other thing about it is that with Erdtree, when I'm thinking about this year in general, and in terms of what like captured the zeitgeist, what was a game that everybody was talking about that was of a high quality that a lot of people loved, Erdtree is without a doubt one of the experiences that is up there. And I think there's a lot of people who are upset because they think there's actually a likelihood of that game winning Game of the Year again. And for me, the reason I'm not bothered is because there's no way Erdtree wins. This is like a acknowledgement that look, DLC are coming into their own and can be seen as contenders for Game of the Year. That's what it is. The Shadow of the Erdtree nomination is not for just Shadow of the Erdtree. It's like for what it actually represents moving forward into the future. Like, I think there's a different conversation to be had if Erdtree actually wins over something like an Astrobot, a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, a Metaphor, right? A Balatro. Then I think it's an actual contentious conversation. But I think the other thing, going back to what Thunderstash brought up, is I think this entire thing would have been completely put to bed had there been a dedicated DLC category. And if that was something that like for 2-3 years had been a thing, I think if there was its own DLC category, fine. But the fact that like it got a Best RPG nomination over Persona 3, right? The fact that it like got into some of these other categories that maybe necessarily people didn't think it should have been in, when in reality, again, it was an awesome experience. I don't think anybody's contending that. It's that, is it deserving getting there over something else that can be considered its own standalone game? But for me personally, again, I have no real issue with it being nominated because my experience with that game, like if you were to ask me my favorite game experiences of this year, like top 3 without a shadow of a doubt, Shadow of the Erdtree. It's up there. Like nothing comes close to some of those boss battles. And even the stuff that I hated, even that final Radon fight, it is ingrained in my brain as like one of the peak experiences of this year. So I have no beef with it being nominated at all. I think, again, a lot of it comes from the retroactive stuff like Xenoblade and Phantom Liberty. And again, the exclusion of not having a DLC category. If Jeff adds a DLC category, it's a different conversation, you know.
Part of it is that it is that retroactive acknowledgement, but as the video game industry expands, we can't think of just the way things were and the way things were fair, because things are getting better and lines are blurred and new lines are made. At a time, some people considered the Game Boy Color a next generation Nintendo system. Yeah. But that is retroactively the equivalent of a PlayStation 4 to a PlayStation 4. It Correct. Is a mid-generation refresh that happened to be a lot later. Now you could say, but Game Boy Color could play games that Game Boy didn't do. That is a next-gen system. But then you could say the modern-day equivalent is PlayStation 4 Pro can play games in 4K that the PlayStation 4 couldn't. But that's not the same thing. But it's an evolutionary take on it. It is showing that you always have to move on next. Oh, well, the PlayStation should be divided in 2 different console sales, PlayStation and PS1, ONE, or PlayStation controller and PlayStation analog stick version. Oh, we should separate it. That is an evolutionary step. And you can't say, but Nintendo didn't have that. That's not, oh, but, Nintendo Switch should be in its own category. It can't win home console ever.
I think that is also so funny because I've seen so many people calling the family game category essentially the Nintendo category, and this is the first year I could think of in recent history where there's no chance a Nintendo game wins. That's going to be Astrobot.
But
there's like no shadow of
your brothership.
Yeah, right. But I mean, what are the family game nominees this year? Are what? Mario Party, Zelda, which also Zelda. That also like what is that category? Like, I'm not playing Zelda with my children. Like, what it like?
I agree.
It's the like Nintendo category plus Astrobot.
It's almost like the real E for everyone category.
Yeah,
almost,
right.
That's a little bit more appropriate, but not to go too much into that. But I think if you looked at old DLC, you would say, dude, DLC is not that significant. It can't be its own game. It's a good experience, but it's an accessory. It's like, would you, what are your clothes that you wear? Here's a decent one. Oh, I've got my shirt, I've got my pants, I've got my shoes. The watch was always an accessory. But as soon as Apple Watch came out, and it's such an ingrained piece of fabric of clothing into your life, you're like, oh, that's no longer an accessory. It's a part of my identity. It's a part of that. And DLC is showing that it has gotten to the point that it can be considered as such an integral part that it could be deserving of its own game. I look at, the other thing behind video games I know a lot of is martial arts. They're considering going back and saying, well, 12 to 6 elbows in MMA, once illegal, are now legal to do moving forward. So what about fighters that used it in a fight and got disqualified, like John Jones, who never lost, but in that fight against Matt Hamill, he got disqualified for that. When you go back into the past, you can see, well, the game has evolved. You can't change the past. Do you change it? Do you not? But going forward, games evolve, things evolve, sports evolve. And I think maybe you disagree with it or not, and I can make a reason.
But that's true. No, because I completely. That's actually a really good analogy for it. I think talking about the fact that like how sports evolve and their rules change. Right at the end of the day, this is still all of us excited for something that's similar to E3, watching a bunch of commercials in a row, getting hype over games that are commercials, and then watching awards, right, that are ultimately meaningless. They aren't gonna like. In some cases for like debut indie or something like that, right? The games will end up getting more sales, but realistically, the games that are nominated, these are million-selling games anyway. Look at Black Myth Wukong's like the best-selling game on Steam. You've got like a 20 million something player base. You've got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right? Like Astrobot. These are successful games. Yeah. So we're sitting there for the hype of seeing what ends up getting, nominated or what ends up winning. It's like the tribalism within all of us. But at the end of the day, like we're watching a bunch of commercials and getting hype and making content. That's what this is for. And that's what I appreciate the award show for. Like as somebody who likes watching the Academy Awards and like watching the Emmys, like I understand there's the politics behind it. I know the 4-year consideration things. Like I understand that most of the people who are going to win were probably picked long beforehand. And that is the same with this, right? But again, that's not like what I'm watching it for, as weirdly enough as that is. Like I'm watching for the pomp and circumstance. I watch the Oscars to see if Amy Adams is going to look hot in her dress on the red carpet. I'm watching the Game Awards to see what the next big game announcement's going to be from so-and-so developer. You know what I mean? Like you're not watching for the award other than like the aspect of it that like is my favorite thing going to get nominated. It's the pageantry of it. That's what's fun,
Yep.
I like the Game Awards. I think that the Game Awards gets critiqued the same way Nintendo Switch Online gets critiqued. Nintendo picked Nintendo Switch Online as the name of the program. But if it was called Nintendo Everything, fewer people would complain because it gives you online, it gives you classic games, it gives you discounts, it gives you this. But people associate, I have to pay online, that sucks. But it's everything. Game Awards.
Which is also crazy to me because you have to pay for Xbox Live and you have to pay for PSN. I've never understood.
Well, Nintendo's had free online that entire time, though. That's why.
Yeah, but that's okay. But also, it's $50 a year versus like,
by the way, it's a very small minority that complain about it. And that minority had things like Wii U, where to them it had better online features.
The Wii U was ass, though. I say this as a Nintendo fan. The Wii U was ass. All right, like let's agree. The Wii U was trash.
Could you communicate with your friends on Wii U?
Quote RogersBase, the Wii U was trash. Like,
could you communicate with your friends?
Let's not look back at this with rose-colored glasses. You can communicate with your friends via your little tablet, and you're seeing them on a bubble that you used twice. Okay, let's be fair. Like, you're not playing. What was the Wii U?
I can't communicate with most of the people on my friends list on Switch. I don't have them.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were defending Wii U. Oh no.
I would say Wii U had better communication features.
Agreed. Yeah. I agree.
That's what people are mad is that they're charging for less.
To me, I think it's wild. To me, I think it's wild that the Switch does not have Discord. That is absurd to me.
Sure.
That the Switch does not have Discord built in. Like I think you have like obviously
I think they worry about Discord getting bought out one day.
But like, come on, bro.
Do you want a high five or are you raising your hand to talk?
Oh, you go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Nate's got his hand up. I'm about to hop in.
I try not to interrupt people. It's really great conversation. So like that, like the original question that Stash asked was about the DLC, you know, and Rogers was like, well, who has hands up? And the whole top row had her hands down. Bottom row had the hands up. So first off, let me just start this with a question.
Yeah.
Is there any other DLC nominated for an award?
Blood and Wine got nominated the year that it came out. That's the only other. And actually, that's not true. Phantom Liberty also got nominated, but it wasn't for Game of the Year. It was for like best ongoing, best like.
Yeah, ongoing makes
right,
sense.
Correct,
yeah,
correct. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But it was not nominated for Game of the Year. No.
Yeah, and obviously it wasn't nominated for best in its like individual game category. It was just ongoing. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Which makes sense. Ongoing makes total sense because you got to keep updating the game. Okay. The reason I bring this up is because this is the first time we've seen DLC get nominated for major. I don't want, you can rank the awards, but the major awards, like best ongoing's cool, but then you have the major awards. The end, like people, best RPG, best action adventure, people consider those major categories. And we haven't had DLC nominated for that until this year. And it's only one game. And it's a game that was promoted at the Game Awards before it even came out. It's a game that already won Game of the Year at the Game Awards and already got its flowers.
Yep.
So the reason people think that this rule was changed just for that is because we had a 92 overall DLC last year. They didn't change the rule for that game. That's a Nintendo game. That's Future Redeemed. They didn't change the rule then. They didn't allow that game to qualify for anything else.
Well, it was. That's not true though. Is the game was qualified? It just didn't. It didn't get nominated, and that's plain and simple because it was a very stacked year. Like I think in a year, if the year was as weak as this year was overall, I see an argument for Future Redeemed having gotten in as a Game of the Year nomination. But there was no precedent for it, right? And I think that's what's making people mad.
Well, there's that.
Yeah,
but we have other like the War Within this year. When's World of Warcraft going to get some flowers?
I'll tell you what. If 2025, the game
one of the highest rated expansion packs it's had in history.
It did not get nominated for ongoing.
It got 7 million players. No, they got zero nominations.
Ongoing, really?
No. Got zero nominations.
Weird.
If the Game Awards next year doesn't have a super high quality, like let's say there is hypothetically a DLC that's super high quality next year that comes out. And is Metacritic one of the tops, and you have to buy it only as a DLC. You can't buy it independently like Torna, which you could.
Sure.
And if it's not in the Game Awards, and nothing else is, not just like for shits and giggles, let's throw it in there, but like it actually deserves it. No, then I could say that was heavily biased going backwards to this when unanimously everyone's like, dude, how could you not give a nominee to, I don't know, Metro Prime 4's whole other thing? Probably not, because like something of that magnitude. Then but otherwise, I mean, part of it is we have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
Okay. So the reason I bring that question up, all right, is because we talk about how last year was stacked. All right. Well, why didn't, let's just say, Future Redeemed get nominated for Best RPG? It's higher rated than 3 of the other games nominated.
I agree.
No, Nintendo fans are obviously going to agree. People who love Xenoblade going to agree. Going to agree. The point is that literally it feels like to me and most people, it's only because it's Elden Ring.
And that's valid. I don't see anything.
Until they prove it otherwise.
That is completely valid. But again, I also feel like
then this isn't me knocking the experience, by the way.
No, of course.
Because I think DLC, if they just made a DLC category, look, if they don't change the rule, it doesn't matter. It'll still get nominated for Game of the Year and stuff. Sure. And it was 94 overall, and that's great. Amazing, awesome. And I've heard all the arguments about how it's the best thing I played this year. And I get that. I understand that. But you need to understand that when you're up for Game of the Year, people can't just buy this and play it. They got to buy a completely different game and then play hundreds of hours. Well, maybe not hundreds. If you just want to beeline to it, maybe 80-ish hours to get to the point that you can even access this game. So it's already, you're asking people, which by the way, that's not saying Elden Ring's a bad game. What you're saying is none of these other games you have to do that. You just play and that's the game and that's what's nominated. You can't do that with DLC, especially this DLC. It's not standalone. So, and yes, it's 25 to 50 hours. That's about half as long as Elden Ring. And there's also people that say if this had to stand alone as Elden Ring 2, it would be knocked for not being as big
enough, sure,
as Elden Ring. So like, and that's not held against it.
So then let me ask you: Do you think it has any chance of winning? Because I feel that actually does change things. Because, and it seems like a unanimous no across the entire top row. Do you think there's any chance?
I think it has a chance.
You think against see, and this is why I'm going to argue against this.
Yeah.
This year, right? Balatro would make a huge deal. If an indie card game ends up winning Game of the Year, that would be a statement. It's not going to, but I think that would make a huge statement. I think you've got two very strong, independent, full, unarguable RPGs with Rebirth and with Metaphor that I think, honestly, in any other year would have the best chance of winning the game. I think those two games genuinely are going to split the votes among the RPG players. I think Astrobot wins. I think I honestly, genuinely believe, knowing the judging, right? And obviously Wukong got in there because they have an international judges base now. Even though all the domestic people were like, well, Wukong actually was a low-rated game. It's still, it's massive player base. It totally deserves to be there. Like, great game. Okay. I don't think it has a chance of winning, which then leaves it to Astrobot. Because I think unanimously among the judging board, which is 90% of the votes, like that game, regardless of whether or not you want to make the argument that it's a little overrated or like had it been a Nintendo game, probably wouldn't have been up there, right? I think that is a safe bet for them to go, we're going to give this to Game of the Year and that will be fine.
Well, I'm outside of
the I'm saying this Team Rebirth, right? I'm somebody who I'm literally going to have my girlfriend and my other friend Aru come on the stream dressed as Tifa and Aerith as I live stream the Game Awards and scream when my friend Brianna wins.
Lots of people love that game.
I'm all in on Rebirth. I'm saying this as a Rebirth stan.
It better win something.
Who thinks it deserves everything, right? Yeah. I'm saying that as this. I feel like in my brain that game is not going to get as many wins as I think it deserves because of the Metaphor split. Because Metaphor is as quality of a game, you know.
So let me throw this out there and why I think it has a chance. It's up for best RPG, right? It's the highest rated. It's the highest rated among all the RPGs. I think the voting panel, almost all of them have a review on the game and reviewed it higher. Kind of feel like it's going to end up winning best RPG, unless the international panel has a say. That's going to end up overriding it.
I think Metaphor wins.
The fan vote seems to be heavily going towards it as well.
I think there's a chance, though, Metaphor wins.
Yeah, I think Metaphor deserves to win. I don't think enough of the panels actually played the game. But they've all played Elden Ring. They've all played Elden Ring. All the website, they all have reviews. Not all of them have Metaphor reviews.
I will tell you right now, okay, like even as somebody defending Elden Ring being a Game of the Year, if Elden Ring wins RPG over Rebirth and Metaphor, I will have a meltdown live on stream. It will happen. I will start being like, okay, this was totally bullshit. Like this shouldn't have happened. Because again, specifically that category is stacked this year. Like Infinite Wealth, incredible. Persona 3 didn't even get a nomination. You've got stuff that's in other categories that could have been categorized like an RPG, something like a Unicorn Overlord. Totally deserved. Like if Elden Ring wins best RPG, this will be a different conversation. Yeah. But I'm saying
obviously we're working in hypotheticals. We don't know what's going to win.
Right.
But I think it's got a good chance to win. The
politics of Elden Ring and the Game Awards themselves, I think is just something as somebody who watches award shows is like second nature to me. Like, of course there's politics behind it. Of course he probably like fudged things a little bit. So then that way, like, okay, FromSoft, they want to announce their new project live during the Game Awards. Great. They get an opportunity to do it. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously a level of fudging there, but I don't begrudge Jeff for that. Dude, no one's doing what Jeff Keighley's doing. Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. Like no one is doing what he's doing. And when someone else does a Game Award show and gets these people to come on to do what they're doing and announce all their games and have like an E3 style thing, again, it's a different conversation. But for right now, nobody else is doing what he's doing. Yeah. And I see Jeff as this happy little dude. I've met him like a few times, but my first interaction with him ever was at an after party at the Game Awards. This was 2016, 2017. It was one of the two. I think it was 2017, if I'm remembering correctly. It was an after party at the Game Awards. I was with a bunch of Smash commentators. We took the elevator up to that top floor of the Marriott where they always have the after party. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I saw when those elevator doors opened was Jeff Keighley drunk out of his mind, crying on Kojima's shoulder, saying how much he loves him and appreciates him being at the show. And I'm like, you know what? You're a cool guy, Keighley.
I've never, by the way, I've been a Keighley defender. I've been a Keighley defender for many, many years.
I think we all have.
People who think he's fake, you just don't know. This guy cares so deeply about the industry. And yeah, he's got his favorites and his buddies. We all do.
But also, he's got to make money. Like, at the end of the day, he's running an award show.
Like, I've
live
heard this guy
LA, renting out the stadium. Like, that doesn't come for free.
Yeah.
Like, him having these commercials for things that none of us are going to play, that's fine. I'll sit through that because it gives us the circumstance that allows us to enjoy these game awards in the first place.
Exactly.
I don't mind. If he wants to be bought off by Fortnite for an award or whatever, I don't care. Because again, it's an award show. What does it matter to you? It's it's an award show. Like, we're watching commercials and getting hyped over commercials.
You're not getting the award in your room.
No. You know what's funny?
You're getting to play the game.
When they have their commercial breaks and then like I'm live stream reacting to it, people in the chat are just like, so is this like new? I'm like, no, this is actually not new. This isn't new.
Commercial.
This isn't. Oh, well, I haven't seen this. I'm like, well, yeah, because if you're just watching Nintendo stuff, you probably haven't seen. Well, this is new from. No, Nintendo dropped this commercial yesterday.
No,
it's not
we've
actually
seen already.
Yeah, but it's funny. Like people just don't know because look, the Game Awards has the biggest audience.
Yeah,
that there is. Like in the industry, 80+ million people worldwide watching the Game Awards. It's massive. It has overtaken E3 and everything else for importance. Which some people would argue maybe that's a good place to put Switch 2. I'm not saying they're going to do that. They probably won't.
You mean like a teaser? You mean
like a teaser? It wouldn't be like a full reveal, no.
Yeah,
but anyways, they're probably not going to do that. But obviously, a lot with the DLC is going to depend if it actually wins awards. If it starts winning awards over these other games,
right.
It's one of those. I'm not going to say like it's biased. I don't think Jeff Keighley said you must vote for this. But I will think, okay, well, one, yes, it's very, very good, and people will argue and justify that it deserves it. Sure. I'm not gonna argue against that. It's fine. It's all personal opinions, right? Like for a lot of gamers, I know it is their game of the year. I get it. That's fine. But setting that aside, I suppose, because we could debate on this all day long. Like in the end, we don't know what the fuck's going on. We don't know if suddenly, they made the rule for this, but then next year we have a DLC that's like a 96 and doesn't get nominated for anything. And we're like, okay, well, there was all these amazing games. Yeah, but this thing's like 10 points ahead of these games that are
right.
Like, this doesn't even make sense.
But is Jeff Keighley getting the exclusive for a trailer reveal? I don't know. That's going to depend. That's what I'm saying.
That also makes people mad.
But I don't care. Like, I think
spots.
That's where I think people shouldn't be mad, though. Like, I don't know if there's like this illusion where people think these award shows are like untouchable, end all be all things, or like if this game is not game of the year, that it's not deserving of their love or whatever. You can play a game that's got a 60 Metacritic rating and love it. It's not going to matter if someone else says that it's the best. You know what I mean? Like it's the politics of award shows. That's not just the Game Awards. That's everything.
Sure. But I think here's the problem. And this is where I throw this in there. Moviegoers don't care quite as much about the award shows. They like what they like.
Do.
No.
Yes,
movie enthusiasts do. I'm gonna tell you right now. My fiance watches 70 movies a year. Doesn't give two shits who wins awards. She knows what she likes.
Really?
She knows what she likes.
Okay, yeah.
Now she appreciates if something she liked got an award. Or an actor or an actress. She loves, like, especially when it emotionally touched her. Really great they won. But if they don't win, it doesn't change her impact with the movie.
Sure.
So
you're saying that the difference is that gamers do fall for that, and if a game gets game of the year,
because gamers are because it's interactive.
They're sheep. Gamers are sheep. Is what you're saying.
It's interactive.
They're sheep.
No, it's interactive.
They should like what they like.
No. Gamers can like what they like. It doesn't change what you like, right? Obviously, it's the same shooter game, but. Gamers, from my experience, a lot of gamers. And by the way, I'm in the hardcore crowd, so obviously I don't know general audience.
Yeah, of course.
But the people I'm around, the thing about games that's different than movies is it's interactive and interpersonal. That's not just telling me a story. I am part of that story. The story is me. And so we get heavily involved and heavily invested in interpersonal ways where we're spending hundreds, thousands of hours on a game versus a couple hours watching a movie, maybe 10 because we watched it on repeat a few times, right? Handful of times. So we get really, really attached, which is why people get mad when their games don't win. I get it. It's fine. I understand that point. But it's why when you bring up things like the politics of it, like, maybe it's only in there because of the politics so they can announce a game and this is the excuse that they're there. That sounds fine to me. I'm aware that this stuff happens.
Yeah,
gamers will if they find out that happens, they will devalue the entire show. Because they do not want things.
We've proved this has been proven time and time again. They won't. They're going to watch anyway to see BioShock 4 get announced or whatever. Like they're not going to. They don't. Like I think they like to complain. Is what I think is the case with a lot of fandoms online, whether that's gaming or video game or anime or manga or whatever. Right? Like I think people like to complain. Not about the DLC thing. I think this is actually valid criticism, and everything you brought up, like I totally understand. I'm just saying from the perspective of like the politics of it, that like. This is how things are, right? And it's not going to devalue any, like there's the same people who are like, this is going to devalue the experience. Were they saying that the Doritos commercials, when he was making Doritos commercials on the old Game Awards was devaluing? Because I think that was more devaluing of the experience. Yeah, right. Like the Dorito Pope moments or like having the dude from Community on there.
No one's going to feel devalued by the game announcements, right? Like the game announcements were why most people
they were never serious. Exactly.
But and look, I can't speak for anyone else. I actually like the awards.
I do too.
They could not have any game announcements. I'd still watch.
Totally.
The awards matter to me, and not so my favorite game wins, because it matters to the people who win it
and the community too.
And the community around the games.
The community around the games, of course.
But I know it really. I've seen the Game Awards all these years. It really matters to the people who win.
Yeah,
like it matters a lot. So to me, as someone who truly cares about the awards, when I hear something like, oh, politics got this nominated, I'm like, you took that nomination away from a studio.
From somebody deserving. And that's fair.
That the nomination alone would have just, made your day. And then you hear other stuff. By the way, this isn't the only game of controversy. We talk about Balatro. There's a report out there. Balatro was telling everyone to review the game to vote for them for Game of the Year.
Sure.
To get them nominated.
Sure.
And by the way, that shouldn't come as a shock. A lot of studios probably do that. We just don't hear the story. But the fact that we heard the story and it got nominated makes people be like, oh, well, maybe Animal Well should have had the indie spot. Because technically these same reviewers rated it a point higher. Why was Balatro nominated for multiple awards, but Animal only won?
That's crazy, though, that's the next controversy on the line. Literally, there is one thing that is objectively the worst thing that got nominated during this, which is that Multiverses, a game that was in beta that won, that is not even a good game. Got nominated for Fighting Game of the Year again.
Yeah.
Again. I won already.
Yeah. There's you're muted.
It's because the words he's saying are so foul.
Oh, they're so foul. That's what it is.
We still can't hear you, Roger, by the way.
We still can't hear you.
I think it's on purpose. Oh, it were that big? Dang.
Whoa. No, we still can't hear you. No, your audio completely cut. It's like the internet gods knew you were so angry. They're like, yeah, we got to cut this guy off. That's the Nintendo ninjas.
Too much smack about this.
That's the Nintendo ninjas coming in.
Yeah, Nintendo knows.
Yeah, we still can't hear it.
So, about Mario.
So let me throw this over to Stash. It's his topic. Look, obviously you didn't get a lot of say on this other stuff, and I don't want to sit here and talk about this for the next hour. We gotta get to the Switch 2 topic.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Good, Roger.
Yeah.
We back?
But I do want to get just some brief thoughts from Stash. What would you do to improve the show?
I think to improve it, I think we just need to kind of go back and look at the categories and see if all of them really make sense, or if we can make a little bit more sense out of some of the categories, and what categories we can add. Like really, I was talking about it in chat. DLC is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, right, guys? We're always going to have DLC. It's not a phase in gaming.
I like DLC.
Yeah, exactly. So we got
back in the day we called it expansion packs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we got to have a category for DLC. we need a dedicated category every year for DLC, because it's not going anywhere. It's part of gaming. So let's really embrace it. Let's have a category for that. Reward these developers that put out the best DLC. Maybe you put a reward out there or an award for it, and it inspires some of these developers to make even better DLC, because, hey, you know what? We can win an award for it now at the game show. And maybe the game sells more. We make more money. We keep our jobs.
Yeah, sure.
job security, whatever it may be. But I think that is definitely a category you got to have. I think there's other categories like, I know we have like streamer of the year.
Oh, shit.
And great.
Yeah, it should be called streamer of the year. I don't know why they call it content creator of the year. It's always streamers.
Is it called content creator?
Yeah, it's called content creator.
It's called content creator of the year. Yeah,
but it's all like always streamers.
Okay, well, see, hey, even more reason for what I'm about to say then, that we need to have maybe 2 categories then, right? You can have one for a streamer because I don't think that's going anywhere. Like Twitch is still here to stay. And I think that with YouTube, you have people that just stream. I think that's always going to be a thing. I think it would be good to have a content creator award as well.
Independent of streamer. I agree.
Yeah, for people who have YouTube channels that create content like all of us. I think
I've said this in the past. How Scott the Woz has never even been nominated.
That is to be fair, the big one this year that was like shocking to me. Because like I know I knew Picora because I'm anime, so obviously I knew like the VTubers. The only other one I knew in that whole category was Queso, and it was only because of his burger tier list, which was completely had nothing to do with video games.
And I only knew him because my kids watch him. Otherwise, I had no idea who he was.
The one to me that's like shocking when it's the Game Awards and we have this whole controversy about Shadow of the Erdtree is that Kai Cenat, who literally is breaking every streaming record, period, who live streamed all of Elden Ring and got that game way more mainstream coverage, and then immediately afterwards did Bloodborne and like all these other Souls games and Sekiro.
I don't know how
was nominated. That's like crazy to me. That's the one that's like, are you even at all in tune with what's happening online?
Yeah,
because
I don't think the people that nominated are.
It's like he unabashedly 100%.
It's where I have questions about the panel that does the nominations. If like they're just purposely discluding certain people because they don't like them, even though their impact was clearly so
Kai
massive.
Is like not even. It's not even a question.
It's not even close.
Like
he should have
one of the biggest. Yeah.
I mean, this should have been his year. Period. Yeah. He should have won. Yeah. Like, you should be nominated and won easy walking away. He would have. By the way, it would have been great for the show. He's a massive audience. He would have brought that audience to the Game Awards. He would have been there in person.
Done some crazy things.
He would have done some crazy things. Fucking live streaming, walking on stage, going nuts. Like, it would have actually been really great for the Game Awards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
You could have got Kevin Hart to come out and chill with him.
Awesome, man.
Dude, you could have had Drake and Kevin Hart on each side. That just, dude, he could have. He could have went nuts, and it would have been massive for the Game Awards. But
the fact that, I think that's a category to me that, like, literally,
and he's a streamer.
You guys were talking about devaluing the Game Awards. It's like, bro, content creator of the year, it means nothing to me. So the fact that Boogie and Dr. Disrespect both won, and now both of them have been like super duper uber canceled, is crazy to me. And it was back-to-back years. Yeah. Back-to-back. I'm like, I don't want to be Picora. If Picora wins, I don't want someone like poor Picora, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What was the award that Greg Miller won? Was that Content Creator of the Year?
I think that was also and
that one I loved a lot because of his speech. His speech was legendary.
Last year, right? Nibelion, who was like a Twitter person who shared news, got nominated for Content Creator of the Year. And you're like, all right, well, what does this mean then? If someone who just is like tweeting out
news from other places.
Right. And like, I love Nibelion. There's no hate to Nibelion at all. Like, I was like, this is cool that my little Mob Psycho mutual got nominated. But also it makes no sense to me when there's tons of people who like are streamers or, like you said, content creators. Scott the Woz not being nominated ever is shocking.
That's the thing. I'm not saying this was the year, but he's had some years with tons of videos.
Banger years, man. Yeah. So it's just a weird category. Yeah.
I mean, I'll throw this out there. I know Stash didn't get to finish his thoughts. You know, talking about adding extra categories. Obviously, you know, a lot of people are against that because it makes the show longer. I've always been a proponent, especially since like they have these moments where they rush through like rapid fire 8 awards. It'll be like, oh, Adventure Game of the Year went to we action adventure game. We kind of want to. A lot of us care about that category.
Kind of a big deal, yeah.
Kind of like a big deal for a lot of people. We just rumble it out. It's just rapid fire. You know, best music. Okay, hey, big fucking deal. You literally, one of my favorite things about this is the orchestra we have, and you just rush through one of the most important categories. So I feel like, and then they have the pre-show.
I was going to say, I was just going to bring that up, where they have awards during the pre-show.
which means it's just part of the show.
It's part of the show.
Part of the show.
Yeah.
So I've been a huge proponent of this.
Award.
So what do you, Eric? What do you think are going to be, just specifically to Eric, because I am curious, is what do you think is going to be shown during the pre-show then, in terms of these awards? Like, what do you think is going to be the thing relegated to the pre-show?
I mean, it should just be going over kind of a recap of what's happening. I mean, it shouldn't be awards being announced during the pre-show. It's a pre-show.
You should be doing what like us content creators are doing. Right. Recap what's nominated.
Right.
Go over expectations. And I know it's official.
Maybe a reveal or something.
Yeah, you can have some reveals, some smaller ones, but they usually always have like at least one semi-big one in there. And it's kind of like, okay. I just don't think awards should be handed out during the pre-show. I think you should be hyping up the awards. But then if they don't do that, that's even more awards they're going to rush during the show because it's long. Okay. So my thought process has always been, why don't we do 2 nights? Why is that all got to be in one night? Why can't we split up the awards across 2 nights?
LA Live is expensive to rent out.
Well, no, I get that, but he's got 80 million people watching.
Yeah.
You can get twice the amount of ad sponsors over 2 nights. You can really hit on certain core audiences on some nights, like esports being on a completely separate night. That's a massive fucking audience. A lot of people care, especially internationally. A lot of people care about that. So you can have all of that thrown in there. You have the content creator awards thrown in there. And then on the actual, the second night, that's when you can have your best music, your best RPG, your best this. I think doing that, and by the way, the attraction would still be, you're going to have lots of major announcements both nights.
Of course.
So people are going to tune in. Like even me, don't care about the eSport awards. Yeah, but motherfucker, there could be a Splatoon announcement. I'm there.
Yeah, I see.
A Smash announcement. I'm there.
Don't you think for those though, like for the content creator ones, esport ones, ones that are less gaming focused, right? That are just kind of like fun tertiary things, or like the Fortnite award or whatever. Like I almost feel like those would be fine in the pre-show. Like I wouldn't really have an issue in those in the because like again, the Oscars does a lot of technical awards during pre-shows too, or like off camera. Yeah. But I think the problem is that a lot of the primary awards, like best fighting game or best action game, sometimes those are on the pre-show, and that's the thing that's like,
dude, it's wild too. They'll pan over the crowd and they'll be like, "Yo, here's the director of Tekken 8. Won an award. Didn't even get to go on stage to accept it." I'm like, he's here.
Yeah.
What the fuck? He's literally in the building. You're going to be handing him the award behind the stage at the after party. Why? Like. And I get that, like, it's because fighting games in general aren't quite as popular as games in other categories. Like, there's not a lot of Smash Bro level games selling out there in fighting games. You might hit 10 mil, but there's not a 20 mil Wukong kind of thing going. I get it. I understand it.
Those are staples of our industry, those categories.
But it's like,
of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that just goes, I mean, this is just a whole separate tangent. Like, I don't know why Astrobot's up for action adventure game.
That's because there's no platformer category. Is why I had the same conversation on my stream. I think I would almost argue that there should be.
There should be.
And if there was, I think a lot more indie games would get.
It'd be a lot more indie games to get in there. Yeah, Astrobot would win the category. But here's the thing. My thing is, okay, well, Astrobot's up for family. A lot of times it's where the platformers go. So it's already winning its category. So it's not an action adventure game. So why is it up in the action? This isn't me trying to get Zelda a win. Zelda might not even win the category. It's just that
and I don't think it will. I think Astrobot's going to win.
Literally look up Astrobot. Look what it's listed. It is nowhere near listed as an action adventure game. So why?
That opens up another discussion though, about a thing that's potentially the Sifu thing with fighting game right now. But like the thing I think also is needed is there's got to be a horror game category.
Yeah.
I think there's Silent Hill is under action adventure, and there's really strong horror games. It's bizarre.
This is what I mean by expanding the awards. Yeah, we don't have awards for every genre. Metroidvania. We don't have awards for every genre. Which
Metroidvania could be action adventure though. Like I would not be
sure
seeing like a Metroid.
The Metroid in there, yeah, sure, yeah. There's enough similarities that.
But Astrobot and Silent Hill are odd. Yeah,
but I kind of, especially when you have a genre that's named after 2 games, I get it.
Right.
You know, obviously everyone knows what it means, but at least hardcore gamers do. But general consumers or whatever. But I do think that like all major game for me to like, hey, I know they don't care about getting all the gamers respect. They get the big audience. They're cool. Most people there for the announcements. But like for me, it's like I care about the awards. I want to see like every major genre actually have an award. And I understand that, like, again, the argument's always, do we really want more awards? The show's already so long. Well, the show ain't long because of the awards. Half the people don't even go up there to give speeches anyways.
Exactly.
And then when we have someone giving an impassioned speech, then we have the controversy coming with the, please wrap things up. And I understand that, like, that's actually normal at all awards. We just don't see it. But it's kind of like, yeah, but like at the time that it got shown, I think it was Aonuma. I can't remember. It was one of the Nintendo people. I think it was Aonuma accepting an award for it was last year this blew up because he
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, it was Tears of the Kingdom because Tears of the Kingdom was not going to win Game of the Year. Everyone pretty much knew it,
right?
But they also knew it was one of the most important games that came out that year. So it won action adventure. So like a really big moment. He's coming up on stage. You're not going to see him on stage accepting an award probably for the next 5-6 years. So it's going to be a long time. These guys going to be 70 by the point that happens.
Yeah,
and so like you think like okay. Yeah, he had his moment back in Breath of the Wild, but now he's trying to like pass the torch a little bit to Fujibayashi. This is a moment, and he's up there, and you can tell like he was talking, and he was talking, then all of a sudden it's like he stopped, and then the screenshot came out that he was being told he's got to wrap his shit up.
Yeah, right.
And because there was like someone who leaned in his ear and said something to him, and then he just stopped, and I'm like, dude, he had a lot more to say. Like, if you have people on stage, like you, and what upset, and again, this is obviously partially a Japanese culture thing. They're very respectful. They get told, "Hey, you got to wrap things up." He's just going to stop.
They certainly don't burp in microphones. No way.
Yeah, no way. That's why they're way more popular than me. But, even though without them, I have no following. But no, what's interesting is because you'll have that, but then you'll have like that one, the God of War voice actor that obviously was being told the same thing, and he just didn't give a fuck and talk for like 25 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Because like, what are they going to do? They're not going to go on stage and kick him off because that's the worst look.
Sure,
is having him come on stage and be like, you got to go.
Yeah.
But like that's the thing is like that's why some gamers are kind of like, well, hey man, like especially when there's like language barriers and stuff. Like, let these people have this moment. Like, Aonuma was talking passionately about Fujibayashi, and like, it was very clearly like he was trying to be like, hey, I'm trying to get this guy's name out there. I want him to be like, start to become kind of the face of what's going on here. But like, I'm so, he had this list of people he was trying to thank, and he's like, no, I guess I'm just going to randomly stop in the middle of some random thing, and I'm off the stage. Now, and the funny thing is a lot of people go because obviously there's certain people that are on stage that they don't rush off. Kojima comes on stage to accept an award. He's just talking forever, and no one whispers in his ear to get off. And now everyone knows Jeff Keighley and him are boys.
I was going to say they're boys.
He's going to get as much time as he fucking wants. I understand, but that's also some of the thing. Like when you do have people on stage, when they're the actual creators, and yes, even the voice actors, when they're on stage, if they're talking and it's very clear that like, hey, read the room.
Yes.
When there's a very impassioned moment happening, let it happen. Don't throw that thing up on the screen. Don't have people whisper in their ears. No. Let it happen, because if you want gamers to care a bit more about the awards, which Jeff Keighley claims he does, maybe he doesn't care, but I'm sure he does some that he wants gamers to care.
Of course.
So what gamers are going to care about is, okay, well, when someone's favorite game wins and they have that creator on stage, they want to hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
Because they feel like this is our moment too. And I know that's what Zelda fans felt like last year when we kind of sort of realized that Tears of the Kingdom wasn't going to win. It's like, but this is our moment. This is our moment to like, hey, celebrate what this game was, what this game meant, all the positive coverage it had, and all the people talk about the impossible things it did. And like, we really want the developers to be praised because they did all this crazy shit on Switch, which people didn't think was even possible with the power it had. And like, it was like, hey, can we just get like time for it? And I know as a Zelda fan, obviously I'm really impassioned about that particular moment. And like, I kept thinking, I'm like, God, if it was Miyamoto on stage, would anyone have whispered in his ear? Like, do you know like the legend he is? Like, you're just lucky he's even there. Right? Like to have him on stage to accept a major award. Like, I don't know anyone's whispering in his ear to get off stage. So and I know Nintendo fans, a lot of us have felt a little jaded by the award just because Nintendo stopped showing a lot of major stuff. Like they still have stuff like every other year they show, but like the bigger announcements came back like during the Iwata and Reggie days. Reggie and Jeff Keighley are infamously, still are infamously like really, really good friends. I mean, maybe almost as close to the Kojima relationship, just in a different way. Because Reggie's posted pictures of them having lunch like every fucking week,
time. And he goes every year, even if.
But like and I know Doug Bowser is not doesn't have that relationship, so I understand that a lot of Nintendo pulling back a bit is they just don't have the relationship. But But
also Nintendo, I think so much of it though, to the politics of it, right, is that Nintendo plays by their own rules.
Sure.
They want to dominate what the news cycle is.
Sure.
And they know there's going to be 30 other trailers playing during these Game Awards.
And
that like if they announce something, they don't want to be buried.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond needs it. It needs
I don't
attention.
think it's going to be there. I would love if
Metroid
any game was
attention.
going to be there, right? And get that extra big push. I actually think Metroid would be a great choice. Metroid or Bayonetta are good franchises.
Yeah. And they push Bayonetta there.
And they've done that. Right. And the Bayonetta stuff they've done, and that was good. Or like Smash, another great example.
I
the
think
DLC characters, that's enough of a story where they're like,
and
and Joker are going to take
crosses over so many franchises.
Exactly.
Everyone, even if you're not a Nintendo fan, knows what Smash is.
Right. But I don't see a world in which, like, this is going to sound very Nintendo biased, but like also I don't hide the fact that I'm a Nintendo fan, right?
Well, no
it's
shit.
like
we're all Nintendo
fanboys
a little bit,
like
at least.
Series X needed the push to get that initial teaser announcement at the Game Awards,
yeah.
Right? Like people
we talked about
needed to care, right?
Yeah.
Switch 2 does not need it. There's no realm in which
by the
Nintendo needs the Game Awards to like have a teaser for Switch
future
2.
game company. If you reveal hardware at an event with a game, that game better be at fucking launch.
It better be cool.
It better be at launch.
Yeah.
You can't be showing Hellblade and then it comes out like 5 years later. Come on. Come on. Like, I know Nintendo wouldn't do that. Like that, when they reveal a game, that game you see, that's a launch game, or at least year one.
Right.
Anyways, so no, it's a unique situation. Me personally, as someone who really loves Metroid, I want that game in front of as many eyeballs as possible because clearly Nintendo's had directs forever and they haven't gotten Metroid to be able to do as well as they want.
It's getting love. I mean, it got nominated.
It got nominated,
category, even in a year where we know it's not going to win with GTA.
Well,
it's still like got its flowers. I feel like even in a year that wasn't maybe necessarily,
it was a little bit of a weaker.
Nintendo,
yeah, it was a little bit
I still feel like you're getting Zelda nominations in multiple categories. Mario Party, I think, has a good shot of winning. I will say, speaking to the Nintendo side, I know that there's a little media bias with Zelda. If there's a Zelda game, top-down or otherwise, it's getting nominated. But last year, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 literally got nominated for Game of the Year. Like that is not a franchise that historically has gotten any major love. That is a niche, as much as those of us who play Nintendo love it.
It's amazing.
And as much as it means, it's amazing, right?
It's amazing.
Critically, it's very good.
Awesome.
That is not a mainstream series. I would argue Fire Emblem's become significantly more mainstream than Xenoblade is. That's like another tier down, So
yeah. I don't think a Xenoblade game's ever outsold.
No, it's amazing.
$2.5 million top for Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Yeah, we have like 4 or 5 million. What did Three Houses sell? That was a lot.
It did well, right? And I feel like every year there's almost always been a Nintendo game in Game of the Year since 2016, 2015, right? Like Breath of the Wild and Odyssey both got one that year. Sure. So for me, I feel like there's not really, there's never been like an anti-Nintendo bias or like, I think it might feel like that because we don't get big reveals
at
the show
for
Nintendo. But that's on Nintendo for saying we don't want reveals there. But
and I'm going to tell you guys right now,
Pikmin 4 won for best strategy game. That's huge.
Nintendo has like consistently showed like their big Zelda games are the 3D ones. I wouldn't be shocked if the next big 3D Zelda ends up because by the way, the one thing that Nintendo knows, if that big 3D Zelda game, if they're that confident and it's amazing and epic, they know, all right, it's Game of the Year nomination next year. Right. It's a GOTY nomination and it might fucking win.
Yes.
We got to show it the year before. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to rush this a lot, not to cut off Thunder Station there. I know there's a lot we could talk about, but like I really want to get your guys' thoughts on Switch 2 stuff. Because look, the upper row here, we talk this every week. But the bottom row, we don't get this opportunity very often.
Okay.
Paul Gale's got his job. He can't even come on my show. It's not even. He'll talk to me. He'll be in the chat. But he can't come on. He's got work. He's got a life.
Do you know how long Wednesday is? Wednesday is my crazy day.
Yeah.
I'm there from 9.
It's the crazy day for my sister too. My sister's a teacher. It's nuts on Wednesday.
Wednesday's always busy.
9 to 9.
Yeah.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I am working. I'm working out.
Working out, yeah.
12 hours. I'm teaching karate, personal
defense,
yoga. I mean, I work the other days of the week too, but Wednesday is like my calories on my watch are
that's the intense day.
Going
wild
crazy
on that day.
And obviously with RogersBase, friend, we're good. We talk every once in a while.
course.
He might not be on another. Well, you won't be on a show till 2025. That's for sure.
100% not.
Like, 100% there.
Even the fact that we planned this, a little bit of inside baseball. We planned me coming on this episode 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Specifically for this month because I was in Japan, New York, Hawaii, and Chicago all within 2 months. Like, it's been crazy. So I'm happy that I was at
this is just inside baseball. This show will end and I will message him tomorrow. So when are we planning the next one? And he'll be like, let's do June, July, May. Yeah, right.
Let's plan at some point when Switch successor gets announced.
Yeah, it's kind of like we should. Yeah. So like that's how it works. And we tried this one other topic earlier this year, and then that time we didn't work out.
We weren't able to do it. Yeah.
So just
we were able to do what was that thing, Paul, where we did like the review thing
crew.
where it was like, bro, we couldn't even get one of those done.
We got one of them and barely.
We got one.
It was so much fun doing, and then now I have a better microphone, and I'm like, but it's the time.
It's just impossible.
That review we did. Yeah. So like it's one of those things that it's like, I want RogersBase on as much as possible. He's just very, very busy. Like I'm telling you, we wouldn't have like the reason the show goes so long when he's on is because we never have him. We got to hold on to this moment. All right. That being said, let's go to the Switch 2 topic quick. Because I really want to get you guys' thoughts on this. So
sure.
Look, there's rumors all the time. I'm the Switch 2 guy. Cover rumors all the time. All the reveal and like launch rumors, none of them have ever really worked out. I shouldn't say none of them because technically, like some of the original stuff was like, oh, Switch 2 got delayed out of this year. Q1 at the earliest, March, etc. Technically, we're not there yet, so we don't know, right? Like, so none of that can say like that's not true. We don't know. I don't even know if it was delayed. Don't know. We might never know. We knew that Switch was delayed, but that's because Nintendo got hacked and all the shit leaked, and then we found out, oh, they actually did want it out holiday 2016. Cool. That actually makes a lot more sense than just canceling Wii U and then having to put the NES Classic out so we have something to sell them. So it actually makes sense if you think about it. I'm pretty sure they wanted Switch out that holiday, but hey, to their credit, they delayed it till the games were ready, and that's what you got to do. So there's a report out here from China, right? This person in China, Hom. I don't know who he is. Never heard of him before this week. But apparently, and this is thanks to Central Leaks, who did some additional digging that I didn't even do because it's on this Weibo or whatever, however you pronounce it website.
Sure.
And it's very hard to navigate it because every time you click on anything, it pops up and wants you to log in. You can go anywhere, but like you have to know like the URL. You have to use like Google searches to get. So it's a little hard to navigate and even get to all his individual posts. You try to go to his profile, it always wants you to log in, but you can find everything.
Yeah.
And I found the post about how like they're going to. Shout out to Family Boards, I guess, as well, because technically they originally talked about it. But the post that talked about what he said, he said they're going to have 6.5 million Switches ready to go for launch month compared to the 2.7 they had for Nintendo Switch. And then, that, hey, it's going to be revealed in January and launched in March. And at first you're like, well, this just sounds nuts. Nintendo, 2 months of marketing. Now, I made a very good argument on how 2 months of marketing can work. If you think about the 6 months a year, guys, most of those months are dead air where they say nothing. So like it's really just being like reveal. Like, think about this. What was one of the complaints that at least my community had about Tears of the Kingdom? When are they going to talk about this fucking thing? A month out, here you go.
That's it. We got the Aonuma presentation, and that was it. Yeah.
So from that point forward, they kept marketing it. So like, if you think about it, like even like, they revealed PlayStation 6 or 5, and then they stopped talking about it for a few months, and then 2 months from launch, it was nonstop. Xbox, they announced it. We don't hear about it for 6 months. So most of it's dead air. When we're talking about needing time to market, I'm always like, yes. It doesn't make it like it's not building hype by just not talking about it. In fact, in today's world, you could argue not talking about it makes people kind of forget that it's coming. The general consumer, not obviously the hardcore. Obviously, we're a different breed. But like my mom might hear me talk about it, like, oh, so she revealed I watched your live stream, your reaction, that was really awesome. And then if it doesn't come out for 6 months, she's gonna be like,
what happened?
I'm like, it's coming like next week. Don't worry about it. I don't know why they're not talking about it.
That's funny.
So I think there's actually a pretty good argument the 2 month thing could work. But the thing is like, okay, can we believe it? Now, this person, as I was trying to say, the Central Leaks found out, ended up leaking every major announcement for the June Direct. Every single one of them. Jamboree, Prime 4, all of them. I mean, even some of the more niche ones like the Saga stuff had like all the big announcements that people got really hyped for. He had all of it. Now, in the West, none of us paid attention because, again, this is a website. It's hard to navigate. Didn't get a lot of pub. Didn't get a lot of attention here in the West, which, of course, is a Chinese forum. Chinese social media site. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's more of a social media website. I think it's like the way I looked at it, it looked a lot like Twitter a little bit, but anyways, doesn't really matter. Point is, it didn't get a lot of pub over here, which happens. If you're somebody that gets a lot of stuff right, but you've never had that happen before, people know who you are, right? They don't pay attention to it later. Well, no one was really paying attention to them at all until this happened. And now, after all the media got attention and got mass reported all these websites, because I'm not the only one. I mean, I got source. I'm not the source. I want to be very clear. I'm not the source. But people realized it, I guess, a lot through my video. He deleted everything and put up a single post. And that single post, look, everyone jokes around about it. But he's like, the ninjas came knocking. And it's
right. You're like,
okay, like that sounds like bullshit, but also, actually, then look, we all know the ninjas are fucking real, and they will. Like we just literally had it happen with like the Switch emulator Rio Jinx.
Yeah,
out of nowhere, ninjas came knocking at his fucking door, and it went away. Because like, not technically went away. It's open source, so like, there's all the. But you know what I mean? Like suddenly it's taken down and it's off of GitHub and all. It's like, yeah, and there was nothing going on. And then Nintendo knocked on the door. And there's a whole reason that Nintendo's probably doing that. It has to do with, it looks like the Switch 2 files being similar. But anyways, that's a different story. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on, one, do you think it's realistic that it could be announced in January? Keeping in mind, obviously, that Furukawa technically didn't say it would be announced as a reveal this year. He just said an announcement. But then they already had more announcements and then promised more. I don't know, this phases thing he keeps talking about.
The fiscal year thing.
Yeah. So there's that where people pretty much expect it to be revealed by March, regardless, no matter what happens. So it's also one of those, if you want to give credence to this, well, even if it's wrong, it's going to be revealed within 2 months of being wrong.
Right.
Anyways.
It's going to be right regardless. Yeah. Right.
So either way. But the biggest thing was obviously not that it's revealed in January, but releasing in March. Now, it's not the only person to ever say this. I think PH Brazil, who wasn't the original reporter, Pedro Henrique, Luda Lipa, he was the original reporter, said it was delayed in March, and he's been very staunch. Like, all he's hearing from his partners is March. He'd be flabbergasted if it wasn't revealed this year, which probably further went that he keeps getting told March. Why the fuck wouldn't they reveal it this year? Because like they've never done this 2-month thing. Why would they? Now he's just gone silent because he's just probably tired of people like me speculating on it. It gives him a little negative attention sometimes when something doesn't happen. I understand. By the way, if anyone understands negative attention, I couldn't even say anything in RogersBase. Anyways, no. So I really want to throw this. Let's start with RogersBase. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Like, is there like any credence to it? Do you think it's even possible? Obviously, we want it to happen. Like, that's real fucking soon. Like, who doesn't want it to happen?
The answer is yes. I mean, the answer is like unequivocally yes. I think you look at this year, right? And it ended up being a stronger year for Nintendo releases than I think a lot of people expected. And I think they got to the end of the year and realized we really don't need to announce this thing, right? We have a new Mario Party. We have a new Zelda. We have a new Mario and Luigi. We have a new title in the Famicom Detective Club franchise. You have like a Paper Mario remake. There was a lot of games this year, which is odd considering the fact I think we had this conversation 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I think most people agreed like, oh, Tears of the Kingdom is the last big Switch game. Like, of course. And then they're going to move on. And then that didn't end up being the case. And we got Mario Wonder. We got like all of these other Mario RPG remake, right? There was a lot of big stuff. And I think they are now at a point where they realize like, look, realistically, like we do need to announce this thing. And investors wise, they straight up said, hey, look, like we are going to get a reveal before the end of the fiscal year. That is going to happen, plain and simple. So whether people want to speculate on like when this thing is going to happen or not, like by March, we're going to know what this thing is, guaranteed. To me, looking historically, the Nintendo Switch presentation, the big presentation where they announced all the Switch games was January. The thing got announced because remember, we did not have a release date until that January thing got announced for a release in March. And I think if they want to avoid having like the holiday confusion of people going to buy their Switches of the holiday season while there still isn't a price drop for the original Switch, which is insane, right? That realistically, January Direct, boom, big reveal. This is going to be the Switch 2 information. We're going to have our previews in February. Boom, it gets revealed and released end of March. That is not a shock to me, especially if all these like reports that have been coming out since last March and last April about this thing being manufactured and them wanting to have more manufacturing and having 6 million at launch. Like That is not a shock to me that they would have been sitting on this and not wanting to reveal it.
We got data from September that like looks like it's already started mass manufacturing as of September.
Right. Like, so to me, that is not a big shock. I think the shock is going to be if they choose to butt against the trend and actually launch this thing without a major launch lineup, because that realistically is what we're looking at if we get a 2-month time frame, right? Like we already know Yuka Replayly or whatever is like coming to Switch successor. We know, we can assume that like there's going to be a cross-gen Twilight Princess type thing with Metroid Prime, but realistically, I don't think Metroid Prime's coming out in March.
I think it's like summer, maybe even October.
Right. Yeah. So to me, I'm like, okay, well then what does that leave? And realistically, the only thing I could think of is like a Mario Kart, like a new mainline Mario Kart.
It's Mario Kart or 3D Mario.
And then maybe a bunch of ports like Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree or whatever. It gets like a Switch port and that, or like something along those lines. Like
supposedly Monolith Sauce working on a new IP. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's no way that's going to be in March. That's
not in March. No, March. If it's March, to me, it's 3D Mario or Mario Kart. I don't think there's any.
Yeah, and I don't think it's 3D Mario either. I think 3D Mario would be later in the year, and we know it's probably not Donkey Kong because we're getting Donkey Kong Tropical, Tropical Freeze. We're getting Donkey Kong Return in January.
Yeah, Donkey Kong's gonna be later.
We're getting Xenoblade X in February.
In March.
March. Excuse me, March. We're getting that in March, and then beyond that, like what we still know. Regardless, they could say this until they're blue in the face. We know they're sitting on Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. They're sitting on that. They've been. We also know.
Don't give them hope, Roger. Don't give them hope.
But we know that's not even like it's like the worst kept secret in the industry. They're sitting on those things.
Like literally everyone.
They are also literally sitting on Fire Emblem. They are sitting on a Fire Emblem remake that has been done presumably for a year and a half. So if that's the case, where is that? Because my assumption is they're not going to release that for Switch 2. We know Switch 2 is going to be backwards compatible, but like that game is most likely echoes traditionally when they do the
I think they plan to have a lot of strong Switch games still. Like remasters and ports, I feel like they're just going to do that.
If you have Donkey Kong port, right? Xenoblade port, Fire Emblem remake, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, plus we still have not seen Legends. We don't know what Pokemon Legends looks like. And we know that's a Switch game. We haven't seen Legends and we haven't seen Metroid Prime since it got announced. That's a huge year for Switch. Maybe they're hoping that like because the thing is backwards compatible, that people will just maybe their marketing trend is going to be like your favorite games but better, right? So like you get that rumored Breath of the Wild 4K.
I wonder if that's why we haven't seen it.
Right.
Like ZA, like they don't want to show it because the first time they want to show it is when it looks its 4K. Best.
And if that's the case, then I could totally see a world in which that January Direct is like, here's Metroid Prime 4 running on Switch Successor. Here's like all the games you know and love, Smash Ultimate,
Switch,
whatever. Still coming on Switch Successor, right? And that they just really do hinge on one big launch game, and that game being Mario Kart. But is Mario Kart genuinely enough to get all of these people to change over at launch, especially if they just bought a Switch at holiday season?
I think it could also be more than just Nintendo's usual strategy. I also think that Nintendo has a lot of interest from major third parties, and there's going to be massive announcements we never had on Switch. You can't get Call of Duty, you can get it here.
Sure.
You can get Elden Ring DLC just one game of the year. Now it's here in a collection.
Call of Duty isn't even like a speculation. That's official.
We know
in
that's
legal
coming.
writing. We know Call of Duty is coming to whatever the Switch successor is. So that again, it's like it's a weird situation because on one hand, they want people to know this is their next big platform, and they want to avoid kind of what happened at the launch of 3DS, if people remember, where they had like Nintendogs and Steel Diver, and there was nothing until Mario that holiday. So like, I think they want to avoid that, but also like because of how big the Switch is, realistically, they could maybe just do Mario Kart and be fine. You know,
I have one thing to add.
Yeah.
We have discovered a lot of the games that came out this year were actually done for a long time.
Yeah, right.
So I think I'm not worried about their lineup for Switch 2 at all next year. I think their teams have been working on this stuff for years at this point.
But do you that's the one thing though, is like a Mario Kart doesn't need a long hype.
No, you don't need a long Mario Kart.
You don't need that Mario Kart. It's Mario Kart. You can literally announce Mario Kart today and to come out tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter. It would
it would sell like 15 million tomorrow.
Right. But I do think there's an argument to be made if they are sitting on some big games, if they're sitting on like an F-Zero or like I don't know. They're not.
Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion 4.
Maybe. Sure. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like that I do think would need a little bit more lead-in time. But again, like we know there's not going to be a Zelda because we got a mainline Zelda.
But they don't need that lead. They don't need the lead-in time for launch. Like these games can be announced in January and come out through the summer and fall.
Sure.
They just need the one game. The one launch game.
And maybe that's it. Maybe the launch game is Mario Kart. Maybe they have, I think the only other thing we're maybe sleeping on is like potential for, because we know now that Switch Online's carrying over, right? They've said this. It's backwards compatible, it switches over.
Yeah.
If that's the case, maybe you get like Switch Online exclusive things for Switch 2. You get like GameCube NSO, you get Dreamcast NSO or whatever, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say even if they don't want to go to GameCube right away because like, oh, we're maybe remaking, remastering a lot.
DS,
but Dreamcast a huge hit. People love Dreamcast.
And I think those are things that could potentially be sellers, in addition to like features of the system itself. Things like themes potentially being a big thing.
Sure.
Things like what you were talking about with voice chat, right? How we don't really have like real voice chat outside of the messaging. Like there's any
a friend, that'd be great.
Miiverse or whatever, right? Like there's any number of things that they could do. Street Pass, right? There's any number of things that they could do to make it like a substantial jump that wouldn't necessarily need the big lead-in time.
Yeah.
If you have a lot of cool system-based features plus a Mario Kart, you're good to go at launch until the holiday season, especially if your sell is that the Switch games coming out are looking better on the Switch successor within those first 3 months. Like, of course, people are going to want to play Metroid Prime 4 or Legend ZA or whatever in 4K. Like, naturally, people would want that.
Yeah, I honestly think Switch, and I think the number one thing that could make a short marketing cycle work if this does happen is this idea that people think that you need a long time to explain a system. And I think that's true when, one, it's a brand new thing that's never been done before, or two, it's an overly complicated thing that isn't easily understood. Usually those kind of things don't sell as well, the ones that are overly complicated, because if it's overly complicated, most people aren't going to bother. If this thing is literally just called Switch 2, don't know what it's called, but if it's literally just called Switch 2,
I believe, also, I haven't been on, so I will say this, I 100% believe Switch Attach. 100. Sure. That is the big number one thing. After hearing everything and seeing like the rumors about the magnetic Joy-Cons or whatever, and like thinking about if they're going to keep the Switch branding, and the fact that came out in a Google poll, a Google Ads poll that ran on YouTube in March of last year when we expected this thing to be announced, and that there's rumors of this thing being delayed or whatever. To me, like the signs are all lining up that if the idea of like attaching, I think it actually is going to.
Well, whatever the branding is, that it's just instantly understood.
Yeah. Yes.
Like the people go, well, the general consumer base. Look, the general consumer base is going to see a fucking commercial at the Super Bowl, and it's go time.
Yes.
It's not going to be hard to sell this to them. It's going to sell out at launch. Guys, for anybody who thinks it's not going to sell at launch, the Wii U sold out at launch. Okay, I want to be very clear.
But
they're not worried about day
Wii U
one.
Too.
We're not. About consistent sales.
People are thinking that like naming convention wise, they want to avoid a Wii U situation. That's literally impossible with this. The reason why the Wii U situation became a thing and why people, because I'm saying this as someone who worked as a product demonstrator for Nintendo during the Wii U phase, right?
Inside baseball, baby.
There were so many people who would come to my demo things and be like, oh, this is the gamepad attachment for the Wii. And literally so many people came up and thought it was literally a controller for the Wii. And that's because of the branding throughout the life cycle of the Wii, where these games had major peripherals. You had the Wii Zapper, you had the wheel for Mario Kart, you had the balance board. Like their entire branding throughout the life cycle of the Wii was, we have a new thing. Here is the new peripheral for it. Yeah. So naturally people are going to assume, oh, the U gamepad or whatever is an attachment for the Wii, because the games also realistically didn't look that much better, right? Like than what you were seeing on the Wii. The difference here is that inherently, from being a souped up version of a console that we've seen for 10 years, if you show a Mario Kart game, like you guys were mentioning earlier, running on this hardware, that's going to be a massive graphical leap that people are going to immediately understand. And you pair that with the branding of these new Joy-Cons that just click with like a magnet, you're done. You don't need anything else. People will know immediately this is the new system. Whether it's Switch 2, Switch Attach, whatever they want to call it, like they'll know.
So, Paul Gale, got to go to you. You haven't had to talk on this yet. You've been on our show in the past, dropping the hints teasing people the Nintendo 64% chance. Obviously, you could do some math fudging and kind of figure out that's probably what was going on. I was just doing math based on days. I don't want to know. Maybe you do know something. Maybe you're in another commercial, good sir. And you've been playing with I don't know, maybe The Rock came down and you're just like, hey, we've been playing with him now instead of John Cena. The Rock's back. Oh, John Cena's got one more year of relevance, right? Next year, his farewell tour. It's time. He's coming back for the commercials. Maybe it's Roman Reigns this time. He's not a heel right now. He's beloved. He's a babyface at the moment. Maybe it's Roman Reigns, or maybe it's somebody else entirely. Maybe it's Ariana Grande because Wicked's blowing up. I have no idea.
That'd be awesome.
So what I'm saying,
can you imagine, dude, if they had Ariana Grande at a Switch 2 commercial, that'd be sick.
I mean, look, if they want to get the most attention, it's Taylor Swift. That's like the obvious.
That's true. That's true.
That's the obvious pull. But
that's true.
Anyways, and especially like they could do a whole thing with Travis Kelce because they just won the Super Bowl. Anyways, I'm kind of sick of it, but you know what? I get it. She's really popular. I would understand.
It's big, and you use it, and it's hot.
Yeah,
and
it's big, it's hot.
Take advantage.
Yeah, you strike with the iron side, you get it in, and there's like no negativity, like surround, no major controversies. Like that's easy play. That being said, she has probably 1 billion opportunities, and it might cost a fortune. But Paul, what are you thinking about this? And if you know something, I totally get it. You got to be like, nah. But what are we doing?
So Nintendo Switches.
Who's the lip reader in the chat?
Man's mutant.
Who's the lip reader? What is that? Wait, was that the Mario jump? Wait, 3D Mario confirmed?
That's how the launch game is going to work, and it's going to be amazing.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I love that.
No, I don't know when the system is coming out or like those immediate launch plans. Third parties that I've talked with before, initially, it was just the one that was over a year ago at this point, looking forward to that dev kit, that the optimism going into Nintendo Switch's successor was far greater than it was going into Nintendo Switch based off of the not so best taste that Wii U left in their mouth throughout the cycle of it. And then later on, a year later, almost not quite to the date, but 12-ish months later, which is just a couple of months ago, several more developers came out and said things are looking more positive going into this than the previous. So kind of corroborating with the original source said, and that products will be ready to go. Yeah. That certain developers from those developers, I updated my tweet later on saying they do come from 3 different continents. So it's not inherently just
you updated it. I didn't even read it.
Just Nintendo America.
Totally missed it. Dude,
just,
you got my number. You're not telling me these updates? God damn.
Not just one continent's worth of companies, because then you could categorize them as just
making it harder to guess, harder to figure out.
Whatever.
I get it.
And that
playing the game.
And that certain companies in that list were at that E3 2017, but didn't have stuff ready, didn't have as much ready. Nintendo Switch was 3 months old.
Paul,
weren't anticipating it.
I don't mean to cut you off. When you said that E3 2017 thing, I literally looked at the entire list of every company there, and I just kept being like, which one is it? Which one of these fuckers has it?
Who has the dev kit?
I'm about to reach out right now. Which one of these fuckers? Anyways.
So I'm positive on the third-party Vive being good and being better than Wii U, and that's not saying that much, but like Wii U came out at that E3, and I remember I was sitting there at that former Nokia Center, which then became Microsoft Center. I think it's still Microsoft
and now,
Center.
LA Live.
And now it's
Peacock
Live.
Theater or something.
Peacock Theater, yeah. It's changing. Anyways, back then I was like, they got these third parties, but they're third parties from yesteryear or few year, and they're not going to be as big of an impact. Nintendo Switch did better because like Doom was only 10 months old. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out at launch. Dragon Ball Fighters came out slightly later, but Sonic eventually came out, at the same time. And Wii U, here it's like, well, you've got Batman Arkham City. I think it's like 2-3 years old at this point. Not as many people care about it, even though it's cool that it's there. And then there were some things that were not as managed properly, like Injustice. Well, there's less incentive to have all the extra DLC characters on the Wii U version, even though that version's awesome, because the system's not selling that well. I'm like, anyways, I don't want to rehash the past because for what it's worth, I had a lot of fun playing Wii U in those 4 years and 4 months that I had the system with my wife, early marriage, plenty of games and a lot of good memories playing
3D
together.
World that you brought up earlier, exactly.
But Nintendo Switch destroyed it. And like from the developers that I've talked to, it's so much different. So some of these developers, not necessarily sharing what games they're coming out with, but games that released previously that will be ported to the successor. Games that are in the development on the way. The plan is to support it, at or closer to, in proximity to the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC, whatever counterparts. So that all bodes really well. I think Nintendo's taking their time very seriously with the development of Nintendo Switch 2 or Attach. I think, I'm on board with Attach. I think it could be 2. But whatever it is, like we're all going to buy it.
It's very clear. We don't actually know.
Regardless,
none of us know.
None of
We're
us
just
know.
casting our lot.
Yeah. But the idea of like magnetic, it seems
I like
to make a lot of
Nintendo
sense.
Switch.
I would love to. Nintendo, I'm number 1 in search for Switch 2. I would love that to be the name.
Switch 2. You get that SEO.
I get the trickle down. So Switch trailer's number 1, Nintendo Prime number 2. I'll take it.
You'll take it.
But
think of me and me alone, Nintendo.
It's been hard to predict when Nintendo is going to announce it, show it, how they're going to show it, when, because they've never been in this position before. They've never been this strong, this long into a generation. Then they have this. Honestly, the 2 best moves they made several years ago was putting together their hardware and software teams to talk to each other about this is what we need out of the hardware. This is what we want out of the software. And boom, instead of kind of make its own thing and act independently, but have that cohesion. And also taking a little bit of pride, putting it to the side and being like, hey, third parties, what do you want? From that infamous Capcom saying you should go with 4 gigs of RAM, having that trust in your partners to help you make a better product. And the other best thing they did was, dude, you found a way how to make one hybrid console that took, instead of having to buy a Game Boy Advance and a GameCube, a Wii and a DS, a Super Nintendo and a Game Boy, a Wii U and a 3DS, just one. And this gave us the most software that Nintendo has ever put on one system, the best third-party support ever. Indies kind of took the charge of being what used to be portable games. And some indies actually went and been like, no, full-on console experiences, like home console experiences. So I think that Nintendo is in a good position. Previously it was the Nintendo Switch that had that 4.5 month gap, the smallest gap we've ever had. I did, the math before. So somewhere on X, if you scroll back far enough, I put the gaps between when a system was announced, when it came out, when a system came out, when its successor came out, when a successor was revealed for the first time, when the successors, when the next system came out. Like Nintendo Switch it's beat all of them. It's topped all of them. So it's hard to just use past. I mean, that's what I do as an analyst in the stock market and video game industry. I look at old trends, I talk to people, I learn a little more, I study the past, and studying history, you can kind of make a pretty safe approximation of the future. But dang, Nintendo didn't show it here. They didn't show it there. They chose not to do this. They dropped announcements whenever they wanted. But it's also a different shift in they can now. They have more power to do whatever they want to do, what they think is going to be the best than what they felt like they had to do. So what I mean is, in the Wii U generation, they had to have a presence at the Game Awards. Early Nintendo Switch generation launching it, they had to have a presence. They had to stick to this February, June, September thing. They had to do that. Now they could do what they think is best. And if they don't think it's best to show it off in September and have a direct, if they think it's best to have 2 in August, they will. If they want to suddenly drop, let's drop Alarmo on a given Monday morning. Bam, they will.
That is crazy to me still that has been a thing, that they've been regularly just dropping these announcements one after the other, just like on random tweets. They've literally been announcing everything but the Switch successor, which is just so funny. Yeah.
They're in a good position too. They're powerful, they're strong. It's helping them buy time. You know, it's known that part of Wii U's struggle in development was where Capcom and Sony and Microsoft, Konami and Activision, everybody started developing HD titles in 2003, 4 for Xbox 360 and PS3. Nintendo's the only one that didn't start until like 2009.
Right,
right. As talented as they were, the resources were like, oh shoot, it's taken longer. So I'm actually glad that Nintendo Switch Attach or 2 is taking longer to come out, because let Nintendo build up a stronger amount of time to create it so that the launch is good, and so that the next big 1 or 2 games comes out 4 months later, not you had to wait all of this time to get this one and that next game is 8 months later, because then you're having a Wii U scenario where you launch with Mario U and 8 months later Pikmin 3 came out. No, we want what happened with Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch was Nintendo's sophomore year in 1080p gaming. This is Nintendo Switch 2's. This is Nintendo's freshman year in 4K.
Oh yeah, sure. Freshman
year in 4K. If these rumors are true, so they're anticipating this, and I believe that software started earlier, and this is one of this is some of the reasons that probably at some point Nintendo thought, oh yeah, a Super Mario Odyssey sequel or a next 3D Mario game makes sense to have on Nintendo Switch. But then partway into the generation, you know what? Our scope is bigger and more grand. Let's put, Bowser's Fury as an attachment onto 3D World. We need more time to work with this extra system and take advantage of its resources, because going 4K is a bigger thing, and we don't want to launch this thing prematurely. So I think all the things are adding up right. Yeah, I say this with heavy bias because I love Nintendo, but I was also critical when need be. I won't say the names, but some pretty significant people up in the Nintendo ladder when I was at that E3 2011, and I said, when we heard prior that Wii U was probably going to be the name, and then it was announced, I said, I know internally there was debate whether it was going to be final. I don't know if you could, change it at this point.
Yeah.
Consider hearing before it goes to final. Like, I analyze, I study. I'm down there on ground zero in the forums, but I'm also talking with third-party developers, as you are. And I'm like, a lot of people are going to have confusion about the way it's marketed, the title of it. Us in the audience will get it, but a lot won't. The title. I mean, too many other things were wrong, but like, that was it. And that was as a Nintendo fan that loves it, and I'm going to buy this thing regardless. And like I said, had a good time, but the masses weren't. They're not making mistakes. The longer you put effort into something, you're going to have a better result. And Nintendo has that time. As much as it's paining so many people, dude, Nintendo Switch has like 6,000 games. Nobody here in this chat, nobody here in this comment section has played all 6,000 games. I'm not saying all 6,000 are worth your time and money, but surely there's a game. Raise your hand if you're one of the 5 people over here right now that has played Ghost Song on Nintendo Switch.
Never heard of that.
2 out of the 5. It's a phenomenal game. I guarantee you, if you like Metroid Dread a little bit, you are going to like this as much. Ghost Song. Look at the 100 something plus people in the chat right now. How many of you played it? Drop a yes. Majority have not. There still are games that are hidden gems like that.
Oh, yeah.
Play those.
Peglin. Dude, Peglin, I played Peglin. This is the last thing I'll say before I head out. Is Peglin, to me, I got it after the Indie World, right? They had like a little Indie World presentation. And I was like, this looks like a cute little pachinko game. Like, I'll try it out. Dude, I was obsessed with it for like 3 weeks. And it's not a thing that you would think of. It's not a thing that's like, oh man, this is a big release for Nintendo. But it's all the little stuff like that that just compounds into making this really diverse library of really great games. And like knowing that carries over to Switch 2, I think is the big reason why I feel like I'm not as nearly as concerned with going into Switch 2 as I was with like the Wii to Wii U.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas I feel like with Wii to Wii U, we had a lot of great games, right? But realistically, a lot of shovelware. And I think going into Wii U with that library, it's just one of those things where it's like, well, I don't really care as much that a lot of that stuff's going to carry over. Whereas with Switch moving in its successor, like the amount of really great stuff that was there that I know day one when I get this new system, I'll be able to play and it's going to run better is just awesome. So with that being said, I got to bounce. This has been a lovely 3.5 something hours. It's been wonderful talking with you guys, even with the burping, Prime. Even with the burping, it's been lovely.
Next time you're on, I'm just going to open with a burp.
Just open with the burp. I'll join you. I'll get a beer next time, and I'll join you guys as well.
Giant chug belch at the beginning.
Wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving, a happy holiday
Happy Thanksgiving.
season.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you too, man.
I'm sure I'll be seeing you guys on Twitter and stuff.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But regardless, thank you very much for having me on. It was an absolute pleasure. And have a great rest of your show. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Later, man.
Have a good night.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
I
love how he turns the camera off and he's still there for a second.
Yeah. Lurking. I know the main question was, I guess, do I think it's possible to have such a small? I kind of went off on other stuff as just.
I mean, look, Paul. I'm paying attention to every word. I'm hanging on every syllable.
I think it's possible to have such a narrow gap. My original claim, my thought was it's gonna be less than 4.5 months because they show that it could work before. They're not in a position where they're struggling, that they have to build excitement. They're building excitement left and right with amusement parks, movies, and shoe deals here, and teaming up with frozen yogurt deals here, and Legos here. They've got so much else to keep you a Nintendo fan that they don't have to show off the next one. They show off N64 because the next generation's ramping up and the Super Nintendo can't be old. They show off GameCube because the Dreamcast and PS2 are out there. They show off Wii because, not to say that those were ever rushed, but they had to when they did. Nintendo Switch, out of the 146 million people owning it, 124 million people are actively playing it at least once a month throughout the year. Like, it's tremendous. I think that going into Nintendo Switch 2's life, for a while into its life, you're going to see ports, remakes, smaller titles still come out for Nintendo Switch. Like the new amazing next Mario that's 3D. No, keep that for Nintendo Switch. But when Wii U gets ported, keep it on both. You know, when the game that is a smaller title or any kind of port remaster, put it on both. And on Nintendo Switch 2, it plays better, it looks better. So Nintendo Switch is going to be healthy. Nintendo Switch, that's a crazy thing of announcing in January and coming out in March. My personal thought was, unless if it happens at the Game Awards, which is still possible. I don't know how likely anymore, but it's possible. If it doesn't happen, my own bet was like, I could see it coming out. I could see it being shown in February and being released in June. Like that was sort of my window, February through June. If it doesn't get shown off at the Game Awards, which was my last bet. I mean, I was pretty much Team 2025 once October ended, but there still is that Game Awards. But then again, it's such an unpredictable Nintendo that could they show this thing off in December? Like, don't forget, December was the month that they just dropped, bam, we got a Zelda movie with Wes Ball in it. That was December, was it not? Something like December 9th or 11th of 2023. So big news like that, they could just drop on a random Tuesday. So, but a console's a little bit different because a console plays into sales, and right before Christmas, you wouldn't want to take away sales. And even though it's been said, it's not a main concern, trust me, it's a partial concern to take away holiday sales by announcing a big product. Making a small announcement doesn't take away from big sales. Having a big global announcement with 30 million people watching the trailers, that's enough to, take some people away. But I guess I'm on team. It's definitely possible for Nintendo to release it in March after showing it in January. It's not my pick of what I thought, but I'm also understanding that it's a very different Nintendo on how they operate before, and even like talking with third-party developers, sometimes talking with some Nintendo folks, but very rarely asking for any inside information, because I never make my friendships about I'm friends with you because you know stuff. I'm friends with you because I like stuff. Like, even when I went to Nintendo Live, I talked to some people who would probably know, and I didn't ask. I didn't bring it up. Some things I was told, little bits here and there, but I don't just flat out ask.
Yeah, I think it's almost disrespectful to ask.
Yeah,
like when I found out the Zelda thing that I could talk about the Tears of the Kingdom stuff, it was literally I didn't ask for anything. People just tell me things sometimes because they're just friendly and like I don't know. Like when you meet people in the industry, it's just and just not worth asking. Like I almost think it's kind of rude in a way. Because especially for like me, like I'm coming rumors and stuff. So like, then it's like, oh, you're just trying to make content. It's like, no, like I'm genuinely your friend. Like, let's just talk and chill. You want to tell me stuff? Tell me. You don't want to? Whatever. Let's talk about. Hey, the Boston Celtics won the title. Congratulations. Are you happy? I don't know. Do you care about that? I have no idea. Oh man, remember Breath of the Wild? What a kick-ass game! Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like. I don't know. Like I don't know as many people as you do, Paul. Obviously, I don't know nearly as many people as RogersBase either, right? Because I haven't been to all these events. If you want to know, like, how do I ever meet or know anyone? It's from events. It's just going to events. That's like how you meet people. Like, there's people who are really like, oh man, you should go to too many games. I'm like, I know, and like if I went to too many games, like. I think a lot of these YouTubers that are a little sly towards me, they're going to continue to be sly towards me, but they're going to be also friends, and it'll be more like a back and forth razzing. Whereas, like I know some of my audience, they get a little frustrated when they see like someone razzes me. Not like RogersBase, by the way. I try so hard to throw. I don't know what to do to that guy. I can't get. I try. I don't know what to do with him. I cannot find a way to like, and he knows it. And he knows it. He cockily said it. He knows I cannot get him back. It's impossible. He's too perfect. That was the word. Like, he's too clean. He's not dirty enough. Got to get him in the weeds a little bit. That being said, no, I don't mind when like people razz me, but it's kind of like I want to go back and forth. And when we talk about these like industry people, I'm just so appreciative they're giving me their time and all. Like if they even just acknowledge me, and I don't mean acknowledge me like putting the ones in the air. Yeah, I mean like recognize I exist as a human being, which I know that seems really basic, but I look up to these people.
It means a lot. Yeah,
I look up to. They make things I enjoy. Like like Tim Schafer said hi to me once, and I'm like, holy fuck. Wait a second. Hi, Tim. Yeah. You make content, don't you? Yeah. Hi. Great games. I was flabbergasted. Not because I was around him, but because he said something to me without me saying something to him first. So like I got to get better at not being so flabbergasted and just being more casual about it, but I can't help it, man. I grew up on this shit. Hey, Paul, how are you so smooth?
Dang. Inside, I'm probably always like giddy like a little.
But you contain it. Don't let it stop you.
Yeah,
it stops me sometimes.
I'm almost always smiling. So in my default, I'm already smiling.
Have I ever seen you not smile? I don't even know if it exists.
Like I met Masahiro Sakurai and got to briefly talk. Like it was a quick minute at most. Maybe at like E3 2018 or something like that. It was several years ago now. Gosh, even the last one, 19, that's still 5 years ago. But it was like 18 or so. And I was already smiling as I was approaching. So seeing that, I think, you know what? Actually, that's the answer. How do I not get razzled? I'm already pretty happy just being alive and around. Getting to teach martial arts. I walk into my dojo, I see my students, I'm already smiling. They're like, and end of the professor, like, man, end of the semester, they're like, man, professor, I didn't have a professor like you my whole time here. You always welcome with a smile. Da, da, da. It makes a difference. Going to E3, walking around, smiling. So I guess the vibe is this guy's already happy to be here. He's already in a good attitude. He's coming up to me with a smile and to ask a question and stuff like that. It welcomes. It's welcoming. It's safe.
Sure.
A couple of people, actually, I'll tell one of the names. That's fine. Minoru Arakawa, the former president of Nintendo of America, pre-Doug, pre-Reggie, late 90s, early 2000s. He had security around him. I wasn't aware that like those big guys around him were security, but here I was, and it must have been like 18-year-old me or something like that, 33 something. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Mr. Arakawa. Like, I've got to talk. So I came up, just me ahead of time, and he turned aside, and he started smiling, and we started walking towards each other, and the security, and he was like, oh no, he's okay. He didn't know me yet. And he said, I have to tell you, with most journalists, they're too quick and they're too asking. I like your smile. So you smile, so that's why I'm talking. So I'm paraphrasing basically, but here are
it's the smile.
It was the smile and the kind attitude, and I came up to him with kindness. And there's another individual, I can say his name too, but Taki Inamoto from Capcom. Same thing when I met him back in the day, also at E3. Although he knew of me before because Udon put me in Capcom's comic book back in like 2003, and I was originally wanted to go to there. Yeah, I'm in like issue number 7 from like 2000.
Yeah, he's immortalized forever. Paul Gale guy. I'm learning new things every day.
I was supposed to meet with the guys at Udon, but they went back to Canada. But Taki Inamoto was there, who was in charge of like licensing at Capcom. That anything that Capcom did with anyone else, whether it was a movie, a toy, an action figure, a comic, whatever, he was in charge of that connection. So I met with him. But once again, just he said it. He said the same thing. So it's like two older Japanese men that both gave the same compliment or observation. He says, "Oh no, I could tell. Oh, you're smiling. Come on in the back. Come on in the back." And then, here's the back of the VIP Capcom. And like, that was one of the earliest VIP areas that I got to go in at an E3. I think that I was invited to, and it was just, yeah. I'm always starstruck. I'm always like, even though they're real normal people, you can't help but have that adoration for them because they've impacted your life so much without them knowing it. And you don't want to come off like weird fanboy, even though you are. So you come at them with a genuine appreciation and a nice smile and a nice attitude. And then I've gotten talks by them too, and then other people, but those are the two that come to the top of the mind because they're so far back in time that they really hold with me. I was like, oh no, you have a good smile, genuine attitude, happy. So I'm happy to talk to you. And you don't have like American journalists coming at me asking with a thing in my face right away. You just wanted to say hi. And then they take
the big takeaway, guys, for those out there: be more Paul Gale, less Nintendo Prime belching when a guest is talking. Thunderstash, what are we thinking about these rumors, man? What are we doing? We talk about this stuff every week, and yet every week new shit keeps happening.
Yeah. So I got a couple points to make that I wrote out notes on, and I was actually on a podcast earlier today, and we discussed this exactly. Yeah,
like 8 hours of talking.
Yeah, I was on N64 Josh's podcast.
Yeah.
So we already discussed this, so I'm going to go over these points. The first point being that I don't think the Switch 2 needs the immediate reveal, and that we look at it, the original Switch was announced in October, fully revealed in January, released in March. And that timeline worked perfectly then. And I think it can work again now, except we don't need the October reveal, right? Because we already know what Switch 2 is. So there's really no pressing need to reveal the Switch 2 yet. I think you can go January and release it in March. And I'll get into that. Second point. I think there's a lot of power in a short announcement to release window. We truly live in an age of instant gratification, especially as a consumer. People wanted the Switch 2 yesterday. People wanted it last year. We thought we were getting it this year. So given that anticipation, I think Nintendo is in a prime position to capitalize on a short window from announcement to release. And I think if any time was the time to do it in their history, this would be the best time. So why does this strategy, of course, work? The Switch is already a household name. Everyone knows what it is and what it can do. A short announcement window like January to March keeps the Switch 2 at the forefront of consumers' minds, creating urgency in that they know we either got to pre-order it immediately or make it a priority for the next big gift, whether it's for a birthday or Christmas. People are deciding in January, the beginning of the year, how I'm going to get the Switch to. I'm either going to buy it or I want it as a gift. So you're already top of mind for 2025 to kick off the year. Next is launching early in the year. Also, of course, this is something we've talked about here, but it gives Nintendo the opportunity for 2 major sales spikes in the same fiscal year. So you have the initial release in March and, of course, the first holiday season. And this approach lets Nintendo highlight the big launch titles in the spring, then followed up with a second wave of whatever their marquee flagship games are going to be for November, ensuring excitement remains high through the first Christmas. So all the hardcore gamers, the Nintendo fans, are going to be picking up Switch, of course, at launch, or they're going to try to. Then you have word of mouth advertising through YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, social media, all throughout the year. And then you have a big boom again, of course, for Christmas. So I think for many casual gamers, the holiday season is going to feel like their launch day because that's when they're getting it. So you get the 2 booms. Last point in being, you look at Apple, right? Apple's success shows the value of iterative releases. So I looked it up just because I don't know this stuff, because I don't follow it that closely. So this year, Apple announced the iPhone 16 Pro and Pro Max on Monday, September 9th. Pre-orders opened that Friday, September 13th. And then by September 20th, so 11 days later, the latest iPhone was in the consumer's hands. That is a short announcement reveal to release. That was 11 days. So you got to ask, why does that work? And I think it's because, of course, Apple's iPhones are iterative products, just like what we expect Switch 2 to be. So Nintendo's next console, for everything we know, is not going to be a radical departure, but an evolution. And if Nintendo were to emulate a successful company that knows how to release in iterations in North America, there's no better company than Apple to look at. So from what we know, everything we loved about the original Switch, but better, bigger, better, more refined in every way. Native support for current next-gen games on the go, not through the cloud. That's a big selling point because, again, I have my PlayStation Portal. I tested it out with the PlayStation Premium service to play those games. It's better, but it's not native. Switch 2, enhanced graphics, higher performance, 4K on your TV, 1080p on an improved 8-inch screen. You got the redesigned Joy-Cons with magnetic technology, finally fixing the drift issue. That's what it's going to be outside of whatever the unknown is that Nintendo might throw in there. And I look at it this way. When you look at the retail calendar, it peaks in November. It goes to sleep until March. It always does in retail. In the restaurant business, it did. In mortgage, it does. So December's quiet. That's why games don't release in December unless you're Super Smash Brothers. And you can get away with that. We'll see if Indiana Jones can get away with it. But even if it can't, it doesn't matter because it'll sell well on PS5 in the spring.
Yeah,
so
there's a second release date for it on a more popular system. Yeah.
But December, January, February, people are spent literally and figuratively. They're tired. They don't want to go spend money. They're not interested in buying anything. But if you hit them up in March, it changes. It literally is like flipping a switch in March. So If you tell people about it in January, they can prepare for it. March is tax return time. People are getting their tax returns back. You let them know in January, then they can already plan to use that tax refund in March on the Switch. And again, you get the 2 launches. You really get 2 launches. You get the hardcore. We advertise for you for free all year. Because that's how it works, because we're passionate about gaming. We're passionate about Nintendo. We're going to talk about it. So we set you up for the whole year. So I think it makes sense. I've watched a lot of videos on YouTube with people saying it's absolute blasphemy that Nintendo would ever do that. But it's like, hey, man, we do have a new president. This is his first launch. And times have changed. I really believe that the shorter release window is better in the world we live in now of instant gratification. When you tell us about it and we have to wait 6 months, people lose interest. The younger generation loses interest. You got to strike while the iron's hot, announce it, put pre-orders up quickly, and run with it. That's it. So I think this could happen. I definitely see how it can happen. I see how people can say it can't, and I get it. But I believe there's a path to this that makes a lot of sense. So that's where I'll end it.
There we go. Eric, do you have anything you want to add?
The shorter the release period window is, the faster I get it. So that's what I want.
Revealed today, released January 1st. Let's go, baby.
Damn straight. The shorter that period is, the faster I get it. So that's what I want.
Yeah, it's look, I made videos on this. I don't have to go too in depth, but I just feel like Nintendo is in a very advantageous position, obviously. Regardless of what anyone wants to think, unless you're kind of like the mobile and PC market, Nintendo's kind of on top of the console market. They still are. I know PlayStation's obviously the best-selling system at the moment and has been for like most of the last 2 years, and that's fine. But that doesn't change the install base that already exists. It's still way significantly behind what Switch already has. And Switch somehow, even in its like third year of decline in terms of sales, software sales and hardware sales. Yes, last year was a bit of a boost thanks to Tears of the Kingdom and Mario Wonder, but even then, like hardware sales were still down year over year. And this year, Nintendo missed their own projections and might miss their projections even more. We have no idea how well it's going to sell this holiday. We'll see. Nintendo has some hopes. We'll see what happens. But I look at this as, while Nintendo's dealing with all of that, they're still increasing the amount of people actively playing Switch. One thing is very consistent, like that last fiscal report, if you look at the numbers, there's a lot of numbers that don't look great when looking at last year and then the peak years of Switch, because we're not in the peak years anymore. The peak years are behind us. But one number is peaking. 127 million active players in the last calendar year. 127 million people have turned on and played something on a Switch in the last year. That is an insane number. Absolutely insane. So yeah, maybe the sales aren't quite as high because everyone who wants one has one. And they're still actively playing. So when I look towards what they're going to do with Switch 2 with the reveal to release, look, it very much might get revealed in March and come out in September. It's like a more traditional schedule, or maybe they wait all the way for the holidays in November. Sure. That's a very like traditional way that things have typically been done. To be fair, Switch was not done in a traditional way, but we can pass it off as, Wii U tank, so they had to do something different. But I do think that we have seen other consoles and other companies do this more traditional approach. And I'm very, I know we won't live in this alternate reality, but like if the pandemic never happened, I'm very curious if it would have worked for Sony the way it did, because they didn't really have a very strong lineup that first year. And I'm kind of curious if they would have did as well as they did if there wasn't a pandemic where people were just really wanting to be entertained and just buying out this stuff and just getting anything they could so they had something to do because they're bored. They're at home. They're bored. They have more free, like we had more adults worldwide. This was a worldwide patent. More adults worldwide with money to spend, needing to fill a shit ton of free time where they can't really leave their house. Very unique situation. I kind of wonder, if sales would have been what they were. I mean, even Nintendo's peak at 28 million. I don't think they would have hit 28 million that year, obviously, without the pandemic. Probably 20 plus, somewhere in the 20 plus range. I'm sure. Maybe more like 24, 25. But still, I do think that they were able to move some extra units. Obviously, Animal Crossing, big deal, especially for that time. Probably couldn't have timed a more perfect release. Not saying that Nintendo wants pandemics to happen all the time. But, yeah, I'm just saying that, like, it kind of worked out for their favor with Animal Crossing. I think Animal Crossing might have got an extra 10 to 15 million in sales because of that. But Animal Crossing, I think, was always going to be big because New Leaf had shown rapid growth over the prior game. Now it's like, okay, this is the game where people are buying games the most. 1.2 billion or 1.3 at this point, something like that. Jeez. Yeah, like insane. Nintendo's never had people this feverish to buy games on a platform before. So they've not only had their technically not best-selling platform yet, it'll probably end up passing DS in the end, but they've definitely had their most successful want-to-sell games platform. They are selling more games than ever. So when you consider that momentum, that they're still selling more games than ever, and this is year 8, and they're still planning, even the fact that they're selling over 10 million units in year 8, over 200 million, 300 million pieces of software in year, that is insane numbers. You would be happy if that's launch year. And this is year 8.
Do you realize in one quarter, they're going to sell 5 million systems this next quarter that we're in now? That's a quarter of GameCube's whole life.
Like,
that's amazing.
So
this decline is only poor in comparison to the previous year. And it's not even poor, but it's
it's just continuing like a trend.
It's actually great. They're actually fantastic.
So great. It's so great.
Regardless of it being less than, it is still independently great.
Yeah. But what that means is even though other companies might be having a bit more momentum or whatever, and I'm sure the PlayStation 5 Pro has helped. Obviously, we know GTA 6 hitting PlayStation 5 next holiday. Going to be big. That's going to be a big reinvigorate. That might even extend the PlayStation's life an extra couple of years, just that game alone, because it's so big. And it's not on anything else at launch. But I look at this from this perspective of, could they do this short release to launch? Absolutely. Because one thing they got to actually, I think, more worry about isn't competition. It's themselves. They're still releasing games on Switch. They're still releasing and marketing games on Switch while they're talking about Switch 2 right now. They just talked about it this month. Now, investors meaning, but they didn't have to tell us features. They told us backwards compatibility and NSO. They didn't have to tell us that. Nintendo never told us features about a system before they showed us the system before. They just told us it exists. That's normal. Nintendo's done that before. Never told us features. So I think Nintendo's doing this for a reason. Then Furukawa talked about phases in the past. We don't know what they mean by phases. We don't know what they consider a phase. Was May a phase? Was this a phase? We don't know. We don't know what he considers to be phases. What we do know is they're doing things they've never done before with launching a new system. They told us back in May it's coming, an announcement this fiscal year. Then they gave us announcements this month and then told us there's still more. This isn't what we talked about back in May. I think that kind of feels like it's going to be a reveal. Okay. So if they're doing that, I kind of feel like what was one of the things they said this month? Like, hey, backwards compatibility. We'll explain more about this later, how that works. What do you mean? Should be pretty self-explanatory, right? Put your cartridge in, right? Download your games, cloud saves, system transfers. We've been doing this the whole Switch generation. What are we talking about? Should be pretty easy. Oh, almost like they might be hiding a feature that they're going to reveal at a later date that has to do with backwards compatibility. A lot of you guys probably get what I'm hinting at because a lot of people are kind of hoping for this feature. That's the first time Furukawa said something. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong because I didn't think they would do it. Furukawa acting like they need to explain this feels like there's something more, which is why they told us this now. So it just becomes this bigger surprise at reveal that, hey, yeah, you already know we're backwards compatible, but you didn't know this. You didn't know what that actually meant. So I think because of things like that, and they're still selling Switch games, and yes, they're going to have their Switch 2 exclusive games and the whole run up, and third parties are going to be nuts on Switch 2 year one. I did it. Year 2 might even be crazier, but year 1, I think there's ports and stuff already just ready to go. I truly think that like Nintendo doesn't need this 6-month marketing cycle. What they need to be is just ready. When they show it, just be ready to go. Yeah. I think that's it. That's all they need. Hey, your Switch games are improved. Hey, here's a bunch of new stuff. Hey, we have Mario Kart or 3D Mario, whatever at launch. Hey, we got this, we have that. Guess what? You can buy it in 2 months, pre-order next week. Like, Nintendo is in this advantageous position that one thing, I actually want to point this out. This is something that I've noticed just looking at numbers over the industry. Every time someone's gotten to the level Nintendo's at, which by the way, this has only happened 3 times in industry history. 3 times in industry history. It was immediately followed up with the worst selling thing for that given company for what they were doing. PlayStation 3, the least successful PlayStation in terms of sales. 3DS, the least selling handheld for Nintendo in terms of sales. That came off the DS, right? Came off the PS2. Now, obviously, PS2's numbers only recently got finalized. Lots of theories about why Sony now decided to update those numbers, but whatever. Make it a little bit harder for Nintendo. They might still get there, even with Switch 2 releasing tomorrow. They might still get there because they're going to keep selling Switches. Did you guys see the $75 off Switch OLED?
Yeah.
What the?
It's going to
help. They
didn't
even announce that was happening, and all of a sudden, $75 off. Here you go. I don't know if that's retail driven or that was the Nintendo like secret deal with all these retail partners. I have no idea. I think that actually is really going to really boosted sales this holiday. I think that's how they guaranteed that $5 million was like, hey, we were doing a price drop this whole time, never told you. Be curious if that price drop comes back around next year. By the way, 75. God, I thought it'd only be like 50, 75, and that's on bundle systems.
Yeah, you're getting a lot. You're going to get a good value.
Getting a great fucking deal for 75 off. That being said, I just think that Nintendo's in this position where they're on top of the world and they know it. They have all these Nintendo accounts. They have everything where they just know all that matters is when we announce it, we're ready and we're not going to make people wait. And I think that's just the world we live in. People are tired of waiting for things.
Yep.
Like, think about how frustrated the hardcore is, which Nintendo's not necessarily with the hardcore. All the people that right now that are mad about Switch rumors, and sworn this thing off, and I hope it fails. Once it's revealed, your tune's totally, you're flipping 180. You know it. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. All the reasons you love Switch are coming back around again for Switch 2. The next 3D Mario, the big 3D Zelda, Metroid Prime 4, you're coming back around. Just because you're upset at social media and YouTubers, you're coming back around. Because ultimately, the games matter more than anything. They're going to drop games you're going to want to play. All right? So be mad now. You're going to forget all about it when they show you a game that you really want. You're going to be, well, they didn't bring back Star. Okay, and what happens when they reveal a Star Fox game being made by, I don't know, Ubisoft or something, and it actually looks really good? You're going to be forgiven. You're going to just worry that it's like buggy and shit, which I think Ubisoft had to learn a hard lesson with Star Wars Outlaws that, hey, gamers are done accepting AAA buggy games at launch. We'll see. Hopefully they get everything fixed up for Assassin's Creed Shadows, which, by the way Assassin's Creed Shadows lining up, if it releases in March, could be almost a launch game on Switch 2. Ubisoft and Nintendo are pretty tight, so I kind of feel like that game's coming to Switch 2. Just a matter of when. It might not be at launch, by the way. It could take longer to fix the Switch 2 version. Point I'm making is this idea of a Nintendo doing a quick release to launch, I think, is just logical. Even if it's not January to March, right? Like that's what's being thrown out there right now. Even if it's not, what if it's March to May, March to June? I totally think that's doable. And I know, again, no one's ever done it until it's done. But so, no one's ever had 127 million active players in year 8. It's never happened. You can go ahead and look at the PlayStation. They did not have that on. They were well into PlayStation 3 era. They didn't have that level of active users in year 8. So you gotta, DS didn't have that level of active users. So Nintendo is on top of the world with the most active users, feverishly buying games, selling their B-tier games in the millions. What do you think is going to happen the next time the next AAA game hits? Nintendo fans feel a little starved right now. We want that next AAA game. Oh, that next AAA game might be a launch game on Switch too? Well, shit. Nintendo's got 6 million of those things ready to go for launch? Scalpers? Oh, it's sold out day 1. Yeah, but it's back in stock day 2. Oh. And remember, I'm not like bullshitting you guys. Forget the rumored numbers. Furukawa said that was the plan. How are you going to combat scalpers? We're just going to have so many of these damn things, they can't possibly buy them all.
Yep.
Like, that's Furukawa's plan. He's been saying this whole time, and we're just like, oh, that just sounds like a good response. Maybe he's not lying, because I have yet to see Furukawa tell that. We talked about how Nintendo's lied in the past about, oh, we don't have anything in the works, and then they announced the new 3DS, right? We've talked about this in the past, how Nintendo's told these little white lies because they're trying to hide an announcement that's just about to happen. I don't recall Furukawa saying any lies yet. In fact, Furukawa is doing things like commenting on rumors that Nintendo used to never do.
It's true.
So, like, I kind of think Furukawa is just like, we're cutting this shit. So if he says they're going to have more units at launch, so much of them that you could argue this is a risk, because you could overflood the market, right? That is like a thing in like retail. You could overflood the market, which could harm your bottom line. And they might just think, no. Our problem is going to be, no matter what we do, that launch game, we won't be able to get enough units out for the amount of people that want to buy that launch game. 6 million, we might be able to. I think Nintendo, and this would be crazy. I almost think that this first year of Switch 2, they're going to be trying to make as many Switches as they did during 2020 to 2021 Switch 2s. I think they're going to literally attempt to try to make 25 million of these bad boys. Now, you got to remember, a lot of the units they sold that year were already previously made and already on store shelves, but the second half of the year, when they were really pushing for as many as they could get, like everyone else was, I actually think Nintendo is so crazy that they honestly think that this is going to be the biggest launch year, the full calendar year, or the full fiscal year, the biggest launch year in Nintendo history. And they might be literally trying to think, if we have Mario Kart, if we have 3D Mario, if we have one other franchise, one other big one, some people are thinking it could be Animal Crossing. Maybe. There's been enough time that gone by, and they kind of cut off content so quickly. It is possible, especially if they want to do like support for the whole life of the platform. But whatever that other big game, I think they're going to have 3 like AAA plus tier games next year, setting aside Metroid Prime 4 and Legends ZA, which are also part of the equation. Those are also part of the equation. People will buy Switch 2 for ZA if it's got better performance. Period. It'll happen.
Yep.
So I think Nintendo reviews it as, we have the big tent poles, we have our Switch games in between, and then we have some key ports and third parties and other remastering. Breath of the Wild 4K, which has been talked about for a while. Maybe that's just a little sprinkled in there on, a random May. They just throw it out there to be like, hey, you guys might not like it, but hey, it's better than nothing. And you know what? Oh, look at all the Zelda fans deciding, hey, we said we weren't going to play this, but actually we are. And the people that bitched about it were actually just a really tiny minority of people, not actually the mass consumer base, the nearly 40 million motherfuckers that bought that game. So I just look at, and by the way, you realize that I know for a lot of us, Breath of the Wild won't feel nostalgic. Do you know how many people didn't buy Tears of the Kingdom and will be very nostalgic to replay Breath of the Wild?
I already said it will be for me.
Yeah.
I played it at launch.
And there's people that play Tears of the Kingdom that haven't even retouched Breath of the Wild in a decade, almost.
Yeah.
Not quite a decade yet, but you know what I mean. A long time, 5-6 years. So I just think Nintendo is set up where they don't need they just don't need this long period. So I could talk about this over and over and over again. I just think Nintendo, I think they know what they're doing. I think they're on top of the world. I know Furukawa's never launched a new platform, and I understand fans being a little nervous around it because things are very unpredictable right now. Nintendo's not doing what they usually do. It makes us really nervous. We're afraid of them messing up. We're afraid of them giving them a bad name. We're afraid of something like RogersBase brought up earlier. We're like, oh man, what if they launch this without a big game? Could they get away with it? No, there's going to be a big game. Nintendo learned their lesson with 3DS. They're not launching with Steel Diver. There's going to be something. They'll delay it if there's not something. Like they're going to have something. They got something cooking. If it ain't Mario, it's something. I don't know what it could be because it ain't Zelda. It's got to be something. It's probably Mario Kart.
I'm still of the belief that it was internally delayed.
Oh, sure. And I think the launch game might have been the reason.
Yeah, which means launch is going to be ready. And for all the third parties that were told to have your games ready for 2024, now they're getting extra time. So all these developers that said, hey, I don't think we can make that 2024 release date, but I think we can get it out in early 2025. That's now a launch title. So I think the launch only gets stronger. I'm not worried about the launch.
Sure. Yeah.
There's also a good chance that, in addition to taking a little bit longer for Nintendo's own games and certain third-party games to be ready for launch, the other thing is having a little bit more time to build more units to have a greater quantity at launch.
Sure.
And the third thing is, by waiting several months longer, these parts, these chips will be a little bit older, thus a little bit cheaper to buy in bulk. You know what I mean? Like, if you're using this much RAM, and if we wait a little bit later, that RAM that's new, it's still going to be new in the system, but it's 6 months less new. And the CPU industry is going so fast, GPU industry, that the next one's going to be newer. That one's going to be internally obsolete, but still going to be new enough. So it's going to cost less money. So maybe not just maybe, like I'm pretty damn sure that by having it come out later, there's no way that a Nintendo Switch 2 in 2025 would cost more than if it did in 2024. It would cost the same or less. And if Nintendo's trying to release this thing for that $450 at max or $400 category, and people are like, oh man, it's coming out and it's got 2022 tech. Yeah, but if this tech that was 2022 came out in 2023, it would be a whole lot more expensive than it is going to be in 2025.
No one's going to care when they see the games.
And no one's going to care. Only people that really want to find a reason to dislike it.
Console wars.
It's what people do. Like, you only dislike that football team because your football team is not doing well.
That's as good as
why you have animosity towards it. And that's the way that any kind of thing is. People that would have no reason to dislike Star Wars or Star Trek, if the one that they like more is not getting that attention and this one gets all attention, you start to dislike that one as a result. It did nothing wrong to you. There's no reason why you can't like both. That's a big part of anything that you fanboy over. But Nintendo Switch 2, dude, I'm stoked.
Oh, dude, I think we're all stoked. Let's go ahead and rapid fire these super chat questions. You guys have any more questions you want to get in? Now's the time with your super chats. I dropped the first one. I broke the seal. I didn't know what I started. This is wild. I had no idea what I was doing. So what's everyone's top 5 movies? Just rapid fire. We don't have to give like personal reasons. Just what just off the top of the dome. Top 5. Everyone's deep in thought.
I typed it out earlier. I wish I could scroll back, but I can't. But let me see if I have it. I think I have a 1933 King Kong, Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, the first Jackass.
Yeah, nice.
That's a good one.
The first Spider-Man, and the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, there we go.
There you go.
Eric, you got some?
Oh Lord. We Were Soldiers. That was a good one. Major League was a good one. Blazing Saddles.
That's a good one.
I mean, anything Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Anything Mel Brooks. Damn. I'm not good at this. You know what? Let's just say Robin Hood Men in Tights and Young Frankenstein, whatever.
There we go.
I said, anything freaking Mel Brooks. I love Mel Brooks.
Are you ready, Thunderstash, or should I go?
No, you go. You can go.
All right, look, I prefer comedies more than anything, so I have a lot of comedies, but I'll probably throw one in that's not. Monty Python, Holy Grail.
Oh yeah,
can watch that on repeat any day. Like, I love all the Monty Python movies, but like that's just any day. Like Life of Brian, got to be in the mood for it. Like this one, yeah, any day. I I still quote it. I can't help it. It's so quotable. Dumb and Dumber. Another one.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it anytime. Anybody. Jim Carrey at his best.
It's good.
It's good. It's better than good. It's amazing. Tommy Boy. Shout out Chris Farley. Pretty much anything Chris Farley was amazing back in the day. But like that to me is like the peak. It's at the peak. So those three. Love comedies. Easy peasy to go to. After that, that's where things get like really fascinating because I'm into so many different things. Like I could just keep drawing comedies out my because I love comedies so much, but I'm into a lot of different things. So I'm actually going to throw a movie on there. I don't know if it's a horror. I guess it's sort of like The Purge, the first Purge movie. I just love alternative reality sometimes. And like this one to me, obviously set the stage for all the future. I don't know if it's the best of the Purge movies, but because it's the first that did it and was like an original idea at the time, I really, really enjoyed that one. And then the last, this is where I have a hard time here because I'm basically torn between sci-fi and high fantasy. And that's very hard because those are two of my favorite things. Like not watching a comedy. I'm probably watching something sci-fi or high fantasy. I'm like, on which one of those movies do I choose? I don't know because all the ones that I like tend to be in trilogies. And like, how do you pick just one? So instead, I'm going to pivot and go to Harry Potter. And I'm going to end up going with Goblet of Fire. So I love all the Harry Potter movies, by the way. It was just that's my favorite one. And like I was thinking Star Wars. I even thought about like Indiana Jones. I love Indiana Jones. Like that's the problem. I love movies, but I asked the question, so I was already thinking about this the entire show. So that's the 5 I came up with. I have to understand.
Yeah, so I mean, God, I do watch a lot of movies.
Yeah,
I love movies, but this is pretty standard for me. Back to the Future,
great
peak. Rocky 4 for me, absolutely peak.
Love Rocky 4.
Peak soundtrack too. God, it's so good. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. I gotta go though. Last Crusade. Is it
because of Sean Connery?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fucking fantastic in that movie.
It was so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. I gotta go Empire Strikes Back.
That's the one I was debating too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking sci-fi, like it's Empire. Like I love the other ones, but it's Empire. Ugh.
It's so good. And then I'll go with Goodfellas. Absolutely love Goodfellas. I could have went Godfather Part 2.
Yep.
You know.
Good too.
Yeah, there's so many good movies.
There's so many. Like I'm just like, I could make just a comedy list, and even then I'd be leaving off ones like, hey, you know what one I watch the most right now? It's Other Guys. I keep watching Other Guys over and over again. Step Brothers. I love Step Brothers. You know, just anyways.
Now I've actually had a half a second to think about it. I'm gonna throw Tucker and Dale versus Evil out there.
Oh, there it is.
Such a great movie.
I was wondering if you
and then Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods is really good too.
Yeah, Cabin in the Woods. There you go. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's really good. I'm reading a couple of the chat. Yeah.
Gosh, I almost need a bigger than a top 5 because there are a lot of movies that I'm.
I feel like for something like this, you almost need like an entire podcast dedicated to talking movies.
Yeah.
But like I love movies. So, anyways, I don't know too many people. There are some people that aren't really into movies, but I just love them. I'll probably end up watching part of a movie and finishing it tomorrow after the show. And taking a nice nap tomorrow right after Thanksgiving lunch.
Tomorrow's fat and happy tomorrow.
Wait, so we started Thanksgiving for.
So there we go. Now, really, oh yeah, this was just me. Sorry, that was just making sure we hit the 69 because people were like, "I'm too worried. What if we go over?" I'm like, "I got it."
Oh yeah, you know what? I got to give one shout out. A movie I forgot. I just saw his name in the chat. Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop. I've seen Beverly Hills Cop so many times.
Yes.
Classic. We grew up with it. Yeah. We were allowed to watch it only when my mom left when she wasn't home. My dad would allow us to watch an R-rated movie as long as we promised to not tell our mom because he, of course, says the F word a lot.
Yeah. I apologize for my dad for leaving Billy Madison off. There's so many. There's so fucking
anything
many.
Robin Williams.
Any Robin Williams stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So there's just so many.
Shout out to Robin Williams.
Michael Lorenz, the second here says, what new features would you like to see on Switch 2? It could be old features too. So I'm just going to throw out there that completely revamped 100% eShop. I don't even know if that's a feature. It just needs to happen. And then I don't care about the themes and the music and all that. I think it's nice to have, but I also think like, hey, look, it's like my phone. I'm just trying to get to what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to waste any time in between. Some people like to waste that time in between. I get it. And we do have technically themes on phones, right? You can change your backgrounds and stuff. But what I want to see, and it'll never happen, is I want Miiverse to come back. Obviously, a new modernized version of it. It's never happening. But that's what I want. Now, that's an old feature. In terms of a new feature, I'll throw just one out there so I'm not taking up all the time. The one new feature that I would like to see is something akin to allowing, and it's not really akin, this is just what it should be. If you have a family NSO membership, you should be able to share any games you've purchased digitally with all your family members on that membership. So if I have digital games on my Switch, they shouldn't need to use, or my account shouldn't have to be on my son's Switch for my son to be able to play those games because he's on my family membership. He should have access to the games I bought. Instead of having to do this weird thing where like my account has to be on his Switch and then he can play, but then my account's on his Switch, then I have to make his Switch the main Switch to play it with his account. And then I have to play it by logging in online to play it. And then if I'm doing that and he's playing, it won't let me play. It'll boot him off. Like, no, I think if it's a family membership, let it truly be a family membership. Let us share our games with our family members.
I could see it where the head of,
I'm just talking digital, obviously physical games, you just share the cartridge.
I could see it where the main person would be allowed to what games you can share because obviously parents aren't going to want to share all their
it's
games.
not a blanket thing. But that's parental control.
Right.
Yeah.
But
and if they want to limit this, you just make it like, okay, so no more than 2 people can play the same game at the same time. On the thing. So like, if you want to encourage people to buy extra copies of games, you know what I mean? Like no more than 2 people at the same time can play one game. So like if everyone in my family wants to play the new Zelda game, okay, well, we're going to have to buy extra copies. It's only 2 people at once can play it. All right. Let's throw it over to, Paul, Mr. Commercial.
I would love it if the analog sticks in the controller had the ability to replicate feelings that you're in the game via haptics and specific rumbles in it, so that Nintendo pioneered analog stick with Super Mario 64, being able to tiptoe to make Mario go slow, to walk, to run. I want resistance capability, kind of like the PlayStation 5 DualSense controller, but in the analog stick, you could turn it off with people with sensitive thumbs or that just don't want to do it. For whatever reason.
Yeah, you can turn it off on PlayStation 2, yeah.
But otherwise, if I am Mario skating on ice, I want it to go shik 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 shik.
Yeah, a little slippery, like it's not as easy to control.
I want it to feel like ice, like coldness grating across my thumb going. If Mario is walking through molasses or honey, I want it to add the pressure to be able to go. If I'm playing dual analog stick racing game or something like that, and if I get hit, I want my wheel to go I want to feel some immersion, and it won't work with every game. In Star Fox, I want to pull down if I'm in a dogfight to make my R-Wing go up because the tractor beam is going against me and I need to get out of the tractor beam, and getting out of the tractor beam makes it more difficult. So you have to push down a little bit harder and maybe a little shaken. Like, I want some extra immersion. Mr. Miyamoto said back in the day, they make controllers to be extensions of your hands, to further connect you with the game so that it is as seamless of a transition as possible to put you in it. And I think they've done that time and time again with prongs with N64, with the beautiful L and R buttons with GameCube, in Wii, making it conventional that anybody could hold it with a remote, with Gamepad attempting to being it as a entertainment hub of your household. And then Nintendo Switch, I mean, HD Rumble. So like they could care about controllers a lot. I think that some kind of haptic resistance analog sticks would be pretty freaking sweet. That I would love to see that. And a bow and arrow, pulling back the bow. I mean, in the next Zelda game, whipping a lasso around and feeling the rope texture. There's amazing things you could do. If someone's going to do it, it's going to be Nintendo to do it first. I would like to see them do it. I mean, if anybody does it, cool, because I want to see it done. But Nintendo is my favorite, and I root for them to be the ones to do most of the cool things, just because I'm the longest with them, and a lot of personal friends there too. But then again, I have friends at other industries, other companies too. So, but I would like to see Nintendo do that. They're so creative and toy-like in their design that they're really this magical wizard that when they make stuff, they make new stuff and they make other stuff good. That'd be cool.
I kind of got a spin-off of one of yours, Paul. It's an old feature, but it'd be new to Nintendo. Hall sensing joysticks. Jesus. So we get rid of this freaking drift shit.
Okay. Those Scott?
Yeah.
All right. Thunderstash.
Okay, so what I'd like to see is Nintendo really give their own take on the DualSense features. Even if you just copy paste. Right. I love that controller.
Nintendo would do brilliant things with that stuff too.
I agree. I love the control. I love the DualSense. It's done a lot for the immersion department, in my opinion, especially with like the speaker as well. Really good use of the speaker. Just like playing Silent Hill 2 Remake was amazing. Like feeling the raindrops on the controller and hearing the static from the radio coming out of the speaker that alerts you like when enemies are nearby that you can't see because they're, covered in the fog. Really good uses there. The only other thing, you mentioned the eShop. Yeah, no doubt. I honestly, I know a lot of people are split on this, or maybe it's probably 70-30, maybe even 80-20 when it comes to a Nintendo doing some form of achievements. But I think it would be really fun if they brought that over. I also think that would increase software sales on their console, because I do think people underestimate the amount of gamers who sometimes choose PlayStation over Switch because they like the achievements. And so if they were also on Nintendo, if Nintendo had their own version of it, would be fun. I also think it would be fun for the retro games. Like how cool would it be to get on NSO and get, their version of a platinum trophy for beating Mr. Dream, aka Mike Tyson. It'd be badass. So I think that would be fun. I'd like to see them do their own take on it.
All right. Next one we have in is from Alan Roby, $10. Says, on the topic of games, what's the most obscure game you played? His is 8 Eyes. Henry the Hamster.
God.
Horrendous game. Very obscure and very horrendous. We'll never play again. Of course, I said that last time. Then chat made me play it again.
I got a silly obscure one and just an obscure one. My just obscure one is Blue Stinger on Dreamcast. And it was a game that I actually really, really liked. It's by Activision. It was like an action adventure game. Zombies, takes place around Christmas. It was like one of, it was a launch title. I bought it at launch. Yeah. It was one of the launch games I bought. If you want to go really obscure, I'll give you a Super Nintendo game called Captain Novolin. It was a game that was given to dentist. You could buy it. You could buy it from your dentist.
That is definitely obscure. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that one up. Eric, you got anything really weird and wacky?
Not that comes to the top of my head. I mean, most of my stuff is pretty mainstream.
Pretty mainstream, yeah. Nothing weird. Like any indie games you maybe tried out at like an E3 or something?
I
remember it being one that was kind of like asteroids that we played, but I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah,
it's not that obscure because it's kind of based on asteroids.
I don't know how obscure Space Ace is, but
hey, it's your most obscure.
I don't know.
So if that's the most obscure you got, that's what you got.
Probably. I'm sure.
Star Wars Solitaire.
Oh God.
No. Paul, what do you got? Are you doing some research quick?
I had to double check what the name of the game was because I owned it on NES, but I'll save that one next because I wonder how many people actually have played that or are surprised that it even existed. So I'll say that. One is Project Giant Robot. That was for Wii U only at E3, but you were controlling the gamepad around and being a robot and lifting up your feet and stuff like that. And I remember I pitched to Nintendo there. I was like, you know what would work good is if you could include motion sensing capabilities and using the Wii U game, the Wii U, the Wii. Oh, jeez, I just forgot. I had a brain.
The Wiimote.
Wiimote in tandem with the
gamepad.
Or
we fit the balance board. Oh, jeez,
balance board. There it is.
There was a component missing when I was playing it, and I was like, you know what? In tandem, using the Wii remotes and the balance board, you would have a better experience of being able to simulate walking around with the robot with the gamepad. But anyways, like Project Giant Robot. But the other one, most obscure game, weird game, hard to believe this existed. I had to check at the title, but it's called Chiller.
Oh yeah,
it's Chiller for the NES. And you use the zapper, and I think Thunderstash probably has it. And it's a torture game where people are on screen in a graveyard and you're blowing them apart. People are on torture racks in a dungeon and you're shooting the screen at the knob, and the knob is moving them, and you're getting pixelated blood that's being ripped apart and being crushed by this and shooting heads, and like super bloody, violent game. I remember I got it somehow way back in the day on the NES. And after a while, my parents didn't like watching this game that was played. And friends that came over weren't allowed to play this game or play NES at my house because I own this game. And like, I don't know how I got it. I don't know who bought it for me. I don't know what it came with. So I had to get rid of the game. But I took it to a swap meet and I did a trade, and I traded it for Mega Man 2. So I ended up coming off pretty high with a pretty darn good game in Mega Man 2. But part of me wants to just go back for the hell of it and repurchase Chiller somewhere off of eBay just so I could have it in my collection, because I never sell my games. Everything I've ever bought, I've still owned. But technically this one, I don't know how I got it, but I had it as a kid on my NES and probably shouldn't have had it. Because we're
finding out some of Paul's weird fetishes right now.
It couldn't have been licensed. I'm positive.
Yeah, I don't not back at that time. That game would have been allowed to exist maybe on like maybe the GameCube at that point. But maybe it was. I have no idea. Well, Thunderstash is trying to see if he's got, he's pretty sure he's got it. Let's go ahead and look at Boo Mini here. Said, is Xenoblade similar to Zelda? I would look. You go on an adventure. That's about where it ends. I would not call them very similar. There is some there's live action to the combat a little bit, but it's still very like it's not. I wouldn't call it turn based, but it's just not. I wouldn't say it's similar to Zelda. It's a lot more complex and a lot. I wouldn't say it's similar. Outside of going on an adventure, you definitely go on an adventure. I don't know that we need to say more than that. If you've actually played Xenoblade, no, it's not really Zelda, but it's fun. But it's definitely not for it. Not everyone who plays Zelda is going to like Xenoblade. We just had a $20 in from Rhapsod and a 32 earlier as well. Just want to make sure I shouted him out for that because he helped us get to 150, which led to the second beer. Then we had a corporate game designer, $5 said, should we have a minimum number of copies sold / player count to nominate something for game of the year?
I have to say no, because then something like Metroid Dread, which totally deserved to be a game of the year nominee, wouldn't have, because even though it went on to selling over 3 million at the time, it was like 1.75, and so I gotta say no.
I also think it's hard when like a game can release like 2 weeks away from nominations.
Also,
it hasn't been on the market very long. I do think that and this would be very limiting, and I know it would, but I do think that it would be interesting if they found a way to ensure that whatever gets nominated, they can use whatever nomination panel they want. And this has nothing to do with obviously determining minimum cap, but whatever the panel is that handles the nominees. I think after they know what the nominees are, the people that actually get to vote for the winners have to be ensured that all of them have played every game in that category, or they can't vote.
I like that. I like that.
That's a caveat that I think should be put. I think that would also make people feel a lot more comfortable with the winners, because then they're not just voting for like the one game they played in that category.
I like that.
So have the panel vote, but have it be, to qualify to vote for a category, you have to have actually played them. And I know people could lie, of course. They could lie, but that's something for them to sort out behind the scenes. But I think that would also lend a lot more credibility.
What if it's connected to your profile?
Like sure. Yeah. They can check your gamer profiles or your thing, or your Switch library to see if the game's even in your library, let alone
that would be
hours
cool.
played.
I love that idea.
There's ways for them to do that. They just, haven't, as far as they haven't ensured, and I think people would be a lot more comfortable then with the who wins the awards, because at least everyone who voted played. Obviously, the fan vote's always going to be people voting for the best, but that's why we count for such a small percentage, because they know that people are just going to vote for the one game they played. But the panel makes up a majority of that percentage, so it would be nice. But and you say security risk, this would all be done privately behind the scenes. It's not something that I think a lot of us would like to see it posted publicly so we could verify ourselves. But they really just have to put out that guarantee. That being said, that's obviously not how it works. But it would be nice. But yeah, I don't think that they're gonna have a minimum player count or copies sold thing. I feel like that could end up just favoring things that are only popular and nothing else. And I don't think that's the way to go about it. Now, granted, obviously, it usually tends to favor things, but we've had some games, get nominated. It Takes Two didn't have crazy sales until it won Game of the Year. So it's one of those things that I just think that's not a good idea. And then this one I shared a little earlier, but we didn't get to react to it. Combining the names together, the Switch attached to you.
Nice.
I thought that was a funny one. All right, guys. Oh, we have whoa! I know why that happened. Rhapsody, you crazy son of a bitch. By the way, if you guys don't know, the podcast people don't know, this Rhapsody guy is crazy. So last night, I don't know if he had a few too many while watching my live stream, but we launched a new hat. This guy randomly in the middle of my streams DMs me on Discord, is like, just bought a Switch OLED. We're giving it away on the stream right now. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he paid full price. It wasn't even an on sale one. So he paid full price. He could have went to a different retailer and found one. Nope, the madman. And then he's like, oh, we're going to do all different people that buy a hat. I'm like, oh, so we're doing a raffle. Got it. We're doing a raffle. It's a raffle, not a giveaway. Anyways, so shout out to the person who won it. I believe it's already been shipped out. He sent me all the details and everything. So this guy's crazy. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know why he hit 200, because I said that I would partake in a certain beverage that has a little bit of weed in it. You can put your weed in it. I got it for free from someone today who gave it to me and said, we want you to hit a milestone on a milestone donation goal of at least 200 or more, and then you need to drink it on the stream. Obviously, we're right at the end. It would do no benefit to the chat for me to drink it right now. So that means tomorrow, on our Thanksgiving stream tomorrow night, there might be a little bit of extra turkey and stuffing and things being consumed, since I will be having a beverage that has something in it that happens to make you a little bit hungry. But you know what? That's okay. And I'm going to tell you why it's okay. Obviously, it's Thanksgiving. I don't care about diets on Thanksgiving, right? We're having
calories don't count on
calories.
Holidays,
don't count, right? They don't count.
Not on holidays.
They don't count on holidays. Also, I am starting a prescription weight loss drug next month. I haven't really talked about it that much because of some of the things that were in my blood. It's not a big deal. I'm fine. I'm cool. But yeah, we're going on that. So I'm about to barely want to eat anyways. So enjoy it while I can. Because it's going to, let me put it this way. The shake diet's going to be super easy when I only have half of one and I'm full.
Are you still doing it?
No, I obviously I cut back on that. I've been meaning to talk to you, Paul, about it. But now with this coming up, I obviously have to take other things into consideration. But apparently I'm just not, I've been basically told by them that I'm just never going to be hungry. So it's going to be like, you kind of have to force yourself to have a little bit, but you're going to get full super quick when you do. And which is okay. That's the whole point. It promotes these other things and other metabolism things. Basically, it's not something that they plan to have me on for life. It kind of depends on what happens in the blood work. But they're hoping that this is some people got to go on it for life, with diabetes and other things. My thing doesn't look like it. It's not to the point that it looks like it'll be for life. So we're kind of like nipping it in the bud now. Hopefully, just a year on this, and then we're good. But yeah, so it's going to be. It's gonna be a nice journey. You guys are gonna see a year from today, next Thanksgiving. I don't even know if I'm gonna get to eat more than like a spoonful of something. I don't even know. So I'm gonna enjoy this one. Because I literally, as of like next week or the week after, whenever it gets here, they're sending it to my house. Because they were out here, so they had to get it from somewhere else. Anyways. So I'm going to look forward to this Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys all in the chat, hope you're going to have an awesome Thanksgiving as well. If you're in another country and you're not celebrating that kind of thing right now, well, whatever. Just tell your loved ones you're still thankful for them. And you guys got any plans for Thanksgiving?
Family.
Obviously, it's family. Obviously. I believe it was asked earlier. None of us are hosting, right? Where's Paul? Are you hosting?
No.
I don't know.
Christmas, not Thanksgiving, thankfully.
Okay. See, what's nice about that is anyone knows when you host it is hectic. It's not necessarily always as enjoyable to host. Even if you like when you cook the turkey and you watch everyone eat it and you're like, oh, that's wonderful. It's stressful getting to that point.
Yeah.
It's stressful getting to the point where you actually get to see the satisfaction and be like, oh, yeah, it's nice.
It is.
And then you remember, oh, wait, I'm eating and now I'm tired because I had too much turkey and now I got to clean this shit up.
Yep.
But we're all visitors tomorrow to other people having to deal with that. That's good. We get to all enjoy a nice view. That explains why we're all willing to stay up so late today. We ain't got to do the work tomorrow. We just got to show up and eat and socialize. Eat and be merry. Eat, sleep, be merry. Sounds like a good plan tomorrow. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Go ahead and check out Paul Gale Network. You got anything going on? I don't know if you're doing content right now.
I just put up an unboxing video of this Master Sword that I showed off earlier in the podcast.
I'm so jealous.
So the video is live now on YouTube, but I'm going to make a second video later on of what does it sound like? Because it didn't come with batteries, but this does have 8 or so different musical elements from Zelda games and
that I didn't know.
Sword swinging motion sounds or something like that. So actually, I don't know what it has audio wise, but it has stuff. And I'm like, so I'm going to make a second video. Like the first video is just like purely unboxing. Beyond that, tomorrow morning, at some point, I will have the Famitsu sales data, which is what I put up every Thursday over on X. So if you like seeing that, I think I do a pretty good job copying and pasting. But just go to I go to Famitsu's website and then I more or less copy and paste it, but I take away some of the extra characters and stuff like that to make it just easier, more legible to read on and stuff. But anyways, on X, I'm at Polygon Network, YouTube at Polygon Network. And that's kind of what's near future. Oh, and I guess this is also something. Next month, I'm going to the Game Awards. So expect some hands-on footage from the ground floor. One thing I haven't figured out how to do yet, because I got a new phone, which is a pretty sweet phone case. That's a
nice.
That's nice.
The one thing I won't be able to do necessarily, unless if I can, is I want to have for that. I'm crossing my fingers. Metroid Prime 4 reaction video or Metroid Prime 4 release. I want to have the reaction of me and it at the same time. Can you do that? Is there some kind of split screen thing in iPhone? I know, like on Instagram has a filter where you could be recording and yourself. Because I did that when my wife and I went to a concert a few months ago.
I don't actually know,
but I don't know.
There might be an app that lets you do that, then connect to YouTube. I can't remember.
I want to
maybe the
record it or record my face. I want to have that watching it and because I always enjoy looking at others and
sure when they do that
audience, but for what it's worth, I like sharing my joy too.
Who cares? It's not about the size of the audience; it's about the love of the game. Yeah, well, let's see if we can figure something out for that. I'm sure there's a way. I'm pretty sure there's a way. I remember, I don't know if it was Streamlabs, it was something I used that I think had that feature. Boomany, I just got to make sure I get to this. Sorry that I missed this. Boomany, she did have a super chat earlier. It's so far up, I think I can't show it. But she asked, how disturbing was the story of Emio? I'm interested in playing the game, but a bit hesitant. I mean, it's a detective game. It does go over some pretty serious themes. I mean, I'm sure you've seen trailer. You kind of get the gist of it. Obviously, we're dealing with a serial killer. The ending, I would say the ending's a bit disturbing, but makes sense when you play through it. So I don't obviously without telling you, if it's too disturbing I don't know what disturbs you. So it's hard to give advice on whether it's worth you picking up. It's very good. Especially if you like visual novels, very good. But yeah, I loved it. I loved it. It honestly is my game of the year at the moment for everything I played. Yes, I'm not counting Echoes of Wisdom, guys. I have to beat it still. I got to beat the game to count it. So I haven't beat Echoes of Wisdom. Echoes of Wisdom will probably end up being because I'm so into Zelda. But yeah. All right. Let's get to I guess Eric.
I'm here. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Eat, be merry, watch the Packers. Hopefully not lose. Hopefully not lose.
Probably laughing at that.
It's a tough game.
It's a tough game. I was laughing at that too.
I missed it.
I didn't buy it, but
tall show.
Tall show.
Talking about Emio, he's like, yeah, Paul's cool. He's played that disturbing NES game, so he's cool with it.
Yeah, he's cool with it.
Desensitized me for horror for life.
Yeah.
Is there gore in Emio?
It depends on what you define as gore. I'm just going to say on the safe side, yes. It really just, I mean, you're going to murder scenes. So, yes. I don't know. I watched so many of these detective and I've seen so many of the serial killer. I'm so used to seeing this. I'm a little, I don't want to say desensitized to it. If I saw it in real life, I definitely would be freaking the fuck out. Way different than watching it on a screen. But yeah. It's a murder mystery. What do you expect? You're gonna see murders. So, Thunder Stash Gaming. What do you got going on, man?
Well, I just posted Monday evening. I posted my review for Sonic X Shadow Generations. You should check that out as soon as you can. Well, it's still on sale.
Yeah.
That way you can decide if you want to buy it because it is on sale for $30, which
hell of a deal.
Hell of a deal. Absolute steal. A lot of steals out there for Black Friday. I started yesterday, Metaphor Refantasio, and I had a really hard time putting it down. Really hard time walking away from it and saying, no, you got a bedtime, man.
Yeah.
You got to stay
You got
strict.
shit to do. Yeah.
So you can get up early like you always do and get after it in the morning.
Yeah, don't fuck your shit up and stay up until the time you're supposed to get up.
Exactly. So I'm not going to do that. But I will say that I was just like, this is it. This is it. When I first saw this game at the beginning of the year, when no one was really talking about it as a possible game of the year contender, I was talking about at the beginning of the year. I really think this game has potential to be game of the year contender. And I was happy to see that it was. But now that I've played it, I probably put in 7 or 8 hours on it yesterday. And I was really into it. So I'm excited. So the next thing for me will be first impressions for Metaphor. Then I'm probably going to swing over to Dragon Quest 3 HD, get some first impressions going on that. And then I'm probably going to hit some of the other games that I haven't got to yet. So yeah, there's more reviews coming, but first impressions must come first, of course. And yeah, you guys know where to find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming, and everywhere else on social media, Thunderstash Gaming.
All right. Yeah, go check out his stuff. Yeah, guys, you know, so I'm Nintendo Prime. Look, rumor has it that I'm just a Switch 2 guy. Switch 2 rumors guy. But that's all you're going to see on my channel for a while. I'm not an idiot. Like, there's just nothing going on else that I care about with Nintendo. So, like, yeah, that's what I'm making a lot of right now. But, hey, if you are looking forward to the post-Switch 2 reveal coverage, that's really what you want to tune in for on my channel, because lots of game coverage, lots of stuff coming up. Who knows? Maybe Nintendo's nice and gives me access, because then if they do, I have to shut up. So Nintendo, actually don't send me a Switch 2 early as much as I want it, because then I can't talk. And I know it. That's the thing. Like, it almost hurts the channel if I got it early, because then I gotta like just shut the fuck up for like a month. You know, like RogersBase talking about, I got it early and I couldn't say anything. That would suck. I kind of don't want to get it early if that's the case. If I get it early, I want it to be like I ordered it on Amazon and it came like 3 days early or something. Like, I don't want to be restricted, but you know, it happens. If you want to be so friendly and you want me to shut down and stop talking about it, it's cool. You can just give it to me. I'll sign all the NDAs. It's fine. I'll have amazing day one coverage if that happens, though. So there's that. Day one coverage will be sick. I'll have so much ready to go. I might have content for a month, and I might not even have to worry about news. I got so much going on. That being said, yeah, I'm really excited for the Switch 2 stuff. That's what I'm covering right now. There's no games currently on site that, like, if you're like really into Donkey Kong Country Returns and you're looking forward to coverage of that on my channel, probably not going to say anything about it unless something surprising happens. Like, if somehow reviews are like at a 95 out of nowhere, why? I don't know. It's the same game, but if it happens, like, okay, that's noteworthy. I got to talk about that. I will say that if we get, I don't want to say that I won't make coverage on it, because like Xenoblade Chronicles X is getting new story content, and I don't want to spoil people. So like, it's really hard to like cover news around that, but it's possible that I might make a video about that closer to launch, especially because I think the story content could affect the reviews and other things. So I think it might be actually worth making some coverage then. But it's not a game I'm planning to pick up. I'm probably going to just look, Xenoblade games are time sinks. It's a lot of time you got to put in. I don't know if it's as much as Metaphor ReFantasia, but it's a lot of time you got to put in. And I already beat the game, so I know I'm just not going to put in the time to beat it again. So I'll just watch the extra content on YouTube. Sorry, Nintendo. You can send me the game if you want. I still ain't going to beat it. I'm going to still watch the content on YouTube. So that being said, yeah, just stay tuned. Lots of Switch 2 stuff. It's going to be great to get off the rumors and start talking about the games, talking about the real stuff. Hopefully January. Hopefully the one rumor is true. This reveal rumor will be the one. Until it's not. Until it's not. And we're in January talking about, oh man, did you hear about that February reveal date? No. And then it doesn't happen then either. And then we talk about March, and then Nintendo gets to March, and they're just like, we just said there'd be an announcement. So Switch 2 will have Joy-Cons. What?
Imagine they just trickle out like just piece by piece.
Yeah.
It weighs 10.5 ounces.
Yeah. Do what you will with that.
It is.
Its bezel measures 2 centimeters. Wait, what? What? So is it a Switch? Well, we're not going to tell you there's a screen. No. We're not going to tell you that. Then what's the bezel for? We'll have more news for you in Q1 of our upcoming fiscal year.
Oh my God.
I hope that's not the kind of phases we're talking about. After all, they didn't say backwards compatibility in this. Okay, what's the next thing? Oh, it has an extra 15 minutes of battery life over the current Switch. Okay. Whoa, that's it? That's all you're telling us today? Got it. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for the Nintenbyte Podcast, episode 31. One of our longest episodes, but it needed the length because we had RogersBase Paul Gale on, special guests that can't come on very often. They had a lot to say, needed to let them say it. They clearly have a bromance. At one point, I thought I'd tell them to take a room. I don't know. They're even like catching up in real time, and I'm like, oh, man. Oh, man. Love it. I love the bromance. The bromance is real. You know, I feel like there might have been a little connection between me and Roger for a moment. But when I'll for the first time in my life, I can fire back at Jake Randall. I can fire back at Eric all day. I don't even know what I would say to Thunderstaff if he started razzing me because I'm like, I'd be shocked. Like, it's just not what he don't razz me like that. He's got a boy in his chat that comes and razzes him because he knows him like that. I don't know him like that yet. Maybe a year from now, I might know enough that we can have a little razzle dazzle. But let me tell you something. I know more about Thunderstash than I do Rogers, and Roger is just ripping into me. So I got to come prepared. I got to do my homework next time he's on. I got to have something obscure I can bring up from like 8 years ago that he's just gonna be like, wait, you know about that? Well, man, I've been watching every video on your channel and every live stream for the last like 3 months. Yeah, I know. Anyways, now shout out to RogersBase. He's a cool dude. Paul Gale, obviously Thunderstash every single week. Aaron Moore. And as we said last week, hopefully will be the case this next week. Hopefully Nintendo Talk makes his triumphant return next week in December. Get well, buddy. I know being sick and moving and all that, it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's the worst time for it to happen, holidays and everything. So lots going on.